changes.
Sure.
And so we don't have that now. And so as records change, if you don't annotate that, then we won't know.
Yep.
And then we got to go to the SCCA port. I don't completely understand why John changed that so much.
And I also still don't really have a live timing link or anything like that we're using.
Yeah, and I want to say he said his expectation is that Curbs is going to provide that. I think.
All right, we'll see. An intro and oh, there it is, live in beta. Great. It is now popped up on the Curbs website.
Oh, really?
Okay. Yeah, at the top, next to schedule.
Oh, I probably have to refresh.
This off.
Yeah, live beta.
I am going to say, Jaeger, you're kind of familiar with the track. What challenges are our drivers facing?
Yeah. Ouch.
And I thought that might give you a little bit of time to talk about the track.
Yeah.
And then we can hit on the records, where we're at. And yeah, we'll just go from there.
Okay, so attributes of
Welcome to the Speed Summit. Global Time Attack and the SCCA have made the trek to the Ridge Motorsports Park, a 2.5-mile track with blind crest, plunging elevation, and likely some unpredictable weather this weekend. This Pacific Northwest gym is carved into the forest of Shelton, Washington. And while this is a driver's track, this weekend it will give nothing away for free. Just the driver, the car, and the clock. One lap, all commitment, no second chances. Some of the fastest builds in the country have come to conquer the hill, and the hunt for the perfect lap starts now. I'm Mark Kilgore. Alongside me is Mark Yeager. He goes by Yeager. I go by Kilgore. All right, Yeager, you're familiar with this track. What are the challenges that lie ahead for our competitors?
Well, the first thing that's really sticking out to me is turn 1 and 2. This first setup, you're coming down the straightaway, you're coming full tilt, and it has a little bit of reminiscence for me of what we look at from Eastern Creek out in Australia. It is a very, very fast first set of corners. So it really takes a lot of commitment. And this is where my love of life, aero, comes into play, because you're really having to utilize that aero to ensure that you can make that corner good. The one thing that's really interesting about this track, at least in my opinion, is you're kind of, as you can see by this view that you're looking at right here, this is what I call the mini corkscrew. We'll get back to that here in a minute, but you're actually down where these cars are here at the bottom. And what's happening is you're looking up, and as people go around from turn 1 to 2 to 3 and get back into the 4, 5, 6 complex, which is a really interesting complex to be in, but they disappear. So all you can do is hear cars at that point, and they kind of disappear from view for a point. But there is some opportunity for if you're actually at the event to actually get up, and they have grandstands that you can see back in that section. It's a very interesting track where you kind of run into these certain problems where, as you go, and when I got to be on the track again, I didn't exactly get to really take part. I was in a minivan or something of that nature, so take my word with a little grain of salt. But let me tell you, some of the interesting attributes are, as you're coming up to some of these corners, you don't quite know, like there's a turn that starts, but you're not quite getting wholeheartedly into the turn. The 7, 8 complex where you're kind of edging over to the right, or holding the left, waiting for that right-hand turn. But probably one of the turns and one of the complexes, again, what we're looking through right now, the mini corkscrew is what I call it. It's reminiscent of Laguna Seca. It doesn't have quite the drop that Laguna Seca has, but it is an epic set of corners that just has you falling down, sliding the car, really having a good time. And I just think it's an absolutely beautiful spot, especially you can see here when you take photos of the car going through these, having a little bit of slip angle, having a little bit of fun, and getting the car rotated in the right way. And let me tell you, that's going to be the big trick, is can you get the car rotated correctly to be able to get on throttle as fast as you possibly can and as full throttle as you possibly can, so that you can get through that front straightaway. This track is a gem, in my opinion, in the world of time attack. It's got all the right features, all the right things. It has twisties, it has a long straightaway. It's not a power track. It's a handling, it has aero components. It is exactly the kind of track that I like to think of when I think of time attack. All right, Kilgore, so let's start talking about records. What do we have as our overall record for the Ridge Motorsport Park?
So the overall record is held by an unlimited Dodge Viper, Cable Rosenberg, who set that record back in 2021. He has a 137.1. So that is the benchmark, the absolute benchmark that we are going to be looking for today. And we actually have on screen here a video of his lap. And so, yeah, that is going to be something that I know Bailey Woods has set his sights on. Bailey Woods in a BMW E36 M3, currently the limited rear-wheel drive record holder. at a 138.9. So he's got to find about 2 seconds. And so he is back here this weekend, going to be searching for that time. He's made some big improvements. So I definitely think the overall global time attack record is going to be
It's in
in
jeopardy,
jeopardy.
baby.
Yes, it is in jeopardy this weekend, and that is what Bailey Woods is going to be looking for. So those are really the big ones that we're looking for. But let's talk about street. In street class, Jared Floyd last year in his Toyota Supra, he set a overall street rear-wheel drive record at 141.9. He is here back to defend that, so we will have to see how that goes. But there are also a lot of other fast cars in street class. So again, I think that is another record that is going to be in jeopardy. We'll have to see how that plays out. And then finally, in enthusiast, we have Jonathan Wheeler, who holds the overall enthusiast record from his time in a 370Z. That is a 148.9. So again, I definitely think a lot of these records may be broken. We're going to have pretty good weather this weekend in terms of good temperatures. Might see a little bit of rain. There's always that opportunity, especially in the Pacific Northwest. So I think that when you have good conditions, the drivers have to get out and they have to lay down that perfect lap.
Yeah, I love watching Bailey Woods' lap. Obviously, you guys have all been watching it as we go through. As we talked about this final corner being such a setup point for the lap, one of the things I forgot to mention, the wall. It's not quite the wall of champions yet, but it's definitely something that guys are going to have to be careful of, because that's something that a little bit of rear kick out on that throttle output, and guess what? You're in trouble. We kind of can see already. Kilgore, let's look at this weather for 2 seconds. What do we see? We see a lot of wind. A lot of wind coming up. We see the movement on the canopy. We see the movement on the TV. So that's going to play a little bit of factor in how these guys approach turn 1, turn 2, and a couple of the other like long sweeping corners. So do you know what the weather is yet? Have you looked yet?
I was just trying to pull that up so we could kind of give a very up-to-date weather forecast. And let's see, right now, it is showing, where are we at? We're expecting a high today of about 70 degrees or so. So, that definitely bodes well. Possibly some
That's the
rain.
turbo weather.
It absolutely is.
We definitely have ourselves some turbo weather. We see the clouds up in the sky. The last time we were here, we did get rain. So we did have some rain last year. I'm hoping that we can fend off the rain. We can keep the low track temperatures. Obviously, you need the temperature of the track itself to get up so you actually have adhesion and grip. But hopefully, everything kind of stays in a really good spot where people are going to be able to go out and warm up the tires, get everything going. We can kind of see off the left-hand side of the camera, I see Tony Zerka's car, that bright yellow Evo. Looks like we got guys starting their sessions, getting out on track. So we are a go, guys. This session has started, and we are going to start seeing them warm their tires up, warm their engines up, get everything up to temp, get everything up to speed, and we're going to start seeing some action happen. I see Isaac Torres Jr. going by there for a quick second. I mean, I'm excited. There's a lot of talent out there this weekend. So that's going to be one of the big components. This is probably some of the most stacked field that we've seen in a long time. I'm looking at our Group 1, Session 1, our event list. Let's kind of run down that list for a quick second, Kilgore. Who's some of the people that kind of jump out at you as some of the top contenders?
Yeah, so let's also kind of make sure our viewers understand that here at Global Time Attack, this is also being simulcast with the SCCA. So we also have SCCA here. But the fastest cars are going to go out first, which is a little bit unusual, maybe if you're familiar with watching some other time attack organizations. But we are going to see some of the absolute fastest cars on track, and they get out first because they want the best chance to set those records. So yeah, we're going to be looking at Bailey Woods. We're going to be looking at Tony Zerka and his unlimited Evo. Definitely looking to are definitely going to be watching him. And also George Zhao. Really interested to see how he does. He used to run an Audi R8, and he actually held the limited all-wheel drive record at a 139.4. But he has now switched to a Lamborghini, and I know I'm going to probably butcher this. How do you say that? Temerario? Is that right?
It's a Lamborghini to me. That's all I really care about.
It is insane. It is going to be awesome to kind of see. We've got a number of Porsches here as well, per usual. So yeah, there's going to be a wide variety of cars on track, and these are going to be the fast guys. We will see what happens.
I will say this, J Pan has always come out. He's actually driving a McLaren 765 LT long tail, I don't know, tail things, all sorts of stuff. Usually he drives a GT3, if I remember correctly. Again, Herrick, he's driving a Supra, which is interesting. Herrick used to have a Supra, and it actually burnt to the ground at Laguna Seca a couple years back. The infamous photos of that occurring. So kind of awesome to see Herrick back in a Supra, if that is the case, if I'm seeing what I believe is true. We also have, like you said before, Jared Floyd in his Supra. He did amazing at the last couple of events. We got Max, I always say his name terribly, but Liswaski in his M4, he's a top contender, as well as Bailey Woods. They're repping for the BMW gang. So we do have some very, very fast. I mean, we already got lap times.
Yep.
Already got lap time.
Bailey Woods setting a 136.5. So he is already. I can't even believe it. This has happened so quickly. He's already and set the new record, new limited and new overall record at a 136.5. That boy ain't wasted no time. Bailey Woods.
Crap.
BMW E36 M3. Whoever thought that E36 M3s couldn't stand a chance? I know someone who definitely thought that he might have some problems, but man, that is impressive. A 36.5. He has gone 0.6 faster than the overall record, more than 2 seconds faster than his previous limited record from last year. Boy, how about that right out the gate, Jaeger?
Oh man, that is I'm more than impressed. I mean, don't get me wrong. And he's already just gone faster. 135? 35. This guy is in a league of his own. I almost feel bad because, just so everyone understands as well, he has a live stream set up for this car, and we're going to try to get you his live stream later on in the weekend so you guys can watch these laps come out as soon as they do. I'm just more than excited for Bailey right now. That is absolutely freaking fantastic that he's able to throw down a lap like that fast. That is just mind-melting.
That's crazy. Let's also throw out Jared Floyd, a 141.3. He has now improved the street record. The first lap of the weekend, we've already got 2 records falling. His previous record of 141.9. Jared Floyd throwing it down 0.6 faster as well. So in his Toyota Supra, super impressive to see that. I mean, we were sitting here talking about all the weather and how good weather it's going to be. They've shown that. I mean, man, they've gone right out, new tires, perfect laps. So impressive. So Jared Floyd, Bailey Woods sitting at the top of their classes right now, limited and street. Man, here we go, Jaeger. We were going to try and ease into this, but that ain't happening.
I mean, I know these guys were out here practicing yesterday, so don't get it too twisted, guys. You know, me and Kilgore talked on the podcast before where, you know, people talked about how the whole concept of the first time of the weekend, you know, you got to build up. Just keep in mind, practice day was yesterday. Bailey got all his practice up. He got his car set up. He did everything he needed to do, and he was ready to push instantly. We're going to see if Bailey does pull off. So he did the whole, I set 2 records back-to-back laps, and I'm going to pull off. So there goes J Pan in that McLaren, I believe. And he's still going to go. J Pan, look at that. 139.8. So J-Pan stepping it up, bringing it under that 140 barrier.
That is unbelievably impressive. Yes, man, these guys are throwing it down. We've also got Alex. Um, he's now sitting at a 141.2. We got Max
These guys don't make
Lizossi.
it easy on us, do they?
No,
They,
no, no,
they got to
absolutely.
get the hardest names on the planet just to make us blink. It's absolutely stupendous. So one of the things that I want to say is these guys coming out, obviously going through and putting down these lap times so early. One of the things that's probably going through a lot of their heads is, could it rain? As soon as you get a little bit of dampness on this racetrack, it's going to slow the cars down. So that's obviously going to be something that they're going to consider and make sure, hey, are these doing, am I going to be able to get out there and get the fastest lap time possible? I will say some of these guys, being the fact that they're on slicks, me and Kilgore have talked about this as well before, where if you're out on there on track on slicks, it might take 2, 3, 4 laps to get the slicks up to temperature when we're talking about a situation where the track temperature, if you're talking sub 70 degrees, it might take some time to build that temperature into those tires to then allow you to put that fastest lap down. Also, as we've talked to many drivers over the years, sometimes it also just takes a little bit of time to get comfortable to push the car to its limits. That's going to be huge components to how these guys have to continue to press and press and press throughout all of it. So I'll be interested to see as we continue down the session if we're going to see some of these times start bopping up a little bit more and more. Tony Zerka, I believe, I'm almost 100% sure, this is the first time he's ever driven this track before. I think we all know he's got a monster of a car under his belt, but it is a situation where I know Tony well enough. He likes to ease into the weekend and do a little bit more build up, right? Definitely one of those things as we go through. So Kaysen Farm, he's been out at these events a ton of times before, and he's an interesting guy. He loves. I think he's driven his 911s at these events previously. I believe he does have a 911 again at this event, and he always is very, very consistent. One thing I have noticed with him in the past is that he tends to go out and run like a really fast lap early on in the weekend because I think, and I could be wrong, I think he doesn't bring enough tire with him per se.
Yeah.
So I'll be interested to see how he progresses throughout the weekend.
Yeah, we did just see Isaac Torres go by there on the cameras, but I have not seen a time for him yet. So I don't know. They may have been, maybe doing some checks on maybe do an out lap, get some tire pressures or do something like that. But that red and gold Toyota Supra, as we see them come through the carousel, should expect a time. But he is the previous Global Time Attack Finals winner. He also won round 1 at Thunder Hill earlier this year. So he is definitely a contender in street class that I think is looking to challenge Jared Floyd and that new record of a 141.3. So again, as we see Isaac Torres coming through the turn 12 and coming up towards the end of the lap, he's going to go through. What do we even call this? I guess we call it the corkscrew, the ridge corkscrew. We're going to see him come through there and then onto the front straight to finish his first lap. There he is.
Yeah, I call it the mini corkscrew. I'm sorry, there's just something about it that I gotta call it the mini corkscrew because the corkscrew will forever and always be at Laguna Seca for me.
Yeah, but no, fair enough. I totally get that. Isaac turning off into the pit, so it does not look like he got a lap up there. At least we didn't collect it on timing and scoring, but we do have checkered flag on the session. So boy, that was fast and furious, Jaeger, but that is what we were talking about. These guys came out prepared, ready to throw it down, and unbelievable. Bailey Woods, let's just recap. Say it one more time.
Man, Bailey Woods throwing down a 1:35.812, a new overall lap record at the Ridge.
That is impressive. A BMW E36. He drives in limited class, obviously resetting the limited record. And then just behind him, J Pan in the McLaren, set also in limited class, setting a 139.8, currently sitting in second. And then, yep, we got Alex at a 141.2 and a Porsche. Jared Floyd in street class, leading with a 141.3, also resetting the street overall and rear wheel drive record. Jared Floyd in his Toyota Supra. 141.3, Cassim Farm in a Porsche. We got a lot of Porsches. We always get a lot of Porsches here up in the Pacific Northwest. So it'll be sort of interesting to see their own little battle with each other. We've also got Chai and Eric coming in 6th and 7th overall in this session. 142.6, 149.3, very close between those two. Max Lazowski, he's also in street class in a represent BMW M4 at a 144.3. So he is up there as well in street class. Jaeger, finish some of these others off.
Well, first and foremost, I want to say, gotta do some double checking. Sorry, guys. I do apologize ahead of time. I need to double check some things, but I wanted to shout out to like Tony Zerka right now. So he is just off the pace for the unlimited all-wheel drive record of a 144.6, but I have to double check some of these other guys because I know we're in a situation where and this is just showing my ignorance on supercars, so I do apologize. I just don't know, a 750S and a 765 LT, and they have there's a lot of electronics and things that go on in these cars. So I'm kind of curious. Does some of them categorize as all-wheel drive as well, Kilgore? I honestly don't even know. Like the Lamborghini thing that George Zhao's driving.
Yes.
That car right there? No, that's a McLaren. Sorry.
I don't know. I don't think we saw George out in that session. And so, yeah, we will have to check on some of those things because you are right. We aren't fully prepared on what the drivetrain is of a 765 LT is. Or if anybody in the chat wants to let us know, we've got Coulter Wagner saying the Temerario is all-wheel drive. And letting us know that none of the McLarens are all-wheel drive. So thank you, Coulter, for letting us know that. Obviously, I would assume
somebody's got to know about some supercars.
Yes, the McLarens are all going to be assuming rear engine, rear wheel drive. So we'll have to make note of that as we watch. I'm sure we're going to see some blistering times come from some of those guys. Yeah, I mean, gosh, super, super impressive so far. And if let's also let our viewers know if you're looking for live timing, you need to head over to Kerbz, KERBZ.app. Kerbz.app. And I don't know if they have a mobile app. They do have a website. You should be able to find the Global Time Attack event there, and they do have a live timing set up. Admittedly, I'm not sure if it's working or not, so we will continue to try and bring that information to you guys as best we can. But we believe that is where live timing will be.
Also, Race Monitor, race-monitor.com.
It can also be found at racemonitor.com, race-monitor.com. So you guys can check it out there as well. So hopefully that will allow us to stay up to date on the times as they come across the line.
All right,
we
so
also
now
have a break to get to at some point in this session, and weather is not supposed to roll in until after the last checkered of the day.
We're being informed that so far it looks like the weather is going to hold off until the end of the sessions for everybody. So we're hoping that that means that the entire day is going to lead to just faster and faster lap times. Right now, we're going to go to GTA Session 1 Group 2 with 19 drivers getting out on track and seeing what they can do for the lap records that they have available to them.
Yeah, we've got some other street class cars coming in here. One of the ones that you will see is going right across the line there, Connor Hoovler in a Nissan 350Z. We've also got Mike Reyes, who is in a white Boss liveried Toyota Supra with some crazy, ridiculous chrome flames on there. We also expect him to be doing quite well in street class. We're also going to have a couple of enthusiast class cars that we should keep an eye on. Teddy Choka, who did quite well at Thunderhill at round one, so definitely keep an eye on him, see how he is doing. And then Jason Aguilar as well. All cars that we will keep an eye on and see as they come through. Really looking forward to, again, we've seen a lot of Honda Civic Type Rs really doing well in the enthusiast class. So I'm really thinking that those are going to be able to smash some records here this weekend, Jaeger.
Yeah, there's definitely some opportunities here, especially in Group 2. Sad to say, I'm gonna tell everyone up front. So if you were looking to watch your man Kevin Burke attack the time with his 2010 Dodge Viper, I am very, very sad to tell all of you, it sounds like, from what I saw on social media, that he is not going to make it. His car had an engine failure yesterday during practice. And so with that, Mr. Kevin Burke gets to say that he got to ride on the ridge and have a good time. I think he ended up, I think he was at like a 146 lap. I could be mistaken on that. But he was actually putting down some pretty good lap times. But sad to say, his weekend is already over as of yesterday. So he's going to be working with the SDC guys and trying to get them to go faster the rest of the weekend. So sucks for him, but this end sucks for us. But at the same time, at least he'll be out there having a good time, enjoying it with the buddies at SDC.
Yeah, that's always super tough when you bring your car out and end up breaking on the practice day. It happens. That is racing. So really shout out to, we love seeing some Dodge Vipers out of here. Shout out to Kevin Burke. And hopefully he finds something to do and at least he can enjoy the weather and enjoy a beautiful area. We've got Mike Reyes in his Toyota Supra street class at a 144.941. Joseph Gimeno is how we'll pronounce that.
Yep.
145.3. He is also in a Toyota Supra in street class. So Toyota Supras have really been taken over in street class. So we will have a lot of Toyota Supras up towards the top, I'm sure.
I was gonna say, is this gonna be the Super Challenge this weekend? Is this the Street Super Challenge?
Probably Chris Anderson. I think that was probably him who just went through flying through turns 10 and 11. Chris Anderson in a red Toyota Supra, currently sitting at a 146.0. So at least the top three places of this session are Toyota Supras. And then we got Teddy Choka in his Honda. I think he's in a Honda Civic Type R, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, Honda Civic Type R, an enthusiast class. So again, he is running really well, 146.7. Let me pull up the records real quick and see. Yes, Teddy Choka, a new enthusiast overall record at a 146.770, besting our boy Jonathan Wheeler's previous lap time from 2023 of a 148.9, new overall enthusiast rear-wheel drive record. Other than Unlimited, Jaeger, every overall record for limited street and enthusiast has been broken within the first few laps. What is going on here?
Well, let me tell you, I mean, it's more impressive because Teddy's lap time last year was a 149.2. So we're going to have to dig in and find out what he's done to this car to make it so that he could go faster. Because let's just put it this way. I'm looking at some information next to me, and Teddy was seeking that what he was actually seeking was a 146.99. So he was just hoping to get into the 146s. So he has already surpassed his target lap time, and he's rocking a set of Goodyear Supercar 3s. So I'm going to say I don't know what, I mean, I'm looking at his list right here. So he did himself a DIY carbon fiber front splitter, an APR wing, and basically did a bunch of custom fab work to basically on the engine bay side of the house. And he did some APR GT2 mirrors, which I don't know if you guys have checked out these APR GT mirrors, but they are wicked awesome. They look blisteringly fast. They are a little pricey, but I'm stoked that he was able to basically knock off 3 seconds almost out of his lap time and best that record. That is absolutely stupendous. I love the fact that he was able to do that so fast. Wow, that is just incredible.
What are these guys going to do for the rest of the weekend, Jaeger? I mean, they're already resetting records. Like, they just going to pack it up? They think I hope there's more time out there.
Dude, one thing I will say this: we talked about. Oh, there's an off. That's the Senderson?
That's
Senderson.
909.
So I was just gonna talk about the Senderson. One of the interesting bits of him is obviously he was being another one of the BMW bros, and he decided to cash it in and go with the Supra. So at the same time, you can say they're all BMWs, right? But I don't know. I liked what he had a BMW. I'm kind of missing the BMW. Now you're just another Super bro out there. But I'll give him credit. I understand why. That Supra is an amazing car and allows you to go out there, push, and maybe set a record. So I get it. But I'm just giving him crap because I can.
You absolutely can. Mike Ray is still up top in street class for this session at a 143.7. We've also got Nick King, no, and a
King, yeah?
2020, a 2025 McLaren 750S. I got to be honest, I don't know when I've seen so many McLarens. Apparently the McLaren Supercar Club got wind that there was a time attack going on at the Ridge, and they said, we want to go and check out what's going on there. So love to see these cars, but again, love to be able to see the variety. But Nick setting his best time of the session at a 144.957. He is in limited class. Doing well for him again. Kind of getting in. We see a beautiful baby blue 718 Cayman GT4 going through the view there. That is Terry Wayne. He is in limited class as well. His best time is a 149.667, setting that right there as he comes across the line. So good for him. But clearly, some of these drivers are still getting used to the track, getting settled in. Kind of easing into the weekend, which is a perfectly acceptable strategy. And I expect a lot of the drivers are going to continue to find more time. So love seeing that sort of baby blue Cayman there. That is absolutely beautiful. Again, Teddy Choka and his 2023 Honda Civic Type R in enthusiast class, a 146.770, just super impressive, resetting the enthusiast overall wheel drive record. I guess we got to call out Jonathan Wheeler, man. You gotta find something new. Now he's taken his 370Z way beyond enthusiast class, but he might have to come back and defend his record at some point. So we're just seeing records fall all over the place. Great. Doesn't look totally beautiful out there, but we've got overcast skies, nice weather in the 60s, checkered flag out on this session. So we'll kind of see how the weather holds up. But I'm expecting some maybe even faster times in session 2 once we come back around here in a couple hours.
And I just wanted to shout out. So I'm on Curbs right now. I'm watching it go out live. So Curbs is now working, and it shows you the fastest lap time of each driver in live. So now we can get in there and check that out. So that's freaking awesome. Love it. So everyone, if you want to go find out what your best favorite driver is and what their position is and what they're doing, up in the Curbs and check that bad boy out. As you said, Mike, I'm really excited, actually. I really want to shout out to Mike Reyes here. Mike jumping out and laying down some pretty consistent lap times, the 144 and a 143. I'm really excited that he's able to get out there and lay down some pretty good lap times to start the weekend. We all know from watching Mike, it's one of those things where he's definitely a headspace kind of guy, and he's got to get himself into a right headspace to be able to turn really good laps. And right now, he looks like he's in the right spot. So I am super excited to see Mike progress throughout this weekend in his Boss Racing 2020 Toyota Supra. That is a BMW, but we're going to call it a Toyota. So I'm also interesting to tell everyone. So found out that apparently we share a common link, and that is apparently I use the same sticker guy that did his livery. So I didn't know that. Found that out the other day, and I was pretty excited about that.
Who knew? I mean, you guys are in SoCal together, so there's not that many places to go find that. But
I mean, SoCal is huge.
yeah. So you mentioned something in terms of Petty Choka. He was running on, I believe you said Supercar 3s. Is that right? Supercar 3. Can you kind of give me a little bit of a rundown of the tire rules between enthusiast, street, and what we sort of see there, and why he's running the Supercar 3s?
Yeah, and that's a good opportunity for us to really talk about rules as an overall, but we'll jump into the tire specific aspects. Tire specific aspects being, so when you're running an enthusiast class, the premise is obviously we're kind of, I don't want to say dulling, but we're reining in the capabilities of a car. And so your enthusiast class tires are going to be a 20 or a 220 tread wear and greater. So basically a tire that allows you to go to the track, have a good time, but it is limiting the level of grip allowable for that car. Then we get to street class where it's 180 tread wear or higher. So you're allowed to use anything 180 tread wear or higher within street class. Then we get into limited class where you can run a 60 tread wear or higher. And then you run unlimited class where you can run whatever you so desire slick. So that's really a huge breakdown comparison of why these cars are faster or slower based on just tire alone. We're putting, and then keeping the next stage in mind, within that tire tread wear rating, we also have limitations on the width per class per drivetrain. So basing that's going to determine how much grip overall a car can have on track. Now you have to find ways to optimize that grip to go as fast as humanly possible. But just keep that in mind, guys. That's something you have to really think about when you're essentially building your car and or showing up to one of these events. Make sure you understand the tires that you need to have to do the event.
So we've got Group 3 coming out on course now. So this will be the last group for Global Time Attack. And then coming up just after this, we will start the SCCA Time Attack portion. They are not all running together in the same classes. The SCCA running its own classification system, GTA running its classification system. So Group 3 here, these are generally going to be the slower cars of the GTA classes. So the way the GTA and the SCCA sets the groups, they do it solely based on speed index. So the fastest lap times, or the fastest cars setting the fastest lap times, will be in Group 1. And so I think we said that there were how many? 17 cars, something like that. I think we said. Jaeger.
Yeah, 19. Yeah.
19 cars. So the fastest 19 cars run in Group 1, and then the next 19 fastest cars will run in Group 2, and then finally the bottom 19 or so cars will run in Group 3. And the reason that we do that is, again, the first car in the session or in the group should have the fastest lap of that group. And then the next car will have the next fastest lap. The third car will have the third fastest lap. The idea being that the car in front of you should be slightly faster and the car behind you should be slightly slower, at least on representative lap times from the previous sessions. And that allows basically everyone to get their own space. Spacing is very important here in time attack. You don't want to be running up on the car in front of you. You also absolutely don't want to be impeding the car behind you. And so you want to find a nice space, set your fastest lap of the weekend, and that is all it is going to take. One fast lap over the entire weekend, and that will determine your placement in your class. And so, again, Group 3 going out on track here. We see them coming down the corkscrew and should be coming across the start finish line here pretty soon. They are being led out by Spencer Kimball, and then we have Stephen Ellis in the second spot, which I'm going to be interested to see how he does over him. He is in a Toyota BRZ, or an 86, I guess you call it an 86. And so definitely interested to see how he does. Spencer Kimball, he is in car 90. And interestingly enough, I gotta give a shout out to this because I used to own one of these cars. One of the things that got him into time attack is the Burke Motorsport 135i. That goes kind of way back,
Yeah.
Headline time attack, early time attack days. And so just I saw that on his sheet. Thought that was super cool because that is also one of the cars that I really enjoyed, and actually one of the reasons that I did own a BMW 135i for a little while and tracked it. So shout out there, Spencer Kimber. Thank you for giving us that information.
Heck yeah, man. See, and I love stuff like that. I love the little tidbits of information that we collect from these drivers, because at the end of the day, the cars that people are driving on track right now influence the next generation of time attackers. One thing I love looking about this Group 3, I see a lot of 2001, 1998, 1990, 2012. Maybe it's just my love of the yesteryear, but I see a lot of the cars that kind of interest me. A 2005 STI, a 2004 Lancer Evolution, hell, even a 2000 Celica GT. I mean, these are just very, in my opinion, very interesting cars that I think are really, really cool. I'm very interested. So, Brian, what what happened to Brian? Because he's driving his 1999 Mazda MX-5. I expect him to be way faster than that.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Maybe.
Brian Casasilla currently in second with a 156.7, a little off what we might expect for him for sure.
Yeah, like I know I did notice pros and cons. I did notice that he had like the engine taken apart a couple of days ago. So maybe the process.
That might have something to do with it.
Yeah, maybe he had to do something. Maybe he had to like take the turbo off or something. I don't know. We're gonna have to kind of dig in and find out. Maybe it's just a situation, he's never been to this track and he's doing a little bit of buildup. But I'll be interested to see what comes of Brian and this Mazda MX-5. My expectations at Thunder Hill. I mean, he was ripping this car. He was doing. I've seen him at Button Willow. He is absolutely a monster behind the wheel, and that car is usually tremendously quick. So I'll be kind of interested there. Again, you talked about Stephen Ellis. My high expectations for Stephen Ellis. He usually puts on a really good show. Brino. So Brino also, he threw down some awesome times at Thunder Hill. So again, I have high expectations for Brino, and him being able to go out and just really attack the clock. So I know he added that supercharger at that last event, and he found out. Yeah, see, there's Brian. Yeah, he's got the right car. Brian's got the right car. I'm just waiting for him. Okay, he's going quicker. He's got a 149 already in it. But one thing about Bruno's car is he was running into problems with cooling it. You put a supercharger on, and so you add power adders, it's going to cause problems. He actually confided in us and said he actually went slower with the supercharger than previously when he was just all motor. So he's been adding and trying to get the car's temperatures under control. He's been working with adding a new oil cooler to kind of a new oil cooler solution for this event. And so he's just kind of, I think he's got like his toes and fingers and all the things crossed to try to hope that he can essentially cool this bad boy down so he can put in good laps, because he's gonna need. I mean, at least the weather. The weather is boost weather. So he's definitely sitting in a very, very good place for that to occur. But hopefully, with all the changes he made a ton of changes with fueling, with the differential, with the cooling, and with the suspension. So we're going to see what that leads to. Again, he's on, because he's in enthusiast class, he's on the Goodyear Supercar 3s because, well, that's the tire to be on.
It is for street class. I'm sorry, it is for enthusiast class. That is definitely one of the tires of choice. Brian Casasilla, he is really coming on strong now. He is at a
There we go.
146.8. So we did get a note in the live stream chat that he may have swapped to an older engine after finding some metal in the pan, I guess, of his newer one. So that may have been the teardown that you saw, Jaeger, on social media. So, but yeah, I mean, clearly, he may have just said, "Hey, not sure exactly how this is going to go. Put me at the back of Group C. Let me kind of get some laps in, make sure that everything is running well, because." Leave it up to time attackers to start pulling an engine like the week before an event, right? Like, that is just how we do things. But you can see, Brian, I mean, it is a wildly built Mazda Miata. I believe that it is an NA 1999, so you'll have to correct me. I know you're the Miata guy. Yeah, is that the
NB.
all right, NB. But he has got lots of wings and things in there, and it's got a great livery on it. So pretty easy to spot. But yeah, definitely a 146.8. He is in limited class. So there he goes down through the corkscrew. We'll have to see how he does. But yeah, chasing Bailey Woods and some of the other crazier cars. He's got McLarens. Love to see a little Mazda Miata chasing down McLarens, Porsches, all sorts of stuff in limited class. But and look at that, he improved. So 145.0 as we're talking about him. There you go, Brian. That's how you do it.
Well, and a big thing too, right? So he's never been to this track, so he's definitely got to do a build up. He obviously had to swap a motor. He's kind of doing the things right. But with that said, he's really got to kind of hone in, and this is kind of one of those things that I'm just going to say that's pivotal, right? This is why gridding is important. This is why spacing is important, and just making sure you give yourself a good amount of time and effort and understand, right? Because look, he's still able to put in very good lap times, even though he is in Group 3 currently. He'll get moved up, but he's in Group 3 currently with a 5-second delta to the next fastest person. But the reality is he's still able to go put in fast laps because you have people that are spatially aware, understand what's going on, know how to time attack, and understand. Slide over, let people go by when they're on their fast lap, when you're on your cooldown, move out of the way. And that's just one of those things that can occur when you're at a well-managed time attack event.
We got Ryan Shaw. I want to shout out the two entrants in second and third place, Ryan Shaw and Juan Armas. They are rocking some Mitsubishi Evo 8s. I've seen Ryan in his, I think he's rocking the white one. But anyway, we've got a number of Evos here this weekend. We also have a number of Subarus here this weekend. So I really hope that this is something that we can hone in on. the old classic Mitsubishi versus Subaru, Evo versus STI battle. I think it will be a good one. But we got Ryan Shaw in street class and then Evo, and then Juan also in street class. Ryan with a 150.077 and Juan just a couple seconds back at a 152.3. So those guys putting in some very solid times. And again, like we said, a lot of these drivers are going to be building up, getting settled in, learning the track, and just starting to push throughout the day. And so I do think we're going to see a lot of times drop over the course of the day. And then obviously tomorrow morning, assuming that the weather is good and that the track holds up, we will see even faster times. In terms of enthusiast class, we got Bruno Ribera and Stephen Ellis. Stephen did a 214.5. So we've got 3 entrants so far in enthusiast class with Bruno, Stephen, then Teddy, who Teddy obviously jumping out to a big lead with resetting that enthusiast record. But Bruno at a 153.0 and then Stephen Ellis at a 214.5. So do expect some of those times to decrease as well. But that's sort of where our enthusiast class sits currently. And Jaeger, you mentioned a 2000 Celica GT. Mike Powell in street class, a 202.8. So give a shout out to him.
Oh yeah.
We'll definitely have to get that thing on camera and show that because it is a sweet looking car.
Yeah, I'm kind of worried about Stephen Ellis. That 214, that seems very, very off. Obviously, we had Spencer Kimball and Paul O'Connor. They only did 1 lap, and that's why you see them in the 3-minute laps. So they must have had some issues or something of that nature, and they needed to pull off. I do wonder about Stephen Ellis as well. If he ran into an issue, I just feel like that 214 is not representative of what he is capable of. So I'm kind of hoping that he's able to get that sorted and get that cleaned up. But we will see as the weekend plays out.
Well, that's going to wrap it up for the first session. Man, Jaeger, that flew by. First session of Global Time Attack at the Ridge, the Speed Summit. I got to take a second and sort of recalibrate, man. Like that was insane. New records right off the bat. Limited, overall, street, enthusiast. Man, that is what I love to see. Now we're immediately switching to SCCA Time Attack Challenge. But boy, what a way to kick this thing off.
Heck yeah, man. That's how we do. We go fast, go hard, and now we go to the next. On to SCC Time Attack Challenge.
So we got Group 1 heading out. And so for the SCCA, if you're not entirely familiar, we've got some incredible looking cars as we see them go through the shot here at turn 4. Some more McLarens, some Corvettes, more Porsches. There's a Dodge Viper. I think that was a Dodge Viper that just went by. Really looking to, again, some incredibly fast times here. But for the SCCA, they have a fairly simple recipe for their time attack. And they basically break it down into 4 classes: Sport, Tuner, Max, and then Unlimited. Those are pretty similar to the enthusiast class of Global Time Attack, and then the Street, Limited, and Unlimited. So there is some crossover, and that is by design, so that you can build a car for one organization, but it does generally slot in fairly easily to another one. You'll see a lot of Toyota Supras, a lot of Corvettes running in both organizations. But for the SCCA Time Attack, Sport is going to be your more basic, very limited and restricted rule set. Not a lot you can do. Then you move up to Tuner, which again allows for a little more modification. You can start to do a little more with suspension, start to do a little more with engine tuning, but that's really about it. There's still not really any aero in either one of those classes allowed. the typical, what we think of as typical time attack cars, where you start to get aero and more engine modification. That is what you see in the max class. And then unlimited is, as we typically think of, unlimited. You can basically do anything. I'll have to be honest, I'd have to go back and check. I'm not entirely sure if they require it to be a VIN car or if it can be a little bit more of a wild tube frame type car. I know it can be a total tube frame built car, but again, unlimited, allowing for a lot of modifications. So we have all sorts of cars on track here. And if you are looking for live timing for the SCCA, you can find that at timetrials.scca.com. And if you go there, and then at the very top along the ribbon, you will see a live timing feed. And you can check out live timing right there if you want to follow along with the cars as they cross the start-finish line.
We do have 22 cars, it looks like, on track, ready to attack the clock. Obviously, again, just like in the GTA sessions. So we got everybody going out there, getting their cars warmed up, getting their brakes warmed up. We're doing this in a very effective and efficient manner. And as you can see based on some of our camera footage, I mean, I don't want to say it's windy because I live in a place where windy is like 55 miles an hour. But it does look a little breezy there. So I do see a little bit of a breeze, which can play a little bit of a role as you turn into some of these very fast corners. They are doing a very good job of keeping spacing and ensuring that people are getting their fastest laps. Obviously, as they just finished their fastest laps on the first one, we got some pretty solid laps. Looks like Duke just threw down a 146. James threw down a 149. Wayne's thrown down a 149. Coming across, these are some pretty solid lap times out of these SCCA guys. Starting off quick. I would love to see, this is just me, how my brain works. I love to see like that crossover concept of fastest laps per each group and see how they all shake out against each other. What do you think, Kilgore?
Absolutely. We might we'll definitely do some comparisons as the weekend goes on. So yeah, I mean, all these cars are going to be capable of running very fast times. Duke Langley in the Unlimited 2002 Chevrolet Corvette. So I believe that would be a C5 Corvette, running at a 146.7. So very good. If we quickly want to talk about some of the SCCA records, maybe some benchmarks that we're sort of setting ourselves against. For Unlimited 1, the fastest time is a 143.3 set by a McLaren 570S. So that is the time that the Unlimited guys are looking at. Unlimited 2 is a 158.2, so quite a bit slower, but that was set by Jim Larfield and a 1964 Lotus 7. That is not something you always see out in yeah, so Unlimited 1 a 143. So for the Max 1 class, fastest time is a 147.8. And I don't think I've said this in terms of the SCCA has the 4 classes of Sport, Tuner, Max, and Unlimited. And then within each of those classes, they break those down into subdivisions. So within Sport, you have Sport 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And basically Sport 1 being the fastest cars. Those are going to be your Corvettes, your Supras, your BMWs. And then Sport 6 being the slower cars, something more like a Miata 4-cylinder, small displacement 4 cylinders, those things. And that is going to be followed.
Whoa, slower cars. They're just, not as quick.
Slower in time. And so you're going to see the same thing with Tuner 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, Max 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then Unlimited. You just have Unlimited 1 and Unlimited 2. And so you might hear us refer to Max 3, Max 4, Tuner 3, Tuner 4. And so those are sort of the way that the classification is broke down for the SCCA. I will say that it does seem like that we are getting a little bit of cross-pollination because Kasim Farm is pulling double duty in his 2025 Porsche 911. So he is going to be running all the sessions this weekend. He is in M1 or Max 1 at a 145.1. And then just behind him is Ron Pratt and another Porsche 911. He is in Unlimited at a 146.1. Daniel McKelvey, and a 2023 BMW M4. Although I just lost it. I was looking at the well, what happened there? Anyway,
No worries.
little bit of
One thing I'd like
difficulty. Got it.
So one thing I'd like to note real quick is, so I'm looking at the lap times for the SCCA, and as you stated, when you have all the S1, S2, S3, Unlimited 1, Unlimited 2, M1, M2, one thing to really keep in mind when you look at the SCCA is they definitely do a very good job of having the capability to inherently have a ton of different people that can bring a car and have a place to run and have a group to run against. That's probably one of the most convenient and attributable aspects to the SCCA, in my opinion, that really I love about them. Is one of the things we hear all the time within Time Attack is, my car doesn't fit into X rule set. Guess what? I guarantee you that you can find a way within the SCCA to find a class that fits your rule set and to fit your car within their rule set that makes sense, right? Because at the end of the day, we all kind of find ourselves into that situation where and so it's one of those weird attributes that you just have to continue to seek out in organizations such as the SCCA. And guess what? Now you can find yourself in a position where you can be highly relevant and have a class that you're enjoying because you're very competitive within that class. Again, I see a name that's on this list, James Avina, and Avelina, and he's run with GTA before, and it looks like this year he's made the push to go with the SCCA. I mean, his lap times are stupendous. I mean, I've seen this 2023 Honda Civic before. He's ran it with GTA, I believe, and he's running a 148.689, and that's a very good lap time from him. So at the end of the day, he found himself in a situation where he felt that Tuner 2 fit his car better. It made more sense. So he opted, let's run this. So pretty awesome. There went that Dodge Viper from James Merriman. That car, I'm shocked. We have some of the most intriguing cars I've ever seen in my life. We have so many McLarens and Dodge Vipers and all sorts of interesting cars that normally you don't see. So I absolutely love the fact that we have those cars out there doing that, because I don't know, just more interesting when there's cool cars out on track. So let's take a little check here at Mr. Jim Merriman, as he likes to be called. He's from Redmond, Oregon, in his 2016 Dodge Viper ACR, which, by the way, I've driven one of these cars. This is fantastic car to own. Like, it is absolutely one of the most like slept on freaking cars that I've ever seen in my life. It is a beautiful car. It drives amazing. It's got a 9-liter engine that is just an absolute joy to drive. His best lap time ever is at the Ridge is a 155. He's shooting for a 153. So we're going to stick with him and see if he can get that done. Right now, he's behind the pace a little bit. He's still warming it up. He's still getting it ready. So we're hoping that he can get that thing going and pushing in the right direction.
Thing to note about Jim is that he is still running that car on Michelin PS4S, a capable track tire, but not quite towards the pointy end of what most people think about for competition type tires, much less in max, right? So normally you would at least be running a 200 tread wear, your Yokohama AO52s, your Bridgestone RE71 RZs, those sort of tires. But the Michelin PS4S, a decent tire. I wouldn't be surprised. I bet we might have to find out. I wonder if Jim drives that car back and forth to the track, or if he does just a lot of tracking with that car. But yeah, on the Michelin PS4S, so a little down on tire compared to some of the other Max competitors.
Yeah, because that ACR actually came with an ACR specific tire that was incredibly grippy. I'd like to know if you still can get those tires or if they are discontinued. That would be a very interesting thing to understand if those were still available to the general public.
I do
But we
remember.
do have a checkered flag.
Yeah, I remember when those came out. That was sort of a big deal, and a lot of people were wondering if they could get a set.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, the crazy thing is the sizing, because what's his sizing on these tires? They're like 315, 19 fronts, and 355s in the rear. I mean, just a massive tire, to say the least.
Timing,
Yeah, absolutely.
timing should reset after this session.
We did have some issues with our timing, guys, but it is going to reset after this session. You can go onto the SCCA. Their page is working, and they are everything is there categorized for you.
So if we take a look at how this session ended up, we'll kind of maybe quickly run through some of the classes. Unlimited 1, we've got a number of competitors here in Unlimited. We've got Ron Pratt in a 2020 Porsche 911. He set the pace at a 143.7. In second place in Unlimited currently is Duke Langley in a 2002 Chevrolet Corvette at a 144.5. So less than a second between first and second place in Unlimited with some very fast times. Ed Marshall in a 2017 Chevrolet Corvette, so a C7 at a 144.8. Again, just a little over a second between first, second, and third here on Unlimited 1. And then currently in fourth, Jonathan Greenleaf in a 2017 McLaren. He set a 150.1. So all very good times for the Unlimited 1 class. On the Unlimited 2, we had Kyle Deaton in a C8 Chevrolet Corvette at a 151.8. He's currently the only one in that class who's set a time so far. If we move over to Max 1, Casson Farm, 2025 Porsche 911, also pulling double duty in Global Time Attack. He's got a 145.4. Nima Abraham in a C8 Corvette at a 147.3. Tom Brook in a 2018 Porsche 911, a 152.0. Rob Spring in a 2007 Corvette, a 152.9. And then James Merriman and probably a absolutely glorious sounding Dodge Viper ACR at a 211. We do expect him to increase his time, as his best time is a 155. So that would put him up there right in the mix for that class. Max 2, we currently have a G82 M4 setting the pace with Daniel McKelvey at a 146.9. Then we got Jesse Nicola in a 1999 Chevy Corvette at a 149.1, and Sean Fogley in a 2002 Corvette at a 153.1. So a lot of quick times out there, Jaeger, and
yeah.
love to see it. Again, a lot of these guys, we'll have to go back and check. It's with so many classes, it's a little bit harder for us to keep track of the records, but we will check that, and we will definitely let you guys know as we see records fall, which I expect will happen throughout the day.
Absolutely. Now we got Group 2 going out. So this is kind of an interesting class to me. I see a lot of Subaru BRZs, Imprezas, Audi S3, Mini Coopers, Miniatas, Hyundai Elantras, even a Ford Mustang. So, we're going to be bringing some heat, some really cool cars. I think even our guy Nazar, who we had on the show here on our Perfect Lap podcast, he's going out there in his Honda Fit, his 2007 Honda Fit. He's going to be going out there and showing what he can do. He is one of the top competitors in that Tuner 5 category, so you always got to watch out for him in that Tuner 5 category. Again, interesting cars going out. Even some newer Miatas. I find it interesting with the newer Miatas, I guess, because they're just newer, so there's just not as many of them out there. Interestingly enough, I think the GR86 and some of those cars have kind of eclipsed the Miatas at their own Miata game. That lightweight, low horsepower, fun, versatile rear-wheel drive car. What do you think, Killer? Do you think that Mazda has lost that market share a little bit more than they'd like?
I think so. I think that there are a lot of other cars that have taken the place, although it is still hard. I mean, I mean, we're talking about a car that is loved by many in terms of it is a fantastic way to get started in tracking, and then people continue to race that car, even here in time attack. With that being said, though, it does always generally have trouble competing in time attack unless you have an organization like SCCA that divides the classes up and puts that car with some of the other similar cars. You think of, like, the Honda S2000s or some of the older Hondas and things like that. That's where they can really kind of start to find their place. But some of the new BRZs, the 86s, some of those are definitely cars that people are looking to get into when they start tracking. And I do think that the Miata, is getting a little less, especially the newer ones, like you said. The Indies, not as track friendly as some of the older ones are. That's for sure.
They are quick, though. I mean, I've definitely had some friends who have had them, and they are stupidly quick. I just think for the price point, I think the Miata crowd likes the ability to, well, cut them up, beat them up, throw them away wet. Like, it's just one of those things. So I think, oh, there's that Lotus. I love seeing the Lotuses out on track. I think they're just absolutely beautiful car. I don't know if I'd ever own one, not gonna lie, but those Lotus Emiras driven by, look, I believe that's James Moss.
That's right.
James Moss is that thing is absolutely a beautiful car. I love seeing cars like that out on track. I just think that they're just so interesting. And I mean, I'm not gonna say they're the most reliable car out on track, but they absolutely are one of the most beautiful cars out on track.
Can't argue with that. It is a incredible looking car. I do, yeah, definitely like them. And I mean, they are quite capable. There's no doubt about that. So would love to take one and rip around with it. And they have taken some of those cars. They race them in some of the GT4 categories. So Lotus definitely works with them, and they have the Toyota engine in the back, so they are at least from an engine standpoint, pretty reliable and can make some pretty good power. We've got some times popping up. Start with Ethan Graebner in a 2026 Hyundai Elantra N in Sport 3. These Hyundais, man, the N series, they are becoming more and more popular. And I think that initially when they came on the scene, a lot of people kind of were side eyeing them, not thinking. I
Uh-huh.
mean, you talk about like a Hyundai out here competing. Like, come on, that's just a little bit of a grocery getter. I mean, a little commuter car. But this new N series, man, they have the Mitsubishi engine in them, turbocharged. They can make some real power. They actually are fairly lightweight, and I mean, Ethan's out here throwing down a 152.4 in Sport 3. I'm checking the record real quick. Sport 3, what do we got? Sport 3, a 157.9. So
He
Ethan,
smoked it.
he smoked that record. So good for him. I mean, my gosh, what are we looking at? Over 5 seconds from a
Well, and more
2017 Audi S3 was the previous record holder.
Well, and an interesting fact is that his previous best lap time was a 155.4. So he even eclipsed his own personal record in the sense of he's done that by 3 seconds. So I don't know what he has recently done. Let's take a look and see if I mean, the guy's got 10 years of autocross and 4 years of track experience, so he's definitely been around the track scene quite a bit. He knows what's going on. He knows how to drive. But he does say that turn 1 through 3 and turn 6 are probably one of the most challenging track portions of this track, mainly because how it can make you struggle from the visual perspective because of the decreasing radius turns, and essentially you find yourself overslowing. So he's working through that. He's getting himself out. And if you guys are curious, what made Ethan go so fast? One of the contributing factors, he's on the new RZ 71 RZs, the RZ tires. And man, that thing is absolutely quick as all hell. And like you talked about with the weight, the car is only 3250. That's actually really light in comparison to a lot of these newer cars today. I'm going to take my Mustang, and it's not like it's new, it's 2015, but my Mustang is 3,800 pounds with me not in it. Over 4,000 pounds with me in it. So if his car, now we don't know if that weight is with him or without him in it, but at 3,250, even if that's without him in it, that is a very light car. I want to say that was like my Subaru back from like the early 2000s. So, in comparison to a car from 2026, that's actually really, really good.
Yeah,
Speaking of Subaru,
these Hyundais, man, they really are coming on strong. So if people and people are looking for sort of even that sort of dual purpose car that you can take to the track, have a lot of fun with, but like is still reasonable on street, definitely something to look at. You're a Subaru fan. What you know about Subarus?
well, I was going to say a 1995 Subaru out on track with Kendall Lincoln at the wheel has put down a 154.755. Man, these cars are like, I will say these cars are very loved by all their owners. Everyone like skips and oops and ahs every time these cars come out, because if you have a clean one that actually looks good and is built well, people will drool. Like the old meme, you want to pick up a chick with your car, all you're going to do is pick up a bunch of dudes with this car. But it is absolutely amazing. These cars are beautiful cars to see on track. But he actually bought this car from a salvage auction, and then he went and did the most important thing. He did performance racing schools and HPDEs for the last 12 years. So a ton of racing experience under his belt. The car only makes 280 wheel horsepower, which is, from a stab in the dark. Basically, you put a 2-liter or 2.5 liter Subaru engine in it, put a freaking intake and exhaust on it, and you're at 280 wheel horsepower, and you're able to go ripping and roaring. The one caveat with these cars, tire size. Until you go to a wide body or fender flare, it can be a little bit more difficult. So he is currently running a 225/40/18 on this car, which does minimize the amount of grip that he can have. And it's still fun though. Like, it makes it so you're kind of a perfect balance between horsepower and grip and being able to go around the track and have a good time doing it. So in my opinion, that's absolutely stupendous. That is a perfect car to go out on track.
Subarus seem to be having a little bit of a resurgence here over the last couple of years. I mean, definitely seeing a lot of people start to, and maybe that is just part of that. As you say, these were cars that people really loved back in the day, and now they're getting pretty cheap. You can go and find one pretty cheap, and there's still a lot of aftermarket for these cars. And a lot of good aftermarket, especially with the technology that's coming out these days. So, seeing a lot more Subarus at the track, and they are still very capable. Still, I mean, the all-wheel drive system. I mean, you gotta love it, you gotta hate it. I'm sure at times as well when you're trying to work on it, but it definitely does well in a time attack setting like this.
Oh, it's one of the things that Subaru, obviously, we all know this. Subaru has done super well forever and ever and ever is just all-wheel drive. And although, from my experience, Subaru all-wheel drive, Mitsubishi all-wheel drive, from what I understand from my experience, the Subaru rear-wheel or all-wheel drive kind of initially from the factory handles a little bit more like a front-wheel drive vice. The Mitsubishi handles more like a rear-wheel drive, but just like everything else, that's why we modify. We modify to hone those characteristics to make it so that it can turn and do the things that we want to do, which makes it absolutely beautiful. And then you can make these cars turn like they should.
The smoke in the distance is the drift event. You may want to mention that at once in a while.
And as you guys can currently see, there's smoke in the air. Well, guess what, guys? That's because at this event, there's not only time attack, there's not only amazing things to do all across the land, there's also drifting going on. And the best thing is, they're not doing the drifting on the main track at the moment, which is great because at this point, we've always heard, guess what? You lay down drift rubber on the main track, and that's going to make it slower. So guess what? We do it smartly, where we don't put them on the main track until the main time attack competitors are all gone through, and then we might allow a little bit of playing around on the main track at that time. Until that point, the drifters stay off to the side, have a good time, smoke out their own people, and then we all get to time attack and have the world to ourselves over here on the main track.
But Jaeger, I want to give a little bit of an update. We said we would. I've been going through, trying to look at some of these records. As we stated earlier, Ethan Gravener has reset the Sport 3 record at a 152.4 and absolutely smashed his own personal time and the previous record of a 157. But we've also got 5 other records that have been set.
Holy!
I know that I've at least been able to calculate currently. So let's go back and let's refresh ourselves a little bit. Unlimited 2 in session and Group 1 was reset by Kyle Deaton from a 158.2 down to Kyle's 151.8. So absolutely destroying that record previously held by Jim Larfield of the Lotus 7. Asim Farm in Max 1 has reset the record by 2 seconds from a 147.8 down to Kasim's time of a 145.4. Congratulations, Kasim. In Max 2, we have a new record by almost 6 seconds. Daniel McKelvey in that G82 M4 at a 146.9. Previously, Paul Chen in a Toyota Supra held that at a 152.
What do you do? Put rockets on that thing? Jesus.
Pretty much, turbos, man. It's all about that turbos. And man, that S58, that thing is so easy to tune. No issues there. I will say in Tuner 2, we did not previously have a record, but James Avelina has set the record. He hasn't broken a record, but he has set the new Tuner 2 record at a 148.6. So congratulations to him. In some of the sport categories, Sport 1, this one was just by a 1/10 of a second. Waylon Goebel at a 149.3 has reset that Sport 1 record. And then in Sport 2, Kevin Schultz, also running a 149.3, has reset the record by 6/10, again, in Sport 2. So a lot of records breaking. There may even be more. I'm trying to go through, keep up to date, keep our spreadsheet up, and we will continue to update everybody. But congratulations, more records being broken. I mean, it's records for everybody. Records for you, record for you, record for you. I mean, these guys are crushing it.
I didn't know we were on the Oprah show or whatever it's called. All right, guys. So now we're looking at session 1 for Group 3, the final group of the SCCA time attack. So guess what? We got 17 competitors heading out on track, warming up their tires, getting everything ready. And as we have what? What do we got, Kilgore? We got people in M2, we got M4, S1, S2, S5, T2. We got a plethora of people from all sorts of classes going out.
We do, and we should also point out I missed a couple of classes, and you will probably see a number of 2007-ish Ford Mustangs. What is the chassis code for those? Are those S197s? Am I getting that right?
S197s, yeah.
S197 Ford Mustangs. And those are part of a spec class that the SCCA has. And there's another spec class for Caymans, I believe, that they've recently rolled out. And so it is a very limited prep spec class. You have certain allowances, modifications that you can do. We do have, I think, at least three of the 2007 S197 Ford Mustangs here. So we'll definitely kind of have, we'll gather a little bit more of that information and we'll provide it to you guys here if you're interested in that. But that is, again, SCCA does such a great job of reducing the barrier to entry and getting people involved on the track or just as a an HPDE, high performance driving event. So if you're interested in doing that, you definitely can check out the Track Night in America. Those are great ways to get out on track. If you want to get involved in competition, some of these spec classes, like the Spec Mustang, Spec Corvette, are great way. Spec Corvette, Sport Cayman, Spec Cayman. Those are great ways. Very limited prep, but still fun cars. You don't have to spend a ton of money, but you have a specific class that you can run in with other people who have other similar mods. So it comes down to a lot of the drivers. So again, we have some of those out here. We'll talk about some of that. We'll talk about those classes more later on. But yeah, great to see. Love to see these old Mustangs out here running around with their ponies under the hood.
They also have a
Well, and a
Club
big part of
Spec
that is
MX-5.
one of the big parts of the part that really makes the Mustang group as a whole really exciting to me. Highly affordable, like crazy highly affordable. You can buy one of these Mustangs for under $20,000 easily. If you want kind of a EOS one, dude, you can find one of these things for under 10. And it's like, if you're just gonna go and build it to come out to the track, maybe you find one that's like 10 grand, allow you to modify it, allow you to have a good time with it. And it's the most cost-effective fun that you can ever do in your life. And it's I hate to say it like this, as a guy who used to own a Miata, you're not driving a Miata, because you got to explain to your friends when you drive a Miata. You don't have to explain to your friends when you drive a Mustang. So it is a really nice car to own, to have, you go out and you can just track it, have fun with it, modify it. You get a V8 in it. It's a really cool car. Makes it really fun. And guess what? You can do some sweet burnouts. Maybe you can, plow through a crowd if you feel like it. It's just whatever you feel. Find your own adventure.
And that is very true. Definitely find your own adventure. I will also say, Brian, our friend who's here setting all this up. Let's give a shout out to Brian here. You may know him from the Inside the SCCA podcast, and he does a lot of announcing as well for some of the road race SCCA road race crew. But he has set up all of our equipment, all of the video, the cameras. He has the live stream going. So big shout out to thank you. But he's also big shout out to Brian. Thank you for that. He's also feeding us some information. He let me know that I forgot that there's also a spec class for MX-5 for the Miata. So that is also a great way, which again, SCCA makes total sense that they do a sort of low end budget build with the Mazda Miata, a sort of medium area, kind of medium mid tier Mustang, and then the higher tier Cayman. So again, a great distribution of cars that you can go out, purchase, and get involved in not only the SCCA time trials, but also run that with some of the other series in terms of autocross and road racing. That's the whole goal, is to make sure that you can sort of participate in a single class across the different motorsport disciplines within SCCA. Makes a ton of sense to me, Jaeger. So it's great to see that they do that. Also want to give one more update. We've got in our last session, Kyle Ragutero reset the Max 5 record, another 6-second drop from a 207 to a 201. Congratulations to Kyle, the current record holder in Max 5. We'll see if he can hang on to it. We'll see if maybe he can take it even deeper throughout the weekend.
One thing I wanted to, as we're talking about Miatas, I figured we'll talk about Josh Ryan for a quick second and his Mazda Miata. So one of the interesting things, this is kind of, if you talk to any Miata guy, these are the coilovers to have. So the modifications that he's done on his car that he believes are the most quintessential pieces are his Super Miata Zeta coilovers. And I'm saying that we're not sponsored by Super Miata, but these guys make some of the best coilovers, bar none, by far, for these Miatas. He also has a set of the Carcep anti-roll bars. So just those two things. And again, what are Miata's, best for? Handling, right? So super awesome. He has those coilovers on his car and the anti-roll bars to ensure that he can go around corners as fast as feasibly possible. One thing to note about him is this is going to be his very first time at the Ridge. So he's going to, I have expectations. He's running a 202 right now, but my expectations are what? He's going to continue to go faster. So as you go throughout the weekend in a place where you end up, learning the track, you're going to go faster and faster throughout the weekend. The hopes and dreams are that he has enough tire to essentially make him go faster by the time he learns the track well enough to go faster on the track. So that's going to be the balancing act that he currently has to go through. And one of the cool things about Josh here is he got his driving experience and his learning all through Track Night in America and SCCA solo autocross. So he's done a lot of autocross, track nights in America, kind of coming up in the SCCA, just overall utilizing the SCCA to essentially build his driving repertoire to get him to where he is now. So a guy that's just loving life, having a good time, and doing it to it. And again, what do we see? He's on a set of 245 Bridgestone RZ RE71 RZs, the new RZ tires. Those tires, man, everybody's rocking them.
A lot of people love them, as they should. I mean, it is definitely a good tire. You got to love the 200 treadwear tire war. It is producing a lot of good tires. There's no doubt about that. Let's talk about the current leader of this group, Alex Paraskevas, a 2005 Mazda RX-8. Igor, I almost feel like we need like some sort of jingle or like a little bell that goes off that announces every time a new record is set, because Alex has reset the Max 4 record. It was previously a 156.6 held by Anna Burton in a Honda S2000. I bet you may recognize that name. We all know Hannah. She's been around the time attack scene and some other the Honda scene. But Alex coming in with a Mazda RX-8 and says, "Nah, Honda S2000. I'm going a 2.3 over 4 seconds faster here at the Ridge with a new Max 4 record." So Alex, killing it. They're going to have a lot of record trophies to hand out at the end of this weekend by the SCCA. My goodness.
I'm more impressed by the concept that it was in an RX-8. We just don't see those out here all that often. And it really makes me wonder what's under the hood. Is he actually still using that Renesas pile of junk motor? Or is it something else? Did he put a Wankel in it? Did he put a V8 in it? Like, I wonder. I'm very, very curious.
Yeah, in Max 4, you definitely can do, obviously, aero. You can do some of the engine swap. So it is very possible that he may have something up in there. I don't know if we can, let's see if we can find his information, see if he's got anything in there. You may be able to find it quicker than I can.
He's a little too secretive. He's too secretive. He didn't give us any insights.
Come on, Alex. We need to know. The world, the internet. We need to know. But yeah, congrats to him. We got Carl Tanner sitting currently in second. He is also in M4. So Alex and Carl are battling out in Max 4. Carl in the Nissan 350Z at a 156.3. So sorry, Carl, you would have reset the record from a 156 points to a 156.3, but Alex, your boy, got in the way. So a good little battle there. We'll see. We'll keep an eye on that. See if Carl can eke up and maybe overtake Alex in some of these later sessions. But yeah, great to see again. More records falling. Lori McKelvey in a 2025 Toyota GR86 running in Tuner 3. And let's see here.
Wrap and toss to a commercial break.
She's just less than a second off of the record for Tuner 3. So again, lots of records being broken here. A lot of people knocking on the door, but that wraps it up for us for the first sessions of the day. Whoo, Jaeger, I need to catch my breath, my man.
It's been a wild, fast, furious, all the things. GTA, SCCA, everybody's coming hard. Everybody's chasing records. Everybody's putting down amazing lap times. The track's looking beautiful. The weather's looking beautiful. And these cars are looking beautiful. I'm excited for the rest of this weekend.
Sponsor of Global Time Attack.
They said we couldn't. They said racing belonged to someone else. That the world already had its champions, its circuits, its rules. They told us to go home. But while they talked, we built. We laid bricks in Indianapolis. We carved speedways into the sands of Daytona. We turned a California lake bed into a battleground for the boldest. We didn't need permission. We needed pavement. One by one, our names became legends. Foyt, Petty, Andretti, Earnhardt, Shelby. We weren't just about speed, but about defiance. We looked at their pace and said we can go faster. Through damage and disaster. We pushed past what was safe, past what was known, past what they said was possible, because we knew the moment we lifted, they'd be right. When the green flag dropped, it wasn't about what they gave us. It was about what we took. And what we took is our place in racing.
All right, guys, we're back, and we're back in more action. It is still Group 3 out with the SCCA, hanging out, having a good time. We're still looking at Alex topping the charts with that 152.352. Kilgore, what else? Who else are we missing? Who should we jump to next? Where should we go in the world of time attack right now? Because let me tell you, there's like I haven't seen a Mazda protege on a timing slip in ever. It's been eons. So Sean Detman rocking this Mazda protege. Again, I can't stress it enough. SCCA has a place for everyone.
We've got a 1999 Mazda protege sharing the track with the 1968 Chevrolet Camaro, driven by John Niedermeyer. How about that? I mean, yeah, love seeing the diversity, and yeah, absolutely impressive what these guys are doing. And you know what? I would. I don't know what it is, but maybe someone can figure out what the record is for a 1999 Mazda protege. Sean Denman may have the protege record around the ridge. I wouldn't be surprised if he did.
I wouldn't doubt it at all. So, guys, now we're migrating over. We're getting started with GTA Session 2. We got the Group 1 guys coming out. So these are the fastest, hottest time attackers out there and out available. We're going to start bringing the GTA fun to you now.
J-Pan, George Zhao out here. So we do now have the Tremerario out here, the Lamborghini. I am so interested to see what this car does. George has always brought out some very interesting time attack cars, obviously well known for his Audi R8. That thing was incredible. We've also got Alex Sao out here, Chai Zing, Lou Wing, Jared Floyd. A lot of cars out here. I'm interested to also see, we got Tony. He has crossed the line. Tony Zerka in the Unlimited Evo. Really interested to see what he can start to put together. And unfortunately, we remember at Thunderhill for round one, Tony had some issues. I think, what was it? His actual crank broke in half. Like it wasn't just a major issue. Like it was a total wild crank breaking in half kind of issue. So definitely interested. Hopefully he has some better luck this year, but or this event. But definitely interested to see if he can start to improve his times and maybe reset that all-wheel drive unlimited record of a 144.6, currently held by a Subaru STI. Surely Tony wants to take that all-wheel drive record from a Subaru.
Yeah, I'm betting there's a little, I don't want to say hate and discontent, but I'm betting there's a little anti-love that he's going to be hunting for that record a little bit harder just because of that. We are getting them across the line. And again, if you are looking to capture the lap times, you can go on to curbs.com or you can go to the apps, and it's KERBZ. And you can go onto the Curbs app and check out the lap times. They are currently populating in real time for us and for you. A big thing to also note, major sponsors of GTA, Raise Wheels, MMR, Modular Motorsports Racing, and Garrett Advancing Motion. We really thank them for sponsoring GTA, sponsoring these events, and making sure our time attackers obviously are taken care of as we go and time attack the world. There is an interesting aspect with Modular Motorsports Racing, which some of you might not be akin to and understand, but they actually sponsor the fastest Mustangs, essentially. There is a cash prize. There's a prize, at least, for the fastest Mustangs of the event. So if you show up to a GTA event and you're rocking a Mustang, there's a chance that you can essentially win something to take home, or at least something that you can utilize to take home from Modular Motorsports Racing. So sign up if you got a Mustang, get in there, get in the game, start time attacking.
You do such a great job, and Mark at MMR really knows his stuff. We have also had him on the podcast, and boy, that Coyote engine, man, that is a capable engine, and he has done a lot of stuff with that. We got George coming through the Trimmer Mario. We're gonna probably butcher that and say it as many different ways. We should cut up this for a little clip of how many different ways we say the Lamborghini Trimmer Mario. But we've also got Max Lazowski out there again in the BMW M4. Looks like a I don't want to say it's like a fish, because I feel like calling it a fish is a little disrespectful. But a shark? Is it a shark? Something angry, some sort of angry aquatic animal. But what is interesting is that they actually have a shark fin that is placed on that car. It goes over the back window and then connects to the rear wing. So they really have tried to amplify any aero that they can within the street class. So they're currently sitting at a 144.2 there in the 2016 M4 in street class.
It's like J Pan just rocked a 139. Did he break sub 40 last time out?
Give me 1 second. I don't.
That's a hugely impressive lap time with a 139. I mean, that's he's in the limited class, so keep that in mind. I mean, obviously Bailey Woods absolutely crushed that limited class record, but he is vastly close to the old limited class record, which I know doesn't really matter at this juncture in time. But just saying that does show the level of speed that he's able to put down in that 765 LT McLaren driven by J Pan. Jared Floyd's also being super impressive with that 140 in street class. I mean, what did he run last session? Kilgore, do you remember what Jared Floyd ran in that last session previously?
I don't. His previous record was a 141.8, and of course, I didn't do what you told me to do, was to make sure I write down all the new records. And so
we're getting there.
Yeah. But that 140.9, again, he is currently sitting first in street, and so he is setting. He is definitely setting the pace. I also I thought that I saw maybe they're having issues, but I thought that I saw Isaac Torres out there. The only other street, well, there's two other street cars that are out there in this group one, which is Max Lazowski, currently sitting at a 144.2, and then Eric, I think it was Eric Huang who was out there earlier, but he's at a 156.7. So, but I don't know. We'll have to maybe check in with Isaac and see what's going on. I thought he was out there, but he may not have been. So, yeah. But everyone else is all in the limited class or in the GTX. We do have one GTX out there with Honda Yang in the 2018 911 GT3, which I have to expect is a GT3 Cup car, I would assume, and that is why it is in the GTX category. And
Right.
so, if you do have a race car, or if you have something that is not a typical production road going car, then Global Time Attack does have the opportunity for you to run in basically what's considered an exhibition class, which is GTX. It is not officially classified as a Time Attack class. You cannot run for the overall record. But it does allow you to come out here, and we have had a number of GTX cars in the past, and I love it because a lot of times we get some of these GT3 and GT4 factory race machinery come out here, and it is always a blast to compare what some home built, home brewed race cars can do up against some factory built race cars.
It is. One thing we were talking about just the other day on the podcast, I do love the concept of comparing like factory race cars to time attack cars, right? Because at the end of the day, a factory race car is such a piece of art. It's just the truth of the matter. It takes such a level of effort to get those cars built the way they are, and they cost what they cost, right? So when you have this time attack machinery that guys are spending exponentially less money on, it does, I don't know, it does warm my heart a little bit to see them to put so close, right? So I love the fact that when you're looking and comparing these lap times and so on and so forth, it really shines in that attribute. One thing I'm going to give a shout out to Tony Zerka, because it looks like he's definitely getting closer into the realm of comfortability with the track, rocking down that 141.8. We do have two cars in the 139s now. So Alex Hiso and Jay Pan both in the 139s. A lot of guys repping. A lot of guys getting real close into that 140, 141 category. I'm still blown away by Jared Floyd. That time in that Sector 1 design Supra is just so quick. That is just so freaking quick in that Supra. That's just unbelievable. Just amazing.
I quickly want to touch on Jared, because a lot of the aero components that are on that are not just off the shelf that he bought. They're actually components, they're one-off parts that he has designed and fabricated himself. So again, we want to talk about, doing stuff in your garage and building these time attack cars. That is what Jared is all about. He said that, Amir and the RS Future NSX inspired him a lot to get into time attack. And so, again, just really impressive that he is designing and making his own aero parts. He actually had noted that the rear wing uses a forward-facing swan neck that's bolted to the chassis. Crazy enough, the front splitter is actually plywood and foam core that he then carbon skinned. And so just really impressive. Again, to your point, like there's nothing that really stands out that is just crazy with Jared's car. That boy is just wheeling the thing. So congratulations to him.
I do love the fact that he brought one set, and so this is going to be an outlier. We've heard a lot of the people rocking the RZs. He's the outlier, rocking a set of the Hoosier Track Attack Pros. And who else do we know that loves the Track Attack Pros?
Well, I would say the overall record holder currently, Bailey Woods. Must be something in them. My goodness.
Gotta be. I mean, I'm definitely myself. I am trying out the RZs as we speak. One of the tires that I want to put on my car next is the Track Attack Pros because when I see some of these guys and what they're able to pull off with this tire, it has me interested, has me enamored. There's got to be something to it. All right, guys, we have a checkered flag on Group 1, Session 2. Now we're going to Group 2, Session 2, coming up.
You want me to take the break now?
Yeah.
In time attack, victory isn't measured in laps. It's measured in millimeters and milliseconds. When every fraction of a second counts, your rubber is the only thing connecting pure power to the pavement. You don't have time to hunt down the right setup. Simple Tire gets the high-performance tires you need shipped fast, right to your door or installer. Simple Tire, driven to deliver. Official sponsor of Global Time Attack.
They said we couldn't. They said racing belonged to someone else. That the world already had its champions, its circuits, its rules. They told us to go home. But while they talked, we built. We laid bricks in Indianapolis. We carved speedways into the sands of Daytona. We turned a California lake bed into a battleground for the boldest. We didn't need permission. We needed pavement. One by one, our names became legends. Foyt, Petty, Andretti, Earnhardt, Shelby. We weren't just about speed, but about defiance. We looked at their pace and said we can go faster. Through damage and disaster. We pushed past what was safe, past what was known, past what they said was possible, because we knew the moment we lifted, they'd be right. When the green flag dropped, it wasn't about what they gave us. It was about what we took. And what we took is our place in racing.
Mics are hot.
We are back. We're back with Global Time Attack, Group 2 out on course. It is their second session of the day. They're just now going out on their out laps. Chris Sanderson Anderson going through the shot right there here at turn 5. And we definitely, we've seen a lot of records broken in session 1, but there's also plenty of drivers who are still maybe their first time at the Ridge. Even if it's not their first time, still trying to get into the groove. So we still expect a lot of changes in position, as well as the times getting faster throughout the day. Still very good weather, overcast, no rain yet, and still in the 60s. So that is, you can't ask for much better weather than that. And we got Nick Ing headed out first, followed by Tim Gilliam. We'll see how these guys do. Connor Hoovler also in the 350Z. Got Mike Reyes also out there in street class in the Boss Racing Toyota Supra. We also have someone who missed the first session, Damian Tuchiniski of Renner Racing. He is going to be piloting a Subaru. So really interested to see. They've done a lot of work. Really interested to see how that car runs. And we have a lot of expectations there for Damian. We will see if they are able to get everything running well through that. Jaeger, have you talked with Damon? Do you know anything further?
Well, what I'd heard is they were having a little bit of problems with their transponder, having some transponder issues, so kind of working through that. Um, I will say those guys always like to get on track very prepared, so they were trying to work through that. They do have a couple people that they kind of were working with, so kind of one of those things. I imagine they probably had to work through to get the car out there. They did do testing yesterday. Everything sounds like it went really well. Obviously, they have Carly out there as well. So again, a bunch of Subarus having a good time. Again, I'm very interested to see what we end up with from Damien. This is the debut aspect of what this latest and greatest, from what I understand, and I could be wrong. One thing about me and Kilgore being remote is I can't walk down to the pits and verify, but I believe Damien's out there in the new car doing the new car thing, which is going to make it, I wouldn't say shakedown because that's not quite the word that I want to use, but definitely going to be working through. One person I'd like to comment on real quick. So Connor Hoovler, we had a little bit of conversation with him at the last event. He ended up bending some wheels at the event, bending, cracking, something of that nature. Wheels are consumables, guys. He's rocking that 350Z, and one of the things that he did is he got in touch with our guys over at Prodigy Apparel. So he worked with those guys and set up, maybe a little bit of a sponsorship, maybe a little bit of a collaboration, and he picked himself up a set of the Prodigy PM01 wheels that those guys have developed, and now he's rocking them. So that's what he's going to be using today at this event. So I think that's pretty cool. Time Attack guys coming together, helping each other out. He needed a set of wheels, got him a set of wheels, and is using a set of wheels that are used from other Time Attackers. I thought that was a really cool story.
Very nice. They looked really good, and they were customized with his own little name on them. So I liked them. They looked good. Mike Reyes towards the top, or at the top, with the Boss Racing Supra at a 144.0. In second place is Joseph Jamino, also in a Toyota Supra. He prefers to go by Joe, but he is running the 275 RE71 RZs. One thing to note in street class is that they have basically, if you want to run square tires, you are limited to a 275 millimeter tire at all four corners. Now, you do have the opportunity to upsize or downsize evenly. So if you wanted to go up a size in the rear, you would have to go down a size in the front. So you could run something like a 285 in the rear or a 265 in the front. Or if you're front wheel drive, you could swap that. But a lot of people choose to run square, so you're limited to 275s. And his what was interesting is that his lap time goal is a 143, so he's closing in on it. He's up there again in the street class battle, currently probably I think sitting about fifth, and then just behind him, bearing down on him, is Chris Cinderson Anderson in the 2021 Toyota Supra. Again, a car that he has just recently he's just recently acquired it. He's been modifying it. He's starting to get some time in it. But I definitely think it would be interesting at some point to talk with him about the differences between his real BMW F82 M4 versus now the pseudo BMW in the 2021 Supra. What he thinks about the differences, how he's having to adjust. But he is currently sitting at a 146.3, and he is part of the ever-growing SDC racing team. I mean, they seem to just be taking over. I'll tell you what.
Yeah, they're pretty much going to fill up an entire event by themselves here soon enough. I mean, it's just incredible. So to kind of give everyone an idea, and this might allude to something, Mike Reyes out there running his 144.0. His previous best lap time was a 143.7, about 3/10 off that lap time. In my opinion, that's really good between the two sessions. Now, one thing that's probably kind of bad is I bet this is the first time that Mike Reyes has actually been to this track. I could be mistaken, but I want to say he's probably not run this track as much as he's run many others. And so maybe we're looking at a lap time delta that isn't appreciably different between the two sessions, even though it is close to noon. I know time attackers, like I didn't see Bailey Woods out in the second session. So Bailey is kind of our barometric pressure tester guy, where he goes, hey, I know the perfect sessions to be out on track, and I'm going to be out on track during those sessions, unless something terrible happens to the car or something, completely off the wall happens. He's only going to go out on track when it absolutely makes sense. So he's kind of my gauge to say this session inherently probably is slower. And if we kind of use Mike Reyes as another gauge, we are seeing about a 3/10 delta, which is not a bad delta. So I am interested by that. I am also slightly interested. So I do see timing for Damien. I do see timing for Teddy, but their timing is very askew. So they went out, did a lap, came back, and there goes Damien right there. So that's a good thing. We'll follow Damien around on his lap. Maybe he's going to get himself a sweet little hot lap right now, and we're going to see what this car can actually do with Damien behind the wheel.
I have to imagine that they did an outlap. He came in, they checked some things over, maybe looking for some leaks, just doing a quick visual check and then sent him back out. So that probably is why. But he now looks a little slow around turn 7 and 8. But how about that? Teddy Choka moving up to a 147.4. So he maybe had done the same thing, did an outlap, went back into the pits, and then came back out. So again, 147.4 for Teddy Choka there in his 2023 Civic Type R leading enthusiast, the current record holder. Reset that in the first session. Hoping to see Damien coming around here shortly. Can't wait to see him come through the corkscrew and see that car with all the aero just falling down this drop here. In the distance, you can see the go-kart track. So if you're out around and you want to go have some fun, you can get on track, even if it's just go-karts.
Heck yeah. One thing that's super interesting about Damien and his shop, Renner. I'm just going to call him Renner because apparently I can't say Renner Racing Development very, very well. But their 2000 Impreza. So one of the things that those guys do that they do pretty much better than anybody else is they make these epic 22B. I don't want to call it a replica, but it kind of is a replica, but they build these amazing cars that look like old school 22B wide body badass Imprezas, and they just do it better than anybody else. Looks like everybody is pulling off track, having a good time there in his little drift action there from Hoovler. He's still going.
Yeah, we also got Jason Aguilar going through the shot there in his in the white GTR. So he is also coming to the line. We'll see if they improve him and Connor Hoovler heading to the line. Here they come. Terry Wayne. He improves to a 146.7. Nothing like waiting to the very last lap to get your fastest lap in. Let's see. I wonder what tires Terry is running. I'll check that. But we come to the checkered flag. Let's see, Terry here in the 718 GT4.
That's pretty impressive on that 718. Like I will say, these cars continue to just, in my opinion, overreach. The cars just have such a huge ceiling in terms of what they're capable of, and then what drivers can do with them. I guess I'd kind of say much like the Supra in that sense, although there's definitely not the capability for modification. I would say at least people not exactly jumping at the opportunity to modify their Cayman GT4s or GTSs or whatever. Just doesn't have quite that many people jumping at that to chomp the bit, I guess you could say. But definitely interesting in that sentiment in terms of modification and what you can get out of a car bone stock.
He is running some newer 19-inch Apex wheels, but he did not give us
Smart
the actual
man.
tires he is running. So keeping some things, close to the vest, although anybody can just walk up and see what tires he's running. But, running a 265 305 offset in limited class. He's got some very basic mods on that car, sort of like you're saying. I mean, out of the gate, these cars are obviously very capable. He's running some Swift lowering springs. He's got camber plates, some gyro disc brake rings with running Ferrota brake pads, and then the 19-inch wheels with some unknown tire compound. His goal is to beat his personal best of a 147. He's really hoping to get into the 145s is what he's really shooting for. But yeah, still, I mean, those Cayman GT4s, Caymans just in general, very, very capable cars, no doubt about it.
All right, now we move in to Group 3, Session 2. It's going to be a freaking exciting one here because these guys just love to push laps over and over and over. It looks like we got Brian leading the charge in this group. So Brian's going to have himself a very wide open track. That's going to be really exciting for him because Brian is probably looking to break that lap time down into I'm hoping like a 141. Maybe that's me being a little overly optimistic, but why not? Overly optimistic is my name.
Yeah, it is interesting to see. They're at least keeping him. It looks like they're keeping everyone in their groups currently. They may shuffle the groups after lunch. May
That's
move
usually what they
some.
do.
Yeah, may move some people around. But yeah, Brian Casasilla at the front of the pack here. So yeah, definitely he will at least have one or two clean laps to really lay it down. So definitely we will watch the times as they come in from him. Stephen Ellis going right there through the screen. We'll also be interested to kind of see what he does. It did not seem like he had a representative lap here at the beginning of the day in in session 1. So definitely interested to see how close he can get to Teddy Choka in the Honda Civic Type R, and then also the other enthusiast entrant, which is Breno Rivera, who is also in the Nissan 370Z, who's currently sitting in second for enthusiast class. So interested to see how what Steven does, and we'll keep an eye on him as he goes around for his first lap.
I am truly interested to see if there was. I'm sitting here on Instagram. I'm texting him right now. I'm going, Steven, what happened, man? What happened? So just saying, if any of you guys know any of these guys and you know what the stories are, give us a shout. We love to know the inside dirty details about what's going on there at the track. And then we can obviously talk about it when we're on the live stream. So we're always open for business. Send it on over and we'll pass it on. Brian's car is looking amazing coming down that. This is turn 4 coming in. Brian's coming through the shot. Looking stout. Love it.
Car looks quite fast, looking very steady coming through turn 5 again. Looks doesn't look like a whole lot's going on, so that usually means that it is a pretty fast lap. We will have to kind of see. Maybe we can figure out. I'm not sure what tires he's running on. We keep talking a lot about tires. He's on the AO52s, so you would think. I mean, he says he's running 255 4017s.
It's that I'm trapped in the Miata land. That's what that is
so.
right there.
255s, you gotta be kidding me. AO52s, but we all know, I mean, in this, AO52s are usually a one lap wonder of a tire. I do think that with the overcast skies and the lower track temperature, you might be able to get away with two laps. So we'll sort of see, but we do have to expect that Brian Casasilla should be coming out with his fastest lap in the first or second lap. He comes down through the mini corkscrew around the long left-hander, revs it up onto the front straight, and we will see him come across the finish line. He's looking for a 139. It's a 145.2, a little ways off, but I imagine that he may stay in it and go for another lap.
Yeah, and I'm truly wondering, obviously, when he talked about his lap time that he was kind of hoping to get to, I have to make assumptions that that was when he didn't have a motor that he had to put in yesterday.
You may be very right with that. We'll also note that this is his first time at the track as well, so may take him some time to get up to pace and really start pushing in all the big commitment corners.
I mean, I will say this: what we learned from him at Thunder Hill is he is very conservative with his tires. He's very strategic with his tires. I guarantee he's probably not on the set of fresh AO52s. He's on an older set of AO52s or something else even, as he goes and gets the car set up and prepared to run this track as fast as humanly possible. There's a representative time for Mr. Ellis.
I was just about to say
159.2.
beat me to it. Very much better from him. Much better from him. So we'll see. He is just on the heels of Breno at a 151.8. So Stephen got some more time to find, but that's sort of what you want to do when maybe you're having some issues. You sort of set up to kind of figure out, okay, I need to start dropping time. I'm at I can't remember what he was at, a 212, I think it was. Okay.
Yeah.
First goal, I need to get to that 2-minute mark, right? I need to be at a 159, then a 155, then a 152, 151, start to hit the 140s, right? So you kind of have to take these in chunks when you're sort of that far off pace and maybe you don't have as much confidence in the car as you would normally like.
Well, and speaking of which, Paul O'Connor in his 2005 Impreza STI from Renner Racing Development also, again, I think he had some transponder issues. When I look at his lap time from before being a 3-minute 48:49, I have to assume maybe the transponder wasn't hitting quite as it should. So I believe that was just a transponder issue. He is now rocking a 153.389, which way better. Now he's in the ballpark. Now he's playing the game. Now he's having a good time. I guarantee he's smiling a little bit more seeing that he has that lap time sitting there. Same with Spencer Kimball, excuse me, in his 1998 M3. Last session he was sitting at the 3-minute mark. Again, I think he was just having some transponder issues. Now he just threw down a
Big
heater
sparks.
of a lap, 145.4.
That is impressive. Very good. Very, very good for Spencer. And a 1998, again, another E36 M3. He's with Turn 8 Motorsports. Those E36 M3s, man, they still got a little something in them. No doubt about it. Ooh, a lot of sparking as we were just
777
going
car.
on.
777
Yeah.
car.
Turn 5. That was Breno Ribera in the 2012 370Z. He was coming by. I think he has lost a splitter support because, man, that was just sparking it up. Good thing that he's got some titanium or some sort of metal rub blocks underneath his splitter. I was going to briefly note, you talked about Paul O'Connor and his 2005 Impreza STI with Renner Racing. Just in front of him is Carly DeVry in a 2007 Impreza STI, also with Renner Racing. So those two having a great little battle there. Carly at a 152.4 and Paul behind her at a 153.3. So great little inner team battle there with Carly and Paul.
Oh, yeah. And obviously, right on their heels, you got Sergio, right? So all three of them are all Subarus, all with Renner Racing Development, all having a good time, all kind of sharing a garage space, all within a little bit more than a second of each other. So that's just got to be that's just one of those, like, got to be a great time for those guys where they're kind of all chasing each other and kind of lurking on each other's setups and asking for help where they can. So obviously they're probably sharing data, having a good time, and seeing what they can get out of it.
They're all looking at the same data, and they're all doing the exact same thing because they're running such similar times. But I will say they are all chasing Ryan Shaw at a 150.2. That Lancer Evo. Sorry, Jaeger, but that Lancer Evo currently got the best of the Impreza STIs currently from Renner Racing. Although, you know, it's still very early on. Still very early on. People are still getting it together. So, we still see Breno is still circulating. So
They gave him the black
not
flag.
sure. Okay, yeah, I was expecting him to maybe get a black flag to bring him in to double check that, but he may have missed it. But he is currently sitting at a 151.8 again, like I said, in second place in enthusiast class. But he still seems to be moving around at a pretty quick clip. But I would assume at this point that titanium or whatever rub block is completely gone now. So I have to imagine that splitter is not going to be looking great at the end of these 2 laps.
And that's also why, I mean, I'm going to harp on the importance, right? That's why, even though you're trying to put all your concentration into the lap and run as fast as humanly possible, you still have to have that heads up capability to see the lap, the marshals in their flag stations capture that, and then otherwise you could burn through a real expensive splitter really, really quickly. So hopefully he gets pulling off track here soon, and he can go take a look at that, get it cinched up, and get that thing back on track and be able to go put down a fast lap here soon. Again, I know we've kind of harped on it already a little bit. Stephen Ellis laid down an even better lap with a 155.6.
Very impressive. Very impressive. Also, Nick Steniford and the 2020 C8 Corvette, 151.7. And they're running in limited. And I'm guessing that they have to run in limited because it is just simply where that car is classed as the C8 Corvette. He says it is basically stock with some G-Lock brake pads. So Global Time Attack will do that based on just the outright pace of even a stock car, and those C8s have some outright pace. There's no doubt about it. So pretty impressive there. I mean, almost, not far away, just a couple seconds away from being into the 140s with a basically stock C8 Corvette. I mean, gosh, these modern cars are just so quick right out of the gate. With that being said, though, he is trying to trace down the 2005 Lancer Evo of Ryan Shaw at a 150.2. So love to see the variety, and we keep talking about it, but a lot of good variety out here, especially in Group 3.
Yeah, one of the interesting things I found about Nick and Savannah is they actually drove that thing from Colorado. They said they drove it here from Colorado, and literally bought it from his mom after she did some track days, and now he's out here time attacking with Global Time Attack with it. Obviously, Nick and Savannah have been a part of the Global Time Attack family for a very long time, over a decade of time attacking with the organization. They know it well and know how to time attack oh so well. So great to see them out at an event. Haven't seen them, and I feel like I haven't seen them out at a Global Time Attack in a really long time. So great to see them out at an event, having a good time, eating it up.
I will say those C8 Corvettes, if anybody is also familiar with the One Lap of America, Andy Smedegard with ASM Motorsports, they basically took a fairly stock C8 Corvette with some aero upgrades and drove it around the One Lap of America and did extremely, extremely well in that car. So it is very capable, definitely. And that is awesome that they basically just bought it, that they actually drove it all the way from Colorado. But yeah, I mean, it is a comfortable car if you're going to just be driving it to and from the track. I do want to answer one quick question. in the live chat on the live stream, someone was asking if we knew what tires Bailey Woods was on, and the answer is the Hoosier Track Attack Pros. If you're looking for fast tires, those seem to be ones that are very, very very capable, in high demand here at Global Time Attack, and those are also the ones that we noted that Jared Floyd, current record holder for street, is running.
Yeah, it is by far, bar none. I mean, when we talk, I think we've talked to the guys from Tire Reviews, we've talked to the guys from Tire Rack, and it's interesting because how they do their testing and how that all pans out for them is very interesting, because when you talk about from a like track time attack focused endeavor, it's a little different, right? It is slightly different because we don't care about like wet performance. We don't care about, a 3-lap performance or this, that, like how you bring in the tires, how you do this. Like, obviously you're also talking, stock cars, vice, cars with aero. So lots of different ways in terms of like configurational differences. But it does seem, and again, maybe this is just because people are getting X tire and building it and essentially getting their car built around that tire, because I think that's something that people really need to understand. The RZs could be the fastest tire on your car if you build it out accordingly and you put the right camber in. Some need more cambers, less, so on and so forth. So it's just a matter of you getting the right tire that you feel is appropriate and that you kind of resonate with, and then building your car's alignment and setup around that construct. I think that is kind of the way to go about it, my opinion. But at the same time, hell, you can't be upset at that Track Attack Pro, and that thing is easily able to lay down some of the fastest times available.
Another quick tire is the Yokohama AO52, which is what Brian Casasilla is on, and Jaeger ran 4 laps. His 4th lap was his fastest lap at a 1:45.0. So he continued to find time throughout that session, which is not unexpected with him. As we've talked with him, he tends to continue just to push and build into a session. So 1:45.0. I also want to point out Stephen Ellis continued to find time as well, although we'll have to get with him. I do think that there may be something going on with his car. He ended up at a 1:55.6. So again, finding some more chunks of time, going from a 1:59 down to the 1:55. But it is showing that his last set of laps were a 5-minute lap. So I think that he may be having some issues and he's having to go in and out of the pits, and they are trying to sort that out. So we'll have to follow up with him as well and kind of see what's going on, but he's still struggling a little bit. He is behind Breno Ribera in the 2012 370Z and enthusiast class, who he himself had some issues with his splitter. We'll have to catch up with him as well, but they are both chasing Teddy Choka in enthusiast class. So that wraps it up for Global Time Attack Session 2 for this morning. We should have, I believe, another 2 sessions this afternoon. Jaeger, am I getting that right? Do you know off the top of your head?
I wish I could
I
tell you
believe
off the top
that's
of my head,
correct.
but I believe you're right.
Well, we'll at least have one more, but for now, we're now running right back into the second set of sessions for the SCCA Time Attack Challenge. We've got them out on track. They are doing their out lap. So let's get right back into it, Jaeger. Here we go.
Here we go. SCCA Time Attack Challenge, sponsored by Tire Rack. So, like we talked about earlier, we have had talks with TJ Campbell from Tire Rack. Love the guy. If you guys aren't going on to Tire Rack and checking out those tires, you are absolutely insane. They put out some amazing videos to help you choose the tires that are absolutely important and imperative to what you should be looking for. So get on there, check those out, and understand what you need to buy. I think that's something that everybody needs to really understand, is like, what am I looking for? What class? These guys from Tire Rack do an amazing job. And if you don't quite, if you think maybe Tire Rack might be trying to, bougie you up a little bit, make you go towards something, you could always go check out the tire review guys, get the data from 2 different sides of the ecosystem, put that together, go on Tire Rack and buy your tires that way. Absolutely a phenomenal way to do it. And then guess what? Now you know exactly what tire is going to fit into the class that you want within the SCCA Time Attack Challenge.
Got the cars coming around to a yellow flag across start finish.
Oh, got a guy.
Black and
Not
yellow
sure.
Corvette of some sort.
Okay, we got a Corvette that seems to had an issue, but anyway, got a few cars coming across with their times. Duke Langley, he set a 2-minute. All of them setting 2-minute laps. So we will just kind of take a brief pause here and see if we can figure out what's going on. But nobody's going to be setting fast laps while the yellow flag is out. So oftentimes what happens if you're joining us and watching on the live stream, first, let us say, if you're looking for live timing, you can go to the SCCA website, timetrials.scca.com. At the top of the page, there will be a ribbon with a link to the live timing. We are seeing waving black and yellow flags now. So black flag meaning that they black flag all. That means basically everyone has to come into the pits and they will reset. And the yellow at start finish meaning that there must the Corvette that was having the issue must be likely just parked on the track or just offline. So they're going to have to get some equipment out there to move him.
That is correct.
To move the car. Yeah, move the car and then get everybody reset. So it'll take a minute for everybody to circulate, come back into the pits, and then reset here for this Group 1 of Session 2. And I'm going to go back to I've answered my own question that I asked Jaeger. We should have another set of sessions this afternoon, 1 session each for Global Time Attack, and then also for the SCCA to round out today. And as we've talked about, this is just simply a fastest time of the weekend. There is no aggregation in terms of I'll have to check with the SCCA, but in terms of Global Time Attack, that could be your fastest lap on your first lap, or it can be your fastest lap on your last lap of the last session. That is what sets the winners and losers of the weekend. And so what sort of pressure does that put on people, especially when you're here at a track that you don't know, Jaeger? I mean, you see a lot of other people who are going fast and you may still be trying to work into it. What sort of strategies are we going to see out here this weekend?
So for me, whenever I look at a time attack weekend like this, you're sitting in a position where you're trying to build up your confidence. Especially, it all kind of plays into this concept of how much experience do you have at this track. That's probably going to be one of the biggest things that you have to manage. If this is a track that you've never physically been to and you've only done simulator work, yes, the simulator does a lot to help you with muscle memory and building confidence, but still, you need to get out on track and actually see, touch, feel it before you can really start pushing hard. And that's where, I get so impressed with people like Bailey Woods with the GTA group. Those guys are able to come out and immediately push to unfathomed heats, just beyond skill set. But as we kind of drive down, people usually have to kind of build up. As they build up and work towards the goal of going as fast as humanly possible, that's the kind of stuff that we're kind of really, really looking at. So at this juncture in time, what we kind of look at is, how do we do that? Well, you're going to also be changing settings on the car. You're going to be altering your driving. So you're trying to pick away at this in a more methodical fashion. You don't want to make 1,000 changes to the car, especially if you're learning the track still. So maybe you have the car not quite optimally set up yet. Obviously, they did yesterday. A lot of guys did practice yesterday, getting themselves honed in. Now they're just quote unquote tinkering with the car to try to get it dialed in. And again, maybe that means adding a little bit more camber, maybe it means taking some out, maybe it means tire pressures, maybe it means considerable changes. But at the end of the day, these guys have to work with, I'm going to say this in a very loose term. They're race engineers, they're race coaches, people that they trust to give them valuable results and different ideas. And that might even be themselves. We have people, a lot of voices in their head, they're working through it. But at the end of the day, we kind of have people that are just working through all the different how-tos, per se, to get their cars dialed in the correct fashion. It puts a lot of pressure on the drivers because, especially in this moment, the weather's really nice. Everything is kind of working well. Where at any given moment, someone could run out and do a blazingly fast lap time. I always thought that events like this, when the weather is so perfect, it always made for a more inspiring event because anybody could run the fastest lap and outpace you any session. When you're running events where the weather in the middle of the day just gets so extreme that there's no way someone could really run a really big heater of a lap in the middle of the day, it really takes a lot of pressure off. Looks like we're back to green and people are going. So an event like this, there's a lot more pressure on the drivers because people have the opportunity to run an incredibly fast lap at any juncture during the day.
So let me throw a little bit of a wrench into all those sorts of strategies. I did go back and double check, which I thought this might be the case. The SCCA is running sort of almost a 2-day event within the weekend. And so the way that the SCCA actually has this set up is that you will take 2 times and then you'll take those 2 times and you'll add those together, and those 2 times will determine the placement within your class. And so that the way that the SCCA has it set up is that today, the Saturday portion, the session 1 and session 2, and then the first session of tomorrow, Sunday, all count towards your, I guess you could call it, time attack 1 time. And then this afternoon, they have 1 session. And then tomorrow, they have oh gosh, Jaeger, wait. Nope, I'm right. I thought I was
Best
messing that up.
session from today plus best session from tomorrow.
The session this afternoon, and then the 2 sessions tomorrow afternoon will be your time attack 2 times. You add those together, and that becomes your total time attack time. Now, why does that matter? Because I think it is something a little interesting just from a standpoint that this makes everybody run morning and afternoon sessions. Not to pick on Bailey Woods, but Bailey is notorious for going out in the morning sessions, setting a blistering time, and then calling it quits the rest of the day because the track usually gets slower throughout the day. It gets warmer, the temperature gets warmer, the track temperature gets warmer, and so you usually go slower. But this is an interesting wrinkle that I think that the SCCA does because they do make everyone go out in the morning and afternoon sessions. And what are your thoughts on that?
I think it's a pro and con. When I think of when I think of a historical time attack attribute, right, it takes away from time attack, quote unquote. But what it also does is it doesn't let people rest on their laurels. It doesn't just work on this 1 lap magic lap attribute. It makes people continue put down lap times throughout the day and show that it's not just a 1 lap wonder. So I think it's cool in that sense because it gets more cars out on track for people like, me and you who want cars out on track having a good time and putting down laps. it's absolutely amazing because now you got more people on track doing things, vice a situation where we might only see Bailey Woods 2 sessions in a weekend, right? And so I want to see that car ripping around the track, but I also understand consumables, all those other things make it a lot more difficult. So there's that as well. But I like to see cars on track. It's really fun. I think it's very important for us to understand that overall, we like to see these guys enjoying their time out on track as well, and I like that. I like seeing that they're out there having a good time and enjoying the track, and not just out on track when they quote unquote need to be. So it's always good. I think it's really big positive. I think that's kind of a big part of what the SCCA does that makes a lot of sense. Is it's having people out on track having a good time and enjoying it, not just out on track to try to win per se.
Absolutely. How about old Cassim Farm and his Porsche 911? His previous best was a 145.4, which was the prior Max 1 record. He's now reset another Max 1 record, a 142.1 by Cassim Farm. Man, that is just so impressive. A 2020 Porsche 911. I think that is a GT3, maybe even a GT3 RS. But 142.8, a new Max 1 record by Cassim Farm. Impressive.
Yeah, he's always been really good at this track. He definitely has a good time. He's actually from Calgary, Alberta, Canada. You know, Calgary, Alberta, Canada, same difference, right? All thing. It is a GT3 RS, so don't let the timing and scoring fool you. It's not just like a base 911. Cassim Farm always shows up with the goods of the GT3 RS, and one of the things that he specifically states, if you want to go faster, you gotta get seat time. You gotta get seat time. And the scariest part about this is his best lap time previous to this was a 144, and he was strangely only assuming that he was going to do a 145. So being able to belt out a 142, I assume he like found a friggin' tractor trailer full of tires or something like that and decided that he was going to run new tires all the time. So that makes it all interesting and fun. He just overall likes to take the car on track, have a good time, and just really get seat time. Like, he literally said that he's coming straight from Road America to this event. So he went from Road America to the Ridge. He's living the life that we all wish that we lived in a 911 GT3 RS.
That is awesome. A couple more records. We've also got Daniel McKelvey. His previous best was a 146.9. We've got a checkered flag on the session, so unfortunately for this Group 1, they had their time cut short dealing with the issue on the front straight. But Daniel McKelvey, a previous time of a 146.9, he's now even gone to a 145.5, resetting the Max 2 record yet again. And then also, note that Waylon Goebel for the Sport 1, Waylon is running a 2024 Chevrolet Corvette. I mean, he is just taking off chunks of time. A 149.3 down to a 147.5, resetting the Sport 1 record yet again. You just keep doing it. Just keep doing it over and over. These guys are crushing it out there.
They are doing amazing. And one thing I will say this, so I'm on the SCCA's website. I'm cruising their website on a constant, looking at their session sheets, their overall lap times. So just again, telling everyone on the live stream, if you're looking for the overall lap timing and want to just understand, they also have a ton of information about the records and what's going on. Get to the SCC Time Trials website, timetrials.scca.com. Get on there, check it out. It also gives you the opportunity to go look at the rules. They have a really good, easy to use time calculator to determine what class you should be in. Obviously, that you can always reach out to them and they can give you all sorts of info on how to categorize your car and so on and so forth. But their website as a whole is hugely amazing in terms of their navigation and just being able to find where you need to go And you can even like track your individual drivers. So you can go into that and you can see when they're in an active session and watch their lap times as they occur. It's really cool how you can really work that through and understand what's going on with it. So check out the SCCA's website for their Tire Rack Time Attack Challenge.
We're getting Group 1 off the track for the second session of SCCA's Time Attack Challenge. And as we can see here at the turn 4 camera, we have Group 2 now out on track. They are taking their outlap. And so, Jaeger, we both are Time Attack drivers, not driving this weekend. But you've driven a Subaru in a number of different classes. You sort of started that through with Global Time Attack, street to limited to unlimited. Or throughout that time, what were some of your strategies for the outlap? What were you doing? Obviously, trying to get some temperature into the tires and those sort of things. But what are these drivers sort of doing as they're out on the outlap as they get ready to set their best lap of the weekend?
So for me, it was always I was kind of that guy that I liked a fast outlap. I would hop in the car and just drive it really, really hard. I was just trying to get as much temperature into the tires as possible. I always thought that was the best way to go about it. I thought that made sense to me. So that's what I did. I pushed and to get as much tire temperature as much as and for me, it was also a little bit about some other attributes, and that is essentially muscle memory, right? Like if you go too slow, you kind of set yourself up to be in a situation where you're kind of setting your muscle memory up wrong, where it doesn't quite make sense. Whereas when you work through and you do your hot lap in a more expedited fashion, you seem to continue to get your lap ready, if that makes any sense. So that's always what I did. That's always how I worked. And that's what made sense to me. Now, it also probably predicated a little bit on the organizer. Some organizers are all about like, you need to be going through your lap at X and it needs to be going this fast and yada yada yada. And others, they don't care. They're perfectly content with you going in a slower fashion. But for me, that's how it always was. You had to get out and do your lap much more expedited, and so that's what I did. And I don't know, it always worked out for me. I always felt like if I went too slow, you get to that first corner and the tires aren't ready yet. There's nothing worse than getting to the first corner and stomping on the brakes, and your brakes aren't there, your tires aren't there, and you just didn't feel like the car was ready. At the same token, one of the hardest things to do is if you're mid-pack. One thing that needs to be addressed within Time Attack, if you're at the beginning of the train or you're at the end of the train, it's exponentially easier. When you're in the middle of the pack, you're basically stuck at the lap pace of whoever is in front of you. And behind you inherently, because you're not trying to hang them up. But that's one of the most difficult places to be, is in that middle group, because that middle group, it can be so difficult. We actually have cars stopped on track.
Yeah, we have a red flag for a car in the trees.
I assume that means that we have a red flag out on course, which is never a good thing. Because if you ever see cars stopped on track, I have to imagine that we've had some sort of incident and they need everyone just to stop while they get the safety crews out there so that they can respond as quickly as possible.
Sounds like we do have a car that might be in the trees. So we'll be working through, we'll try to get you the information on the car if possible, and we'll let you know the status.
Surprisingly, although this may be the first time at the Ridge, this is not the first time that I've been watching or been at an event with Time Attack where a car ends up in trees. I've also seen it happen at Lime Rock. Also seen it happen at CMP, unfortunately. So they will get they'll get the safety crews out there, and while cars are sitting still and we're watching the grass blow, we'll throw it to commercial, and we will be back once we have some action on track.
In time attack, victory isn't measured in laps. It's measured in millimeters and milliseconds. When every fraction of a second counts, your rubber is the only thing connecting pure power to the pavement. You don't have time to hunt down the right setup. Simple Tire gets the high-performance tires you need shipped fast, right to your door or installer. Simple Tire, driven to deliver. Official sponsor of Global Time Attack.
They said we couldn't. They said racing belonged to someone else. That the world already had its champions, its circuits, its rules. They told us to go home. But while they talked, we built. We laid bricks in Indianapolis. We carved speedways into the sands of Daytona. We turned a California lake bed into a battleground for the boldest. We didn't need permission. We needed pavement. One by one, our names became legends. Foyt, Petty, Andretti, Earnhardt, Shelby. We weren't just about speed, but about defiance. We looked at their pace and said we can go faster. Through damage and disaster. We pushed past what was safe, past what was known, past what they said was possible, because we knew the moment we lifted, they'd be right. When the green flag dropped, it wasn't about what they gave us. It was about what we took. And what we took is our place in racing.
Mics are hot.
All right, guys, we're back with on-track action. We had a driver drive off kind of into the woods. We'll go with that. But he is safe. He gave us a thumbs up. He is looking good. They, you might have seen in the stream, they pulled the driver. They put the car onto a lorry and drove it off. We'll be able to hopefully check in with that driver later on, make sure that he is completely good to go, and hopefully maybe the car is, not completely messed up, but back on track action. The guys are going to get 2 flying laps to see what they can put down to finish this session out. Talk about time attack, baby. This is what it's all about. Go out, run your fastest lap, get off track. That's what it's going to be. So this is going to be an exciting 2-lap extravaganza within the Tire Rack SCCA Time Attack Challenge. Let's get it going.
Jaeger, do you even need anything more than just 2 laps? I mean, come on,
Never.
right? Your tires are hot, your tires are done, your car's overheating by 2 laps. I mean, that's all you need, right?
Exactly. We don't need no stinking 10 lap. We don't need 10 minutes, especially a track like this. Psh, definitely don't need that. You need quick, dirty, fast action.
See, we got the red Corvette. I'm trying to see. I think that may be Michael Wadle coming around in his 2007 Chevrolet Corvette. That is him. They're coming around, setting their laps. I think that if I'm recalling correctly, cars easily hitting 130, 140, 150 miles an hour on this front straight before they go into the fast left-hand turn 1, and then slowing down kind of further as you go up to the hill for turn 2. But yeah, definitely interested to kind of see. These guys are going to be able to come around, and they've got 2 laps, sort of 1 lap to get your bearings. You got on course, and that's something that's always a little difficult for the drivers. Is you get out, if you have a black flag or a red flag within like the first lap, kind of you're all hyped up, you're ready to go, you're focused, and then it all just kind of comes to a screeching halt, and you've got to go back to the pits, you've got to reset, you're sort of sitting there wondering what's happening, you don't really know what's going on, you don't know when you're kind of getting ready to go back out, and then they all of a sudden they'll give you the 5-minute warning. Maybe they give you 3 minutes, or they come by and they say, hey, you've got 2 laps. So it's like within a very short amount of time, these drivers have had to get their helmets back on, get in the car, and be ready to go. So it'll be really interesting to see if we see any improvements. And I want to correct one thing we were talking about earlier, just with the SCCA. This is just specific to the SCCA. So the morning session that we first covered was actually practice. This is their first true timed live session. Obviously, we were seeing timing coming across in the practice, but that did not actually technically count for their weekend results. So this is their first time session, which makes it even more difficult because now they were really honing in to set their first time session. They've still got some more sessions to do that, but they come across to the checkered flag. Kendall Lincoln coming across there in the 1995 Subaru Impreza at a 153.2. But man, this is a bit of a hard session, and I hate it for these guys, but that's a hard session. It happens, and you have to be able to adapt quickly in time attack, like when you have these sort of issues.
Absolutely, dude. That is the perfect way to say it. Is you have to be able to adapt. So we're going to talk a little bit about Kyle. So Kyle Ratugo. I'm going to go with it. In his Acura Integra GSR. So one of the cool things about this car, I love Acura Integras. I think we've talked about them before on the podcast. They're absolutely beautiful cars. He swapped in a K20. He put S3 coilovers on it. He put tires on it. His previous best lap time was a 156.6. He's pushing and trying to do everything he possibly can. Today, right now, he just did a 156.5. So he's already bested his best lap time. In this time attack session, he's shooting for a 155, really hoping that he's able to pull that off. Literally was his first sporty car that he ever bought out of high school, which now he basically turned into an exclusive track car. The original motor, obviously, B18s, da da da. Then he went to a B20. Now he's at the K24. Then he went to a K24. Now he's at the K20 swap. Really fun to be able to go through all those different renditions of the Integra, to be able to put all the different, B series to K series motor into it. Just super fun. Overall, he's just done track days and had a good time with his car, and just basically learning how to be a track guy and just have a good time. One of the things that he really points out is turn 6 and turn 11, super challenging for him, and they both have a lot of opportunity to shave a lot of time off. So we'll be able to see what he does in the future at this event. And again, what's he running? The Bridgestone RE71RZs.
Glad you brought up Kyle Ragatero, because that time is a resetting of the Max 5 record. So a new record in Max 5 by Kyle, a 156.5. These fellas, they just keep doing it. Just keep doing it.
And that's pressure situation right there. That's, you got one lap to go do the dang thing, and he was able to lay it down. So that's even more impressive from Kyle in that accurate Integra.
Absolutely. As we said, Kendall Lincoln finishes off with a 153.2. Michael Twadwell in a C6 Corvette at a 154.5. He's in Max 1. Byron Corpus in a 2025 Honda Civic in Tuner 2 runs a 156.3. The current record for Tuner 2 is James Avellina. He set that time at a 148.6. So Byron's got some room to improve there. Cliff Steinhauer in a 2017 Audi S3 in Max 4 is running a 156.4. John McClintock in a Kia EV6. How about that one? We got, I'm assuming, I think that is an actual electric, full all electric in Sport 2 at a 156.4. So some really good times. Obviously, James Moss, we talked about earlier, in that beautiful Lotus Emira, 201.8. And Nizar Santillan, Honda Fit, man. Honda Fits are time attack cars, no matter what anybody says. A 205.9 by Nizar in Tuner 5. And let me see there. Tuner 5. The previous record was a 206.8. Nizar, you are the new record holder at a 205.9, squeaking it in by just less than a second. So Nizar is the new Tuner 5 record holder.
I just want to touch on that Kia EV6. It's not only a Kia, it's not only an EV, it's also technically an SUV.
Man, he needs to take some people out there for a little joyride out there. Show them the lines.
That's what I'm thinking, man. It sounds like a party bus if I've ever heard. All right, so now we're gonna have Group 3. So now we got 3 coming out for the SCCA Time Attack Challenge. Let's see how it's gonna be.
So this will be their first time sessions for the weekend. Trying to think, I was going back, looking back. Alex in the 2005 Mazda RX-8, Alex Paraskevas, his previous time in practice was a 152.3, and that was good enough for the record. I am going to have to admit, and we have not run this down yet, I plan to do it at lunch. I do not know if practice sessions count for records or if it has to be in a timed lap. Don't get people in Time Attack started about if practice counts as records or not. We ain't got enough time for that, Jaeger, but we will figure that out. But Alex, clearly, if he's able to set a similar time, he definitely will have the record there in Max 4. And then the other one, man, James Merriman, I want more of that Dodge Viper, Jaeger. I love seeing that thing on track. It's got that purple color with the black stripes. Whew, it looks so good. Or was it black or silver? And in that shot, it looked a little silver, but I don't know. It's beautiful, regardless.
Well, so I found it interesting in one of my searches and queries. Dan Bullis seems to have a little bit of an impact when it comes to getting other people into Time Attack and into the SCCA. Seems like I've noticed it on a couple of his sheets, so I just want to give Dan a big shout out. Obviously, he's doing his best to essentially kill all sorts of people in the sense that he's taking their wallets and just slicing them in half, making sure that no one has any money for any negative things, just allowing them to come out, start being track people, and essentially be broke all the time. So we really encourage people like Dan to go out there and push other people to become heathens like us.
It is a lot of fun. I do think we've got cars coming around. Alex Paraskevas, a 152.0. So not, no, excuse me. I'm so sorry, Alex. He has just bettered his time.
Oh.
We got we got a car off track out there, turns 7 and 8, but back on track, no issue there. But yeah, Alex Paraskevas, 152.0. He has bettered his time and has definitely now set the record for Max 4. Congratulations, Alex. Again, 3/10. I'm not going to be surprised if he keeps moving that time even further down. I'm going to have to keep an eye on that. And Dan Bullis right on his heels at a 152.2 in Sport 1 and that C8 Corvette. That is a very good time. I bet some of these guys are going to be really happy if they get down to a 150 or so over the next session or two.
Oh, absolutely. They're going to love to be down in that 150 category. Someone I want to touch on real quick is Evan Harris. So, interestingly enough, and I've said this before, you don't see a lot of Honda S2000s anymore. The Honda S2000, I mean, obviously they're harder and harder to come by, if you want something that isn't a clapped out piece. So he's got a 2001 Honda Civic S2000, and he's from Washington. And really, for him, it's all about just having good tires and a set of sway bars on that thing. His current best lap time ever was a 2:02. And again, I love seeing that. I love seeing the fact that he said his best lap time ever was a 2:02, and he's already got down to a 2:01. So love seeing guys that are actually able to do their best and put down a faster lap time than they ever before. And that's what he was shooting for in the event, was a 2:01. So just something that's really cool to me. It's a pretty much stock car with some coilovers and putting some different springs on it. And he's done a lot of autocross and participated in many a Track Nights of America events. But overall, he just puts a good set of fresh brake pads and tires on it. He goes out, has fun with it, and just enjoys the car, enjoys everything about it. And again, he runs a set of the RE71s. Now, granted, he's running a set of the older ones, the RSs, probably because he could find a steal of a deal on those RSs after the RZs came out. So he's just having a good time, enjoying the track days, and enjoying time attacking at its core.
That is one of the best things about Time Attack is that, sure, we do put cars into classes. We split them up into different, modification levels. But at the end of the day, Time Attack really is all about you as an individual coming out and trying to beat your personal best, regardless of whatever else happens. If you're out there and you reset your personal best, that deserves a huge high five. And there are plenty of times where, I've been congratulating people, not because they're winning their class, not, they may even be last in their class, but you consistently see people just take chunks of time off, especially when they're at a track they haven't ever been to, or when they've added a new modification to the car, or they've added some new tires. And that is what it's all about. Your personal best, and having fun doing it. It can make a real difference. And that's what Time Attack is all about. So that'll wrap us up for the morning sessions, Jaeger. Man, this was a real banger of a way to start it off. And so we saw a lot of records get broken. A lot of super cool cars are out there. So we will be coming back on, as you see, at 2:30 p.m. Pacific time. We trust that you can do the math to whatever time zone that you were in. Jaeger, what are you looking forward to in the afternoon? What are your predictions?
Well, what I'm hoping for is that the weather stays calm, the weather stays in a good place, so people can still be out there and be consistent and try to put down fast lap times. Again, that's going to be the component. Either which way, guys are going to be going out there and just trying to figure out a way to just go faster. Hopefully, we gather data, we gather video, we are able to spend the night pining over that information so that we can work into Sunday to go faster even still. Overall, we just have to continue to build, and that's what needs to happen, and that's what I expect all these drivers to do, is build on what they gained this morning, gain into the afternoon, gain into tomorrow morning.
All right, we'll see you guys back here in just a little bit.
Mics are hot.
Welcome back to the afternoon sessions here at the Ridge Motorsports Park. We've got the afternoon sessions coming up. Cars are getting staged, ready to go on track. It has been an eventful morning, Jaeger. We already have two big records that have fallen. Bailey Woods running a 135.812, setting the limited rear-wheel drive record, as well as the overall limited record, as well as the overall global time attack record, in a BMW E36 M3. We also have Jared Floyd, who has bested his time from last year. He has reset the street overall record and the street rear-wheel drive record in his Toyota Supra at a 140.965. I know that we've got some updates from a few competitors, so some people having some issues this morning, making some changes, making some adjustments, some people hoping to come out this afternoon and set a representative time. Any particular updates you have for us for some of the competitors?
Well, I just also want to touch on real quick. So I believe, do we mention Teddy breaking that record in enthusiast front wheel drive?
We did not. Man, my bad, Teddy. That's on me. I'm sorry.
It's been a busy one. It's been busy, frantic, all the things. But yeah, Teddy also picked out that record of a 146.770 in enthusiast front wheel drive. Great job, Teddy, breaking your own record, man, or breaking a record. But like Kilgore talked about, so we also have a couple of things going on. We have had some transponder snafu type situations. So got some information from a couple of the guys. We're gonna call them out as we see them. But currently, what we're looking at, we got people like Connor Hoovler, who says this is going to be the session. He's going to go out and really lay it down. So we're going to wait for him. I believe, what is he in, Kilgore? He's in Group 2, I want to say? Or am I mistaken? He's in Group 1.
Yep, he is in Group 2, I believe. Yep.
So we're going to see him go out in Group 2. He's going to hit it hard. So we're going to be watching for him and that beautiful 350Z of his. And then we have Isaac Torres Jr. So he had some of those transponder issues. He had some fueling cut issues, teething issues. Big thing. He's got a new tune loaded. He's got all the time in the world. He's ready to rock and roll. So we're going to be really on the lookout for Isaac Torres Jr. as he goes out in this next session. Really excited to see that happen. Really had a lot of good stuff come out of the Supra gang, right? As you said, Jared Floyd already broke a record. Boss Racing is looking really stout so far in street class. Maxwell Lewinsky in that BMW M4, he's doing amazing with a 144. He's looking to really push this car faster and harder than he ever has before. I'm going to call out Ryan Shaw in this Mitsubishi Evo. That thing is looking amazing out on track. Really excited to see him go in street class. The Subaru gang all working together to try to push the lap times as fast as humanly possible. And of course, I have to call out Tony Zerka, our sole unlimited class competitor, with a 141.839. He's got some work to do to get into that sub 140 category, but I'm excited to see him get there. I don't particularly believe that it's going to be this session. I think he's the type of guy, he's going to work up to it and go for it in the morning tomorrow, but that's going to be my bet. We got a lot of cool stuff coming. Got a lot of guys going fast, so I'm interested to see what this all going to pan out to be.
We've got Jay Pan, who's going to be leading the group out, as we've mentioned earlier, but if you're joining us just now, Bailey Woods would normally be leading Group 1 out. Group 1 is going to be our fastest car, setting the fastest times. But we got Jay Pan in the McLaren 765 LT. That thing has been a absolute rocket ship today. And so he's going to be leading the group out, followed by Alex Hassel in the 2025 911 GT3 RS. Behind him is Jared Floyd in the 2020 Supra, and we do have, as you mentioned, we have the Supra gang all here in Group 1, which we are really going to try and keep an eye on. So we got Jared Floyd, we got Mike Reyes, we got Isaac Torres, and even I think Jake Breeden is also going to be in that group as well. So a lot of Supras that are all going to be battling in street class. We want to keep an eye on them, but as we can see, J-Pan rolling out. There goes Alex Sell in the GT3 RS. Right there, coming up, Jared Floyd. Lots. There's Kasem Farm, who you will also see in the upcoming SCCA time attack sessions, of which he just set a record. The bright yellow machine that you can't miss, highlighter yellow back there, that is the man, Tony Zerka, in his 2003 Lancer Evo. Definitely interested to see him there. And then also the blue car right there, Damian Tuchaneski from Renner Racing Development. That's a new build. They've really been sort of working on that, trying to figure out some of the issues. I think maybe they even had some timing issues, or some transponder issues. There goes Mike Reyes and the Boss Supra. And then also someone here, Charles Kunau, which we have not, I do not think we have seen him out here setting a time. So not sure if he had some issues or maybe some other things going on. He is the head.
He was in Group 2 earlier as well. So
Was
they
he?
moved him
Okay.
up to Group 1.
All
and
right,
I
so
wanted to note something. Sorry, Tony. I have to apologize. Tony now holds the unlimited all-wheel drive record for this racetrack.
You sure about that?
He ran a 141, and the previous record was a 144 by Justin Moore.
Oh, Pony sneaking up under us. How about
Look
that?
at that. We got so enamored because we were looking too deeply at Cable Rosenberg, looking too deep into that, and just didn't realize that he broke that record. So apologies to Tony, but big ups. Another record fell. Sneaky Tony over there. So awesome. Love it.
That's fantastic, which I know that was probably one of his big goals coming into this weekend, was to get that unlimited all-wheel drive record, at least do that initially and see how close he can get to the overall unlimited record, which is that 137.1, which is no easy feat considering that used to be the overall global time attack record. So it'll be interesting to see how Tony continues to work his way down to under a minute 40 into the 39s, the 38s, the 37s. We'll see if he can get to it. But Tony Zerka, congratulations, man. Unlimited all-wheel drive record holder for the Ridge.
Okay, so now we got people going out on track. Again, as I always say, warming up tires, warming up things, getting ready to rock and roll. It's going to be interesting. At the end of the day, it's funny to me because as we look at the cameras, as we look and see what the weather looks like, it's like nothing has changed from this morning. It's like a replay of exactly what we saw. We see a little bit of wind. We see a lot of clouds in the sky, which our weatherman in the sky, Brian, has said we're not expected to see any rain. I can see a little sunshine out of the camera in turn 5, but it's not expected to have any rain until after the event. So it's looking really good. At least I should say until after today, after the thing's over. So at the end of the day, we're hoping that everything can stay clear so we can get these guys going around the racetrack, going as fast as possible, because you know what? There's no such thing as rain records in time attack. It's just all records are bust. Get out of here with that rain record crap.
We got J-Pan coming across the line at a 144.9, Alex Chassot in with a 145.7. A little off their best times of the weekend so far, so they are still building up to it. So, might take a lap or two, but you are right. It was, I just checked the weather, still 70 degrees, so a little bit warmer than this morning, but still very comfortable temperatures. Still very good weather, and the real problem is when you get the sun just beating down on the track surface and really starts to heat it up. And talking about heating up Damian Tuchaneski. I was going to
There
call
we
out Tony
go.
Zerka. I was going to call Tony Zerka at 141.7, which is fantastic for him. I mean, that is really getting close to what
That is a new record.
That beats his time of a 141.8. But Damian, how about that? A 140.9. That is about a second off of the limited all-wheel drive record of George Zhao. So he's got a little bit more time to find. But Damian, I mean, those guys are really starting to put it together now.
Yeah, that is an impressive feat from Damian in that new car. I am really excited for him. That's got to feel really good. Getting the car here, getting it done, and then putting in an epic time like that. Now, I just have to look at Damian and go, can you pull off another second and a half? I need another second and a half so that you can take down the record from George Zhao and bring it home for the Subaru men.
Let's give a shout out to Jake Breeden in his Supra, street class Supra, a 141.6. So that moves him into second past Mike Reyes. So Jake taking a pretty big swing there and moving up into second place with a 141. He is knocking on the door of Jared Floyd, sitting at the 140.9. So getting nice and tight up there. Boy, we're really seeing the cars start to push. Like you said, you were hoping the weather was going to stay good enough for these guys to keep pushing. And dude, let's call him out. Tony Zerka, a 140.3. That man is flying.
There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Getting more comfortable in the game, having a good time with it. Like, he is just on a roll. You can tell he's just feeling the car. Look at him coming on strong right here. There we go. That's what I like to see. So, again, this is where it comes down to that realm. He's getting more and more comfortable. This is what we've seen from Tony Zerka in the past. He gets in the car. He gets more and more comfortable. He builds up. He adds more power. He adds more grip. He makes changes to the car. He's a consistent person to continually build the car better each session. This is what you get when you get Tony Zerka, is you get him building upon every building block and making that car faster every time he goes out. I love seeing Damian hunting him down right behind and just stalking him as they're just a few, not I was gonna say seconds, but tenths of a second off each other right now. The Subaru, the Evo, the battle galore. Here it comes, in your face action. I love it.
Not sure what's going on with we were talking about the Super Gang, Isaac Torres, Mike Reyes. Talking about Charles Canal, he's not part of the Super Gang in the BMW F82 M4, but not seeing any times for them. So again, still not sure if we're having some timing issues for those guys. We will check in, but everybody else, definitely seems to be doing all right. And Jay Pan there just sets a 138.7, which that's best his time. Yep, this morning in the McLaren 765 LT, he had run a 139.2, so he found another half a second. So we see Isaac Torres there. We see Mike Reyes. Not sure what's going on. Really frustrating. Not sure if it's their own sort of transponder or what's going on, but that can be really, really frustrating when you're not getting a time. We are seeing them come across now. So yeah, maybe they came. Yeah, maybe they came in and they were checking some tire pressures because now we're seeing 5-minute times, which generally does indicate that they did an outlap. They came in, maybe made some adjustments, but they're at least going to get this lap. We now see the checkered flag out, so maybe we can pick up Mike and Isaac as they head around the track here. There goes Mike through turn 4. They'll be coming to the checkered flag, so this is going to be a great time for them to try and put down a heater of a lap through turn 5. Mike trying to chase down Isaac. Isaac out there, he's the rabbit. Mike's going to try and chase him down as they come through the carousel. Mike looks like he's catching him. We'll see what happens.
He's got a little eye of the cougar right there. He's coming on strong. Get that! Oh, look at that! Look at those skid plates bouncing right there. That's awesome.
Yeah, if you're Isaac right now, you're trying to push to keep Mike behind you. If you're Mike, you're trying to run down Isaac. A little bit of the rabbit in the hair right now. We'll see if these guys come across to the finish line. It looks okay. Sorry. By. Yep, Isaac got wide to let Mike go by. So Isaac may be kind of cooling off, but we'll see. We'll see if Mike stays in it. He had been moved down to third place. Mike's previous best time was a 143.2. We'll see if he can improve that at all. Maybe if he can jump back ahead of who was it? Jake Breeden at a 141.6. So that is what Mike is looking for right now, a 141.6 to get back into second place or to set a new record of a 140.9 set by Jared Floyd. So we will see as he comes to the finish line. Mike Reyes, a 143.6, not his fastest, about 4/10 off.
Pretty close, though. I will say, Jake Breeden, I'm really impressed. I mean, obviously, he did not have a time prior to this session, so he was really able to lay it down in the session and put himself into the category that he needed to be. Like you said, I think you said he moved into second or third.
Yeah, second place.
So from nothing to second, that is a jump and a half. So that is absolutely epic in so many ways. So really excited that he was able to do that. And man, that's a quick session, man. That went in a fury.
It did, and great to see. The track still seems to be there. People are still pushing. Congratulations, again to Tony Zerka resetting the unlimited all-wheel drive record with a 140. What was it? 140? Are we at now? A 140.3. I mean,
140.3.
I know on the one hand, I know he's probably so happy to be setting that time, but then he's also like 0.3 of a second is all I need to be in the 39s. I'm sure he wants that 39 so bad.
Yeah, if it's going to be one of those things. If he doesn't end up with a 139, he's going to be kicking himself. So is that Zhao's Audi R8 coming on track?
I was wondering. Maybe it is. Maybe George must have said, you know what, this Tim and Mario, I'm done with it. I got to get the Audi back out.
Yep, I wouldn't doubt it. Not even remotely. I guarantee he said, you know what, people are getting too close to my record. I got to go get it. I'll be back.
Yeah, he holds the limited all-wheel drive record at a 139.4 set last year. 2025. Not sure if he's made any changes to it or not, but I mean, I'm just going to say it, George. I mean, that's a big flex. You're like, yeah, I'm going to bring my Lamborghini out, but I'm also just going to bring my backup car, my Audi R8 TT, or Time Attack.
Looks like Max got he moved his BMW down to Group 2, so he'll be rumping out of Group 2. So we'll kind of wait to see. We are expecting, he got bumped from, I believe it was 3rd to 4th now. So he's going to be trying to pick up the pieces, push forward. Obviously, we've already seen people run faster in this second sessions, in these second groups of session 3, technically, sorry. So we do expect people to have the ability. The weather's there. Boost weather is ready. It's a good time to be out there. I think maybe that's where, again, I'm going to say maybe George said, you know what? The weather's better than it was last year. I'm going to go get the Audi so I can bust this thing out real quick. Just saying. Always a possibility.
Absolutely. It's going to be pretty interesting going from the Lamborghini to the Audi R8 Time Attack car. But hey, good for him. Good for him. It's going to be a good time. Maxwell Lazowski. I will say I was corrected in the chat on the live feed on YouTube. I was saying I wasn't sure if it was like a shark or a fish or what it was. Somebody said it is a rocket fish because that is the name of his Rocket Fish Motorsports or garage or whatever it is. So that is what is on his livery. It is a rocket fish. But Max rocketing down. You see what I did there? Rocketing down the front straight at a 1.4. He's looking to beat a 144.2, being chased down by an absolute legend, George Zhao, in that Audi R8. So we'll have to see how that goes. But yeah, still got some fast cars here. We've also got Brian Casasilla. So obviously, Brian's been moved up from Group 3 into Group 2 with his Miata coming here through Turn 4. So he is continuing just to find time, going a lot faster. And then Nick Ing right there in the McLaren is 4th on track. Joseph Gamerna in the red Honda I'm not sorry, Honda, Toyota Supra behind them. So a lot of fast cars still out there, and we've also got Teddy Choka, the enthusiast overall record holder right now. So we'll see if he can go any faster. He, as you mentioned, reset the record, but he is looking to best a 146.7. So we'll keep an eye out for that as well.
So something I want to talk about Max real quick. One thing I love about Max is when you start talking about, things that inspired you, he talks about obviously Kevin Burke's S2000. So Kevin, he actually has that S2000 now, his yellow S2000. He's actually like taming it back down to make it so he can, more use it again. But back in its like heyday, that's the kind of car that Max looked at and was like, you know what, that's what's going to get me into time attack, and inspired him to do that. Overall, the car that they're currently utilizing, this BMW, it's gone through quite a bunch of iterations. Now it's got this GK Technic ARM package, rebuild differential, and upgraded clutch packs. And you know what he's going for? His main rival for this weekend? Jared Floyd.
Who's that?
So he's got himself a battle on his hand if he wants to put up the contention between him and Jared, because, man, Jared is flying this weekend.
Yeah, if you're going to set your sights high, that is absolutely what he has done, no doubt about that. Starting to have some times come in here. Nobody really doing much here on these first laps, so we'll have to see sort of as they come around for their second laps. Get a little lunch in you. You're wrenching on the car a little bit. Boy, Max coming through there, sparking away, followed by George Zhao. These guys just so quickly coming through this turn 7-8 complex. But again, we talked about at the very beginning of this, at the very beginning of the live stream, that you do have quite a bit of elevation, and it's obviously the corkscrew, and then turn 2 and 3 is definitely some of the big elevation, but you also have some subtle elevation here and there where you've got a lot of compressions, as well as some blind corners that definitely make this a trickier track than most people may think. And that's again why I really like it as a time attack track. It has a little bit of everything.
It does. And George, man, here he comes right here. Grabbed the Audi R8 and instantly ran a 142, which obviously we can look at his previous record of a 139. He's a little bit off, but what did he just do? A 140.2. That's less than a second off of his record. That puts him into a terrific spot in regards to the overall limited class currently. That puts him what? Oh, man, I got to think about this. So that puts him roughly in the 4th, maybe 5th category. So that's looking pretty stout for him.
Yep. Brian Casasilla just set a 143, so he just improved. So as expected, Brian Casasilla in the Mazda Miata, the NB Miata, he just continues to find time throughout the year. You never know. I mean, you have to wait until the very last session of the weekend to see where you're going to end up, because Brian is just going to continue to find time. So he's now moved up, taking about a second of time off. But man, George is looking so fast coming through some of these turns now. I mean, he looks like he is just continuing to push.
Yeah, he is a monster behind the wheel. When you watch his in-cars and stuff like that, he is constantly just pushing extremely hard. He's almost one of those guys where you have to kind of like stop him for a second and be like, whoa, like do a cool down lap every once in a while, calm it down. He's so used to driving. He drives a lot of 911s and kind of these, I don't want to call them hypercars, but like supercar, hypercar kind of cars. He kind of forgets this is time attack, baby. You got to slow down every once in a while, let the tires cool, get everything, back to green. And then what does he do? He runs a 139.4.
Oh man, I'm gonna have to actually go to Global's page because we don't have the full. The record is a 139.4 that we have on our sheet, so I'm gonna have to go pull up what the full record is here.
He either tied it, broke it, or he's just a hair off of it. But either which way, George Zhao is flying around this racetrack. Again, He is showing that the track. Oh, we have an off from Max. Come on, Max.
Oh boy.
Right in front of
All right,
Brian.
Here we go. George Zhao, all right, so it had rounded up. So the actual record is a 139.351. 139.351. So still about a tenth, a little over a tenth off of his record. But boy, that is really impressive for him. He's been just, I'm not going to say dawdling around a Lamborghini Temerario, but he's been driving that thing with probably the AC on and the radio playing, and then he just jumps into his Audi R8 time attack car and basically nearly ties his overall all-wheel drive record in limited. So that is really impressive for him just to jump in and do that.
So we mentioned before, Connor Hoovler. He said he was going to go out and push it as hard as he possibly can, and he was able to best his previous lap time by over almost half a second. So that's a pretty big pickup when you're talking about going out there and just laying down a fat lap time. So good congrats to Connor on the best lap time that he's done all weekend so far.
That man said he was going to do it. He actually went out and did it. He said he was going to go full send. So he picked up what? 2 seconds there. 3 seconds there. Yeah, 3 seconds. Good job on him. That's going to move him up, a 154.4. Or wait. No, 140. Sorry, 147.0. I was looking at the wrong thing. It's going to pick him up maybe a position, maybe about one position.
Hey, man, a position's a position. Right behind him, we haven't talked about him yet today, Lantrung. So he's driving the Audi TT RS. You don't see a lot of these. So I like the fact that he's always coming out. He came out to Thunder Hill. He ran the Thunder Hill event with us. He's doing a really good job today with a 148.686 in this session, although he has run a 147.515 earlier. So he is not quite on his peak performance just right yet, but he's been doing a great job driving this car and getting the most out of it. This is definitely the fastest I've seen him and the best I've seen him driving to date.
I do love that Audi TTRS. It is just a slick car. Teddy Choka did a 49.023. Just wanted to check on that. Yeah, his fastest time of the weekend so far is a 46 with that record. So not really an improvement there as we see him right there coming through the corkscrew. And we got Terry Wang and running a 148.8. No improvement there for him, I do not believe. Yeah, he had run a 146 there. And the baby blue Porsche Cayman GT4. Love that car. That's one of my favorites here this weekend. So, yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah. So not as many improvements, but still we did see some improvements. We saw some pretty big swings there from Brian Casasilla and obviously George Zhao. So still some more time out there. We might just see some of the cars continue to circulate. Oh, there's the checkered flag. So we'll follow Brian as he comes around. It does look like he is on a hot lap, so we will follow him through the checker or through the finish line, and then from there we'll take a quick break before we come back for Group 3. Brian Casasilla come through the carousel, still looking good, still looking very planted. He's got enough aero on that thing.
Hey, baby, you got to have the aero so you can go fast in the corners. That's what he needs, because that Miata motor ain't going to put out the most amount of power.
That's right. I think we talked earlier that he is on the AO52s. So, he's getting every bit of money out of those, but I think he only had brought one set, right? If I remember that correctly.
Yep. That is what he said. He only brought one fresh set. He had some used, but he only had one freshie. I will say this, like the whole concept of him coming out to this event after just rebuilding a motor and bringing out one set of good tire, like the amount of commitment that shows from Brian and his team, those guys have always done such an amazing job of putting together these like huge levels of commitment that show. And that's why guys like him, I love seeing him out at this track. I love seeing him out at any track event. They just always come with such a happiness and just gratitude just to be here and having a good time. It's just one of those things I love to see from competitors. They're just excited to be here, even if their situation and how they got there might not have been the most fun, in the sense that, well, when you have to rebuild a motor the week before an event, you're definitely not in your happy place. Let's just put it that way.
No, definitely not. But yeah, getting out to the track and at least being able to turn some laps and hang out with your friends is always a good time. So that's going to wrap up Group 2 for Session 3 here. We will take a quick break, and we'll be back for Group 3 on track.
In time attack, victory isn't measured in laps. It's measured in millimeters and milliseconds. When every fraction of a second counts, your rubber is the only thing connecting pure power to the pavement. You don't have time to hunt down the right setup. Simple Tire gets the high-performance tires you need shipped fast, right to your door or installer. Simple Tire, driven to deliver. Official sponsor of Global Time Attack.
They said we couldn't. They said racing belonged to someone else. That the world already had its champions, its circuits, its rules. They told us to go home. But while they talked, we built. We laid bricks in Indianapolis. We carved speedways into the sands of Daytona. We turned a California lake bed into a battleground for the boldest. We didn't need permission. We needed pavement. One by one, our names became legends. Foyt, Petty, Andretti, Earnhardt, Shelby. We weren't just about speed, but about defiance. We looked at their pace and said we can go faster. Through damage and disaster. We pushed past what was safe, past what was known, past what they said was possible, because we knew the moment we lifted, they'd be right. When the green flag dropped, it wasn't about what they gave us. It was about what we took. And what we took is our place in racing.
Mics are hot.
Welcome back. Session 3, Group 3 is out on track doing their warm-up laps.
All right. So, within the Group 3 guys, let's see. Do we think, what kind of battles are we going to see in this Group 3? Because one of the things that's kind of interesting with Group 3 is, so Brian was in this previously. He's now been moved up. We have moved people around like we talked about previously. So we have moved people around to kind of help people make sure they get their best lap times. So it's going to allow people to, in theory, I don't think we were having any traffic issues. I didn't see any on screen, but it will alleviate some more of those. Obviously, this is going to have just street and limited, and well, we'll have street, limited, and enthusiast in this group. So while we're talking about the different categories, Kilgore, let's talk about enthusiast class build. You say, hey, I want to start time attacking. What's a good way to say I want to start time attacking and let's start getting out there? Best way to do it, guys? Grab whatever car you currently have, come out to the track, and start time attacking. There's a place for you in time attack. Without a doubt, bar none. Just come out, get in the game. That's all it takes. It is that simple. What do you think, Kilgore? Is it that easy? Am I making it sound too easy?
Not at all. Not at all. No, you're absolutely right. You know, there are definitely going to be people who want to try and identify the best car for a class based on whatever rule set is out there. But you can spend years trying to identify a car, build a car to the class rule set, and I guarantee you, you will learn more if you just show up with whatever car you have and you compete and you race versus trying to race the rule book, so to speak, right? And you try and look and figure out what's going to be the best way to build the car. Just get out there. Just get out there and take your car, whatever car you have, even if you drive it to the track, that is fine. Some brake pads, some brake fluid. Come join us, because I guarantee you everyone will be more than happy to see you at the track and to see you sitting at home watching online. We love everybody who's watching online on the live stream, Global Time Attack and SCCA simulcast. Thank you for joining us. But if you want to get out there, absolutely get out there.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's more fun. It's just more fun. Like, it's more fun to be out on track, hanging out with everybody, enjoying it in that way. Now, granted, again, we always appreciate everybody coming and joining us on the live stream, but man, we'd rather see you on track and having a good time with us at the event. Again, can't stress it enough. If you're in the area or around the area, they have karting, we have drifting going on. There's obviously the time attack that you can emphatically watch from the grandstands. You can always go and talk to any of the drivers. There's a huge plethora of people that will just talk your ear off and tell you every modification they've ever made in their entire life. Come out, hang out if you're in the area. It's a great time to hang out and have a good time.
Wanted to note one driver, which we talked about earlier, Carly Devery with Renner Racing, the team with Damian Tuchinetsky. She let us know that they were sorting through some cooling issues, so they got some of that figured out. They had a little bit of a bad thermostat, so they got that sorted. So she is expecting to be able to run maybe a few more laps, or maybe able to push a little bit harder for a couple more laps. But it was really fun watching her. And we also had Paul O'Connor, and then you're gonna have to remind me who was the other runner?
Sergio.
Yep, Sergio. All of them battling out. So we will continue to watch the Renner Racing show here and see who comes out on top. But Carly letting us know exactly to your point, Jaeger. She's having the best time ever, and you always are going to have a good time if you're just out on track with your buddies and racing. It could be a Subaru, it could be an Evo, it can be a Toyota GR86. If you're looking for something, just bring out whatever you have. There's going to be people there for you to race with. So we'll see. Carly sets her first lap with a 158.8. Paul O'Connor with a 154.0, and Sergio on top currently with a 153.7. So Sergio of the Renner Racing Development Team setting the pace so far in this session. But we'll see what Paul and Carly have to say about that by the end.
So one of the things I want to talk about now is Mike Powell and this 2000 Celica GT. Obviously, anytime there's a car that's a little different, a little weird, I'm calling it out. So he says that turn 2 lapping got him into time attack. He's got a supercharger on this thing with a PP exhaust, suspension upgrades, and some quality track tires. I like how he sneakily doesn't quite say what track tires he has, but then again, I realized what it is, because apparently he's running some Yokohama AO52s, some Nankang CRS V2s, and then he even brought a set of wet tires just in case it gets a little weird. So,
my man, he is prepared.
I love the fact that he took this car from his daily commuter with a stock engine until it failed, and then he said, guess what, the build is on, we're ready to do this thing. So he did all this work, got it going, and now he's out here shooting for something, and guess what that time is? It's a 155. He is about 5 seconds off the pace right now. It is still early in the weekend, so we'll get to see how he kind of builds it through. So he's still got a lot of time on the clock before he can shut it down and say that's it. So I'll be excited to see how he progresses throughout the weekend.
Yeah, let's give absolutely, and exactly, this is what we're talking about, right? Like, you just bring whatever car you have, right? Like, it does not have to be anything great. It doesn't have to be a Toyota Supra. It doesn't have to be a Camaro, Mustang, Evo, whatever. Bring whatever you have. Mike got a 2000 Celica GT. He's having way more fun out here on track than just about anybody else. So, shout out to him. To your point, and I mean. He's going to get there. I think he's going to do it by the end of the weekend. But I do want to quickly point out we've got, I'm going to butcher his name, Awu Sun, sitting in first place right now with a 2023 Supra. Those guys, him and Herrick, they were they're in street class. Their previous time was a 156.7 from this morning, and they have now jumped up to a 143.9. So that definitely puts them in contention on the podium. That's going to be putting them third, fourth, right.
Mark. Like that is. Hey, man, we've had a couple people. Jake was another one of those guys. Jake Breeden. He did the same thing. Sprouted right up. Now you got Herrick and I'm going to call him Herrick and Son. That's what it's going to be. That's how I'm going to call it from now on. Herrick and Son, they just put him on notice too. Street class, that top of the list. Jared Floyd is still in kind of a league of his own. I will say that he is still in a league of his own. But the rest of the Super Gang and a couple others are hot on the heels. That's second place right now. That second place is a highly contested airspace. We have to watch that area intently because that's going to be where the fireworks happen.
Unknown car stuck in the gravel at 13.
We do like have probably a local yellow for a car off at turn 13. So usually if that's the case, nobody's going to be setting a faster lap as everybody should be. They're coming down through the checkered flag. I'm not sure if we're going to need assistance getting out of there or not, but I was also going to quickly point out Ryan Shaw also has bettered his time from earlier this morning. Ryan Shaw and his Lancer Evo GSR. This morning, his best time was a 150.0, so he's found another tenth or 1.1 second to one. I'll get it at some point. 1.2 seconds. So he's continuing to just chop away. 148.8. I'm sure that he is happy to get below that 150 mark. Great time from him. But continuing to pick up time.
Yeah, it's tough to pick up time like that. So usually, I mean, it is interesting. You have these like breakthroughs that happen that just make it extremely awesome. Like when you just have that like click moment where you just go, holy crap, that's the ticket. Like I found the new line, or I found the ability to hold throttle throughout this portion, right? So that's awesome for him, and to be able to make that kind of pickup is extraordinarily awesome. Obviously, I'll say this. It's also a boosted car, so it could always just be I turned up the boost. So maybe I'm giving him too much credit, but let's just pretend that Ryan magically figured something out and he turned into a better driver in those laps, and that's why that lap time drop happened.
I'm going back and looking and seeing just kind of what his what he did before the event, and there is a lot of new stuff on this car. He said he upgraded to a 2.2 liter engine, new Garrett turbo setup, switched to a standalone Haltech ECU, added a Paragon big brake kit. So he is roughly dealing now with almost 120 more horsepower over his previous setup, and he has as typical time attackers. This is his shakedown. This is his test session. He hasn't tested it, so it'll be doing that at the event. So all things considered, it is running quite well for now. So he at least seems to he at least seems to have put together everything well And his goal is a mid 140. So he is getting there. I think he may still have some time to come as he continues to dial in his setup. And he is on the Bridgestone RE71 RZs, as are many people. So he has a lot of things that I'm sure is taking up his attention as he's dialing this car in.
I'm almost tempted to start counting how many people are on these RZs. It's wild. RZs have definitely kind of taken over this time attack realm, which is kind of funny because you get a couple of these guys with the time attack pros that swear by them, and some of the fastest guys we've seen out here are repping them. So I kind of wonder, is it a hype over action, or is it a situation where, I think the reality is in what we learned from like the tire reviews guys and the tire rack guys is simply,
There's our car.
we got a guy off right there.
That's going to require a cleanup.
Sorry, I had to drop my train of thought completely because it looks like we got a BMW in the ditch right here. I think that is Stephen Roth.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing.
Yeah, that's a beautiful car. Don't ruin it, Stephen. Come on. Well, I'm sure if he put any damage into it, that just is an excuse for Stephen to make it and mod it more. So the worst case is that he's going to make it bigger, better, faster. So, but let's hope he's just kind of stuck there, because it looks like there's like a little drop off and he might just be stuck, and they might need to just drag him out a little bit.
If you want to take a break, I can play some fast laps, and then we can just put up a slate until we have to go back racing while they pull it out.
Yeah. As they pull out who we believe is Stephen Roth. We are going to play some in-car video from Cable Rosenberg, and then also from last year, the fast lap from Bailey Woods. So we will be right back as we get some track cleanup under the way.
Mics are hot.
Welcome back to the afternoon sessions for the SCCA Time Attack Challenge, sponsored by TireRack.com. We've got Group 1 heading out for their first laps of the afternoon. We've got Corvettes, we've got Porsches, we've got Mustangs, we've got fast cars out here today, Jaeger. These guys are going to be out there for their warm-up lap, a little bit of track cleanup that we had. Hopefully they will be doing a little bit of sighting, making sure that everything is clean as they are on their way out, figuring out what lines to take. But the cleanup crew here doing a great job keeping everything tip-top for us. I know we have not quite seen it. That McLaren, it almost has like a little bit of a Marlboro livery. Looks pretty crazy with some green highlights. Man, that thing is legit.
You know us, we always get suckered into a good livery. So anytime we see one, we have to, enamor it and just love every second of it. I will say this, as a Porsche Cayman aficionado now, I love seeing the Porsche Caymans on track. Absolutely love seeing what they can do, and love the fact that, as much as everyone loves the 911, the Porsche Cayman, I mean, let's be real, right? It's the real track car of the Porsche lineup. It's the car that everyone wants to drive. I mean, there can't be any argument there. So obviously that's true. It's exciting to see those guys, bring them out on track. Love seeing it, and enjoy seeing the cars out doing their things.
Yeah, so we've got a couple of drivers here that have reset records. For this track for the SCCA, we got Kasim Farm, who is in a Porsche 911 GT3 RS, and that is a 142.2 is his current record. So we'll see, or 142.1, excuse me, 142.1. We'll see if he improves that. And then we also have Daniel McLevy in a BMW G82 M4, and then also James Avellina is in a 2023 Honda Civic, who, let's be real, man, you're out there with Porsches, Corvettes, new BMWs, Toyota Supras, and James out there repping it in the 2023 Honda Civic. That is a fast time that he is driving.
No, I told you that man can wheel, he can drive, and he is proving it every second that he's out on track with these cars that most people would say, oh, he's got no right being on track with. Well, guess what? He's proving it every second he's out there driving on track, killing it.
James says, here, hold my tire wrench while I go out in there and show you what I can do. Boy, I think that was a C6, maybe a C5 Corvette, really pushing the edge of the track there as it went through turns 7 and 8.
He said, I paid for this. I want to use every bit of it.
You're absolutely right. There he goes, James Avellina through turn 10 and 11. This is a great little complex. It's a little hard to see, but if you get up a little bit higher, I mean, you really shoot through this gap and then hard on the brakes for a left-hand turn. Oh, man. Not sure who that was, but it was the black Corvette right in front of Daniel McKelvey, getting a little squirrely going down through the mini corkscrew. Whew, that was close.
Yeah, this track gives you a lot of places where it could just bite you, and the mini corkscrew is tricky, man. You have to make sure you're getting your lines right, getting it set up correctly. It's not as easy as some people think it is, so you got to make sure to take your time, get it right, get it on, and throttle out as appropriate coming into one of the biggest straightaway at the track.
Yes, we have cars coming through. James Avellina, as we talked about, running a 148.86. So he's just a couple of tenths off his record pace from earlier on. We also have Waylon Goebel in the 2024 C8 Chevrolet Corvette. He is also the current record holder for Sport 1. He ran a 149.7 on his first lap out here in this afternoon session, but his best time is a 147.5, so he's still also about a second and a half off of his time. Kasim Farm running a 144.1. He too is also about 2 seconds off. So these guys coming back from lunch, getting sort of back into the groove. We're starting to get a little more light out there. Looks like the little bit of clouds are breaking up, so that's gonna put some heat into the surface of the track. That's not going to be as great for lap times, but if the driver improvement is good enough, we may still see some changes in lap times. Although Kyle Deaton, how about that? 32.4. That's got to be an overall track record. My man, Kyle, he put the four-wheel drive. He's just driving. He's just going straight up the hill and then back down.
Oh man.
That has been corrected now to a 150.3 in his C8 Corvette. But man, for a second, he put everybody on notice.
Brutal.
But I will say
this.
sorry, hold on. Kyle Deaton, Unlimited 2 in his 2021 Corvette. His previous record was a 151.8. I think he's just reset his record at a 150.3. We'll have to double check that, but that does look to be a new Unlimited 2 record by about a second.
That would be highly impressive. That would be ridiculously impressive because yeah, his previous record was a 151.8. So yeah, that's it. 150.394, breaking the Unlimited 2 record. Kyle Deaton. Pretty sweet.
I have to track down a little bit of that information because, being in Unlimited 2 in a C8 Corvette, I definitely would kind of like to know a little bit of what he's done to it. Is it the aero? Is he stripped it down? Might need to dig into that build a little bit more. But yeah, Unlimited 2 record sitting currently just behind on track Waylon Goebel in another C8 Corvette at a 49.7. So great to see. These C8 Corvettes are just so capable and so many sort of different flavors that you have with them in terms of whether it's just sort of your typical Stingray or if it's a Grand Sport or if it's a ZR1 or, whatever new variations they're coming out with now. They are just absolutely capable cars, no doubt about it. And I'll be honest, I'd love to see them out here, but I gotta feel like it's a little bit of a cheat code. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But at the end of the day, there's a lot of cheat codes, right? At the end, we've beat Supras up a ton. Cheat codes in the Supra, cheat codes in the Corvettes. There's a lot of cheat codes out there, and I don't know. Just sometimes, obviously, I'm one of probably the biggest people that harp on. I like different cars. I like seeing different stuff out there. I don't like just seeing the same old. So I like it when we have like a big varying predicament where we have just tons and tons of different people. And Kyle Deaton just went sub 150, 149.183.
Sure did.
Breaking his own record twice in one session.
I know he's got to be happy to see that 149, man. That I'm sure that was a major milestone for him. But yeah, seeing that 149. But again, these guys are just going around, pounding around multiple laps at a time, continuing to put in faster and faster times. And they are doing a great job out there. The weather is definitely helping them this weekend with keeping the tires in a little bit better of a window than what we normally see.
Yeah, the big thing when it comes to weather is, like we talked about previously, if the weather's on your side, it can make the entire weekend go that much smoother because now you're not fighting the weather. And because a lot of people will essentially gauge their development based off their lap time. And one thing you have to continue to remember is that, well, the weather usually gets worse during the afternoons, and when it gets worse in the afternoons, you have to expect to go slower. So if you go slower, but technically you've gone faster, it makes it very difficult to accurately predict if you're going faster or not. So you might make a change when that change isn't necessary. So, of course, a lot of these guys been around, know the game, they get it. But at the end of the day, you have to be a little cautious in that manner and just make sure you understand. You don't have to always make changes. Sometimes you just have to drive a little bit more. Sometimes you have to just, I don't want to say try harder, because I don't think try harder is the right word, but sometimes you just gotta, put a little bit more effort in there. I mean, it's gotta be close to that, right?
Exactly. Just press that gas pedal down a little bit harder.
There's always you're always pushing 100%, but maybe push it 110%. That makes you go faster, right?
I think so. That's what I heard. So we talked a little bit about the SCCA and how they sort of run their weekends, and so this is again they throughout the weekend they have two times that are added together. Yeah, two segments that are added together. This is still part of segment 1, so this is their second session in segment 1. And after this session, then the next session that they have will be the first session of segment 2. And then tomorrow morning will be the third session of segment 1. And then the two sessions in the afternoon tomorrow will be the last two sessions of segment 2. And then they add those together. All a bit confusing. It's actually not that confusing, but one of the reasons, and we actually talked about this a little bit before on our podcast, which was it's kind of nice because it makes people run throughout the day. You can't just go out in the morning and then pack it up and not do anything the rest of the day. You've got to run in the morning. You've got to run in the afternoon, and so we've got. Look like someone it may have just been may just be the flickering with the camera, but it looked like someone was going crazy with their flashing their lights on the outlap, really trying to put the pressure on the person in front of them, I guess, on the outlap. But so it is something special within the SCCA the way that they do it, but it does make a lot of cars get out. So we will continue to see a lot of cars out on track. Setting their times, because those times ultimately have to be added together to determine their placement on the podium.
Yeah, and big thing there, like you said, it sounds complicated. It sounds hard to follow, but once you kind of get your head wrapped around it, like you said, you have X number of run groups in segment 1, X number of run groups in segment 2. You take those, you add that together, that's what creates your overall lap time. And again, the whole point of that is to make sure that people are running throughout the entire weekend, and it's not just a one lap wonder fluke type situation, because it can help people, right? It's a situation where you're taking times from this time of day versus this time of day, or maybe if it rains and maybe your car was broke this day, whatever the case may be. It allows for a more even keel to be established across all the sessions. So it helps, right? Now, if you are a one lap wonder kind of guy that can go and just bank out one really hard lap, and you could be like some of our guys in GTA where they can now just hang out in the garage, collect a big trophy at the end. Maybe it's not quite your bag, but that's the best part about the SCCA and GTA running together, is you get to pick your organization that you want to run with. Or in the case of Kasem Farm, guess what? He runs with both. You can get a ton of track time at these events by running with both organizations. You can take advantage of the multitude of different classes that are within the SCCA, and make sure that you're really honed in on the class that you want to be in the SCCA. Maybe you don't care so much on the GTA side, you're just looking to get that lap time or whatever. So I think this really is such a great unification between the two brands of GTA and SCCA to allow a ton of people to get out, go to the track, have a good time, and just enjoy the hell out of it. So I think it's an amazing event for everybody to check out. Get out there, check it out. Go check out the rules. Go check out the different events we're going to be at. Obviously, this is the second event for GTA. They did Thunderhill and the Ridge. This is SCCA's third event, because they did Las Vegas at the beginning of the year. And then we still have the event at the end of the year at Buttonwillow Finals in November. So if you are currently sitting at home and you are watching this and you are saying, why am I not at the Ridge? Why am I not on track? Guess what? You got one more opportunity. There'll be another live stream coming to you from Button Willow. Guess what? Go sign up now. You can go sign up at SCCA or at GTA. Go sign up. Be a part of Time Attack. It is going to be November 11th and 12th at Button Willow Raceway Park, 2026. Be there, guys. Be there. SCCA, GTA, here we come.
We got some times coming in. Kendall Lincoln setting a time of a 151.844, and Kendall is driving a 1995 Subaru Impreza. The goal was a 152 this weekend, and well, that goal has been surpassed with a 151.8. So Kendall breaking their record, or breaking their goal that they had, and I can appreciate this. I think, as you'd said, the car was bought from a salvage auction. But one reason he loves this, I don't remember if you said this earlier, but you get to step on the gas pedal longer than drag racing. That is absolutely true. You absolutely do get to do that, Kendall.
Well, and as someone like myself, I kind of came from drag racing, so a lot of guys, I've heard this story get told many times. Is a lot of guys, because drag racing has such a low barrier of entry. Like, show up to a drag strip, you can go on it. So it's absolutely amazing when people can take that experience. They got to experience it, and then they come to the racetrack for the very first time. They go around and they do a circuit. And then they immediately fall in love with the concept of being able to, like you said, be on gas for longer than 2 seconds. Not to mention the fact that beyond the fact that you're on the gas for more than 2 seconds, you get to turn the steering wheel every once in a while. And you're on track for 15, 20 minutes at a time. Like, that's absolutely amazing. These guys have all gotten, what are we looking at today? We got 4 sessions throughout the day, 15-minute sessions apiece. They get 2 full days, and just for everybody, so they understand. If you were to, I believe, don't shoot the messenger. I don't. If I'm wrong, sue me. At the end of the day, I think it was $800 to run this event. That is extremely good value to run this event for 2 days straight. Incredible value. So if you're sitting there going, oh man, I want to go out to the track, I want to do this, I want to do that, guess what? Get out there and do it. Get out there and do it. It's available. Sign up today. Be a part of it.
It's even cheaper. It is even cheaper for the SCCA. So less than, probably right around $500 or so, right around $500. Global Time Attack a little bit more, just based on the type of organization. So, but yeah, I mean, still relatively cheap.
That's
Racing's not cheap.
Like,
yeah.
And you can do both.
That is insane. That is such a good deal. $500 for 2 days of racing. That is incredible.
And if you really wanted to, like we talked about earlier, with Cassim Farm, you can do both. I mean, gosh, you want all the track time you can get, do both.
Yeah, that's the amount of time that you get on track. It just far surpasses any expectation. Even track days, you could literally get so much. I mean, obviously, you're probably going to need like a GT3 RS to be able to really appreciate that much track time. But it is one, or Miata. I mean, I'll be honest, Miata or GT3, they're like same. They both have 2 doors,
or anything in the middle.
Yeah. But I mean, again, it's an absolute thrill. You go out there, you have a good time with it, you enjoy the hell out of it, and guess what? You're all having fun with all these great people. You got 14 people on track, all respecting each other, all making sure everybody's got the best opportunity to get their fastest lap possible. We're gridded accordingly, so you're essentially sitting in a position where you're always going to be technically behind someone who is faster than you. And again, a lot of mutual respect between all these drivers, even if you're driving a Honda Fit like Nazar.
That's right. He is having a great time. I do want to quickly talk about Mike Twadwell, who is currently sitting third on the timing and scoring at a 154.594, and that is Let me double check that. That is his fastest time of the day so far. He is in a 2007, so that's a C6 Chevrolet Corvette Z06. And I'll tell you what, man. Again, you see a lot of Corvettes out here. He has a 603 horsepower LS7. He's got some head and valve train work. He's got some oil coolers. His previous best time here is a 152.8, but he's really hoping to actually break the 150. So he's got a little bit of time to make up here to hit that goal. But he comes from an autocross background, and this is actually his first time attack here at the Ridge. And so he said his friends talked him into it, brought him out here, but he is having a great time. He's done a lot of track days in the car, but never really done the competition in time attack. But came out here with his buddies and is having a great time. He is a little down on the tire game. He's running Continental ECFs, 275s up front, and massive 325s out back because, of course, you can basically just fit just about anything in the back of a Corvette. But the Continental ECFs, again, sort of like the Michelin PS4S, very decent, solid track tires, but they don't quite give you that ultimate cornering grip and acceleration grip that you do from the Super 200s that are allowed in the max class. So he's a little bit down on power, but he is still out here having a great time. He basically says he does some wheel and tire change, some brake fluid change, a brake pad change, and that's all he did coming from autocross out here, getting ready for the time attack sessions out here at the Ridge. And he says one of the cars that he loves the most or that really got him into time attack racing is a very well-known name, especially in U.S. time attack, Ferris Khartoumi's twin-turbo C6 Corvette Z06. So, Mike, you should build yourself a twin-turbo C6 Corvette just like Ferris Khartoumi and bring it out here and have a good time. Look at that. Setting his fastest lap with a 153.4. So he is just cutting off some time, just chopping down time. 153.4. Good job, Mike.
And just a shout out to our guy, Nazar. He just broke the record again with a 204.934.
Woo, there you go, Nazar. Good job. I mean...
Oh, wait. I lied. He broke it again. 204.77 or 766. By the time I said it, he already broke it again.
He must have been putting his feet out the door, trying to get every little, just running next to the car, trying to get
pedaling this thing to records.
He is, man. He just chucking it down the mini corkscrew.
Oh man, he's got to be having a good time. Obviously, he came all the way from Las Vegas. He ran the one at Thunder Hill. Now he's here. And obviously he did the one in Vegas when they were there. So he's probably on a good track for an overall what is he? He is Junior 5 championship. I have to highly presume, based on the fact of his multiple records and his amazing performances that he's been doing this year. Nazar has been wheeling the hell out of this fit of his and making sure he gets everything. I think I saw him. You guys might need to walk over there and check his car out. Make sure he's not cheating, guys. I saw him maybe like grinding something on the front bumper last time. Maybe he's got some secret weight savings going on. So make sure you guys go check out Nazar and go check out everything he's doing on that car, because obviously he's got some secret sauce that he could be showing you guys. Let him show you, and let's see everybody go faster.
And you get some people in trouble there.
That's all we can ever hope for. Getting people interested.
If you're watching the live stream, you may see a little bit of smoke. Either someone's grilling out or the drifters are getting a little drifty over there on the drift pad. So no worries. Everything's fine here. Don't worry. Place isn't burning down. But yeah, I got some drifters that are always fun to watch. Gonna have Group 3 coming out here in just a little bit. So we're waiting for them to go out on track. I am looking at Group 3. Where did it just go? Oh, gosh, I lost it. All right. I was looking to see who all we were expecting to see in this session. And wanted to point out Alex Paraskevas is in this one, who is currently the record holder for Max 4. So we'll see if that record improves at all. We got some more Corvettes and John Niedermeyer and the 1968 Chevrolet Camaro. Love to see that thing out there. And then, of course, maybe my favorite car of the weekend, and I'm saying that, and it is a 2016 Dodge Viper. It's pretty rare that we actually have two Dodge Vipers at a Time Attack event. Sorry, Mr. Burke. Since your Dodge Viper is down, I got to go with James Merriman's. And man, I love that purple color anyway. But that may be one of my favorites. It is always a crowd favorite. There's no doubt about it, man. They just make such glorious noises.
Make glorious noises, and that ACR Viper can just handle like a dream. I'd love to see James put on a good set of tires on this thing and really let this thing rip. I think that's really holding him back, because these aren't for the faint of heart, man. You gotta wheel to make that Dodge Viper a weapon in that sense. So I think it'd be a lot, I don't want to say easier by any stretch of the imagination, but it'd probably be a little bit easier. Nice little livery there on that GR86 going by. I love a little livery action there. Look at that. Little old school Mustang action. Man, some good cars out here this weekend, I will say.
Yep. You also have Josiah Haymanowski.
Sorry, did I say Mustang? Or did I say Camaro? Because that is 100% John Niedermeyer's 68 Camaro. I don't want to, infuriate the Mustang Camaro gang from old school. That would be brutal.
Poking the bear. But yeah, Josiah Himanowski is in a 2019 Mazda Miata, which is an ND Miata, which we talked about a little bit earlier. Sort of, ND, NC, NB. You're not seeing quite as many NDs as you do with the NAs and NBs, but Josiah running in, let's see here, Sport 5. And with that car, his goal, actually, he doesn't even know because this is his first time here. What was interesting, though, is that he actually grew up racing remote control cars and then got into autocross, has done a few endurance races, and is now starting to get into Time Attack. He is just all about motorsports in any way, shape, or form. Whether it's controlled by him or controlled remotely, he's all about it. At some Koenig coilovers, flying Miata's front sway bar, and Willwood brakes. And so he's out here having a good time. And you know what? Like that is what this is all about. He is from the Oregon area, came out here, and ultimately he's having a good time, currently running a best of a 211.9. I bet he would like to see maybe a 210. I think he can make that happen. I think we can wheel him on to do that.
Well, I mean, it's interesting to me because, like you said, a lot of interesting, cool cars, a lot of guys coming out for their first. I love hearing when people say, like, this is the first time I've been to this track, or, this is the first Time Attack event for me, because I love seeing all these 2007 Mustangs go by too. But it's one of those things. I like seeing all these guys come out for the very first time and enjoy an event, see how awesome it is, see how much fun it is, and then go, I got to sign up for the next one, right? Because these events are that good. They are that amazing for people to come out, have a good time. And like SCCA does such a good job of, especially guys coming out for their very first event, very first time. We've talked about it already, but just people in general, like getting their start on track with SCCA, it's such a good experience. These guys really are welcoming and ensuring that people understand all the flags, all the rules, all the things. So it really promotes a really good experience for people, that they don't end up in the situation. Because I've heard this before. I've heard people come out and they do an event, and once they do an event, the problem that they run into is that the event was so mismanaged that they go, this isn't fun, this isn't what I want to do because it's so terrible. And that's something that the SCCA does so well, is they manage events so well. And obviously with GTA and SCCA doing this event at the same time, you kind of have a lot of overlap here in terms of how they're controlling the track and on track authority and stuff like that. And that's one thing that's really great, is you get this great managed event that allows for such a good time, and yet there's a huge amount of competition at the same time. So I think we mentioned it earlier, but I'm going to mention it again. Dan Bullis, he's got a couple people that have said like he was the motivating factor for them to come out. So big shout out to Dan for really, pushing people to get out to the track and be a welcoming person that really pushes people to come out to the track and have a good time.
Yeah, we were having a little bit of trouble with our timing and scoring there, but it has repopulated now. We got it sorted. But yeah, Dan Bullis at the top of the session currently with a 152.9, and then Alex Parskevas with a 153.0. Alex is about 1 second off of his record-setting time of a 152.0 from earlier this morning. And then we got Kyle Ragatero in the 1994 Acura Integra. He's at a 157.1. Is also about half a second off of his 156.5 record-setting time from this morning. So still a little bit slower in the afternoon. Not quite seeing as fast at times as we did, but again, everybody may be working up. Maybe the second or third laps will be the better times. Carl Tanner in the 2005 Nissan 350Z at a 153.8. He is in Max 4, and he's just 153.8. He's less than 2 seconds off record set of time of Alex Paraskevis. So Carl is currently sitting in second in class, just behind Alex. So he's working up there. But I do want to note, Alex Paraskevis just set a 159.8. He squeaks in under 152 second time. So he has reset his record in Max 4. So Alex resetting that time to a 151.9, pushing that record just a little bit deeper. Congratulations to him. That Mazda RX-8, man. It just keeps chugging along. I know we said we're going to find out. We're going to find out what is powering that thing, because I don't think it's that little winkle anymore.
I mean, again, I'm going to say it again. What tire brand is this man on? Bridgestone Potenza RE71.
Car
Now
off
he
at
says
6.
RS, but I don't know. Maybe RS. But we do have a car off. We're going to check out who it is. Is that a little Miata that could? That looks like a little Andy
255.
Miata that could to me.
Josh Ryan.
Josh Ryan. 2023 Mazda. I know my Miata front ends, I swear.
It happens. I mean, I will say the Ridge has, even though we had a little bit of an incident earlier today, I mean, there are, as you can see, it is very beautiful and scenic with a lot of the trees around. But for the most part, there are some dangerous areas. But for the most part, there's not a ton to hit. You have quite a bit of runoff. So there is some room to push it. But at the same time, there are some places that really require commitment. And if you get it wrong, you can end up in a bad spot, which we did sort of see earlier. But, man, I do agree. That Toyota GR86, it has a fantastic livery. I love that sort of old-school Toyota racing livery on that thing as it goes down through the corkscrew. Love to see that. But it is good to see. We hate to see cars wadded up, but at the same time, it is good to see some areas where you've got to have some commitment. You've got to be willing to push the car to get that real lap time to put you on the top step. So off track, back on, no big deal. But at the same time, it can bite you. So Dan Bullis running with a 151.5, continuing to increase or continuing to decrease his time. currently sitting in first place in Sport 1. So he is leading the way in Sport 1. And he is chasing, let's see here. Sport 1. No, I'm sorry. He is sitting behind Waylon. So Waylon in the C8 Corvette is out front with a 147.5. So Dan still has a ways to go, but yeah, setting his fastest time so far.
Yeah, I every time Niedermeyer's car goes by, I just get chills. That it's so I love seeing cars like that go out on track. I love seeing them, push on the cars like that. They just are so cool to me to see out on track doing their thing. Maybe that's a little bit of my old school love there shining through.
The white top on it is just so that is so iconic Camaro. That sort of white. I don't want to call it like a vinyl top, but that's sort of what I think of it as. The blue.
It might be.
Blue body with that white vinyl top, man, it looks so good. Just so traditional, classic car. Love it.
So the interesting thing is and I say traditional, like you said, traditional, old school, blah, blah, and he has a traditional, old school tire on. If this is true, a BF Goodrich rival. So
there we go. Heck yeah.
That's a quote unquote like couple year, it's a couple year, 5-year-old tire that inherently not the greatest for overall speed, but that's also why he can just keep pumping in these laps. Is these tires are used now for more like endurance racing, a lot of Miatas actually, and so it's a great tire for stuff like that. Not so great for overall speed, but still a great time overall.
Yep. So in fourth place on the timing and scoring is Tom Larson. Wanted to give him a shout out. He's from Boise, Idaho. Made the trek over here. First time at the Ridge. He's racing a C7 Corvette Grand Sport. It is basically stock, other than a bigger front sway bar and some sticky tires. As I said, first time at the Ridge. But he has been doing just a lot of motorsports in the car. He's an autocrosser, does hill climbs, does a lot of time trials. He started all that in 2013, so he's been doing it for a little while, has a lot of experience. But he says the car is faster than he is, which is pretty easy to do when you're in any sort of C6, C7, C8 Corvette, especially a Grand Sport. But he also gave a shout out, which we will give a shout out to him as well. Yeah, is there anyone special or one of the reasons you got into time trials? And he said John Hunter. John Hunter is the reason that many people get into time trials. And also wanted to say, Igor, you're talking about how these events run so well, and he is one of the main reasons. So give a shout out to John Hunter, who actually will be or has changed positions within the SCCA. Not sure exactly when that's going to happen, but he's done a lot for the SCCA time trial community. Love to see it. So we want to give out a shout out to John Hunter. Appreciate you, man. Hope you're doing well, and best of luck on the new venture. But Jaeger, that's going to wrap it up for this session. Any final thoughts?
Absolutely. Well, I just got to say, it's always great to see all these guys on track. Obviously, always great to see everyone go out, come back, have a good time, enjoy their time out on track. Like he just said, many, many, many cars can far exceed their owner's driving ability. So that's not something that's uncommon. It's very few and far between where we actually see drivers be able to exceed their car's ability. So I appreciate his candor and his humbleness there. I love it. And that's just showing of the amount of respect and understanding he has for the track and the car and how he can improve his driving. And how's he going to do that? Coming out to SCCA events.
That's right. We'll have a Global Time Attack session 4 coming up here very soon. We'll take a quick break and we will be right back as they are out on course.
Mics are hot.
All right, welcome back to the last session of the day for Global Time Attack. This is session 4. Last chance for the day to put down that fast representative time. In the unlimited class, we currently have Tony Zerka, who is sitting in first place, the one of one, unfortunately, in unlimited class, but he has a new all-wheel drive record at a 140.304. So he may be, I'm not sure if he's out there, but he may be looking for that elusive 139. For limited class, we have first place Bailey Woods and a BMW E36 M3 sitting at a record and overall global time attack record of a 135.8. And second place is Jay Pan and the McLaren 765 LT at a 138.7. And in third, George Zhao and an Audi R8 at a 139.4. We also have some of the street class leaders out front in this session. Jared Floyd at a 140.9 sitting in first place. Jake Breeden sitting in second place at a 1 minute 41.6 second time. And in third place, Mike Reyes from Boss Racing at a 143.2. It is a Toyota Supra 123. Is there anyone out there who can come break up that Toyota Supra? Going to be difficult. It's going to be difficult to do, but we have cars out on track and they are coming to the start-finish line now. I think they should be led by Jay Pan and the McLaren 765 LT as he comes across line with a 143.111. He's got about 5 seconds off his fastest time. And here comes Jared Floyd, a 143.8. So these guys getting their tires warmed up and going and getting themselves warmed up for this last session, Jaeger.
Oh, yeah, and there goes Chizang with a 145.928. Like you said, they're a little bit off the pace, but what we've seen from a lot of these guys is it's not just the first lap that they come through the checkered. It's definitely a situation where they're kind of building up and building up and building up. Tony Zerka there. Oh, we got a lap time from Isaac Torres now. Oh, that's a big off right there, too. That was commitment at its finest.
Yeah, it was a Porsche. Not sure who it was, but it was a Porsche GT3 RS, not the car you want to be taking off four-wheel drive.
Yeah, I immediately thought Jay Pan, but I assume it's Chizang. Oh, there must be something down right there. There's got to be something down right there.
Yeah, it looks like
Taurus, right? Hold it steady there. Hold it steady there, Mike Reyes.
I was looking in the background. I could at least see a yellow flag waving, but I'm not seeing a yellow and red debris flag. So, can't quite tell. But there goes Charles Cunal. But, anyway, getting back, Isaac Torres, he finally sets down a representative lap of a 142.1. That is going to push him into third place in front of Mike Reyes.
And into the conversation, and I'm going to say right now, from the looks of it, so far, I mean, we are very, very in the beginning of this session, but so far, this might be one of the worst sessions. So if he can do a 142 in one of the worst sessions, he could be looking really good for tomorrow.
Yeah, I think for him, I mean, they've had some troubles. They had some fueling issues, some lip mode. They've been trying to get the tune fixed. I mean, this is really one of those sessions where you really want to try and get that car figured out before tomorrow morning, because you know that morning session is going to be the one that is going to be prime, and you don't want to be going out not knowing what you have under you. So I think it is really important for Isaac Torres and the Prodigy team to figure out the car and make sure that it is working well, and at least putting down a 142.1 and getting that time on the board is important for them and is at least an indication that they are in the mix for the podium.
Yeah, I would almost expect to see Isaac probably pull off here. He's probably got to go make sure, splitter's good, everything's good up on the front end of that car, because he did take a little evasive action onto the dirt there, so I assume he's going to go off. He might even just call it a day at this juncture. Hopefully that tune worked out for him, and hopefully, I mean, we're seeing him kind of pull up on the left-hand side to his team. He's probably going to make some adjustments, tire pressures, dooply, all sorts of things. But it is definitely looking like a situation. That was actually Mike Reyes' fastest lap time too, wasn't it? You said because he ran a 142 in this session.
Yep, that is 142.9. But boy, Jaeger, look at that. Tony Zerka,
There we go.
139.695. New
There we go.
unlimited all-wheel drive record, busting through the 140s, 139.6. Tony Zerka and the yellow Evo. How about that, my man?
I love it. I freaking love it. He has spent so much time, energy, love, affection, whatever you want to call, heart, sweat, tears, all the things on this car for the last few years. So many people probably counted him out and down, said he'll never bring it back or whatever. It's always going to be a shop queen or something of that nature. They did not believe in Tony Zerka where so many of us did. And Tony has been able to come out and do so well. He's been showing the AZ guys up since he brought this freaking Evo back into the fold. And again, bringing it out here to GTA, bringing it out to the Ridge, and laying down a sub 140 lap time is absolutely just insane. Lap times are going, and again, I still think, I mean, this is the breeziest I've seen it so far. It's guaranteed not going to be the best conditions to be out on track. So for him to be laying down a sub 140, I highly venture to guess that this is a situation where he's just, again, learning the track, learning the car, building up confidence. As I said in the beginning, what do we expect from Zerka? We expect him to just continue to chip away. I mean, I hate to put the voodoo on anybody. I'm going to knock on some wood right now, but definitely a situation where I'm looking at it and going, I expect him to push that deeper into the deep. Let's go 38. I'm pushing 38. I mean, I have more. Maybe he's on low boost still. Who knows? Maybe we'll get some information from him later. But at the end of the day, I'm expecting him to continue to go faster and faster all day tomorrow.
Absolutely. If he has new tires, even if he doesn't have new tires, but the tires he has are pretty decent, I mean, you are absolutely right. This is probably the worst session of the day so far, and he just set his fastest time. If he has time to sleep on it, wake up in the morning, nice, cool, calm morning session, I got to expect he can find, a little more than half a second to hit that 138. So he has every opportunity to push that time, that record time, even further. I will say, Jared Floyd was also out here in this session. I have been a little surprised that he laid down that heater first thing of a 140.9 is the current record that he set, and he did that this morning. But I feel like he's been running 143s, 142s, while a lot of other people are getting faster. So I do wonder if that indicates that they will be able to maybe go faster than that 140.9. I'm just not sure. I'm just a little surprised that I haven't seen Jared closer to that record time than some of these other people, because like in this session, Isaac Torres running the 142.1, Mike Reyes 142.9, and Jared was at a 143.8. So not sure if that's all Jared has or not, but I'm not sure if I'd be feeling comfortable if I was Jared, but definitely would want to get out there in the morning to push and see if I could solidify that first place, because Isaac, Mike, and Jake Breeden are all going to be coming for him tomorrow morning.
Well, and I want to mention Charles Canal, right? Until this point, we haven't had a good lap time for him yet. So he put down a 145.208, which basically puts him, from what I see, in around 7th position. So he went from technically 23rd to 7th in that session. So he put down a good lap time. He was able to actually get it done. I have to make assumptions that maybe he was having some issues, transponder issue type things, but that really leaped him up the order in terms of street class. Charles has done quite a bit this past year to make that car very competitive, as well as increasing and bettering his driving capabilities. So Charles has just been working very, very hard with the STC team, SoCal Driving Club. He's been working with himself, working with others, just continuing trying and improve on a freaking daily basis. So love seeing Charles go faster and do good things. So great seeing it.
At Group 2 heading out, I saw Looked like
Max-
that George Zhao was running out there in Group 2, which is a little surprising. I thought he would have been in Group 1,
I don't
but
think they
regardless.
I don't think they redid the groups. They only do that
Okay.
in the morning and at lunch.
Okay. Yep. You're right. Thank you for correcting me there. He we'll kind of see. I guess maybe he was doing 2 sessions this morning in the Lamborghini Temerario, and then 2 sessions this afternoon in the Audi R8. But we'll see what kind of. He was knocking on the door of his record. He needed to find just about a 10th or 2. But man, you can see here through turn 5, it is really looking like it's getting pretty gusty out there. You can see the trees
are
moving around a lot. So again, as we're saying, not the best conditions, but these guys are finding time and continuing to push. So it'll be really interesting to see how this one goes. Maxwell Lazowski leading them out front in the Rocketfish BMW F82 M4.
Yeah, I'm really waiting for Max to have like a really big breakthrough lap. I just feel like there's just something that's holding him back, and he's just got to, release the Kraken type thing, and then he's just going to be able to slam a really, really good lap time in there. So I'm just kind of waiting for that to occur. And maybe, Max is a pretty strategic guy, so maybe he's just kind of fine-tuning and dialing, because he knows this isn't the session that he's going to go put down a big heater probably. So he's probably fine-tuning, getting it set up so that he can really push the boundaries tomorrow morning. That would be my estimation. Car does look nice, though.
It does, coming down through. I'm a little surprised how close these guys are. I would have thought that maybe there's a little bit, give a little more space to them, but Max coming across the start-finish line, just behind him, George Zhao, and then Honda Yang. Honda Yang in the Porsche 911 GT3. He blames Jay Pan for why he is here this weekend. Says both him and Nick Ing in the 2025 McLaren 720S that is also out there. So they both say Jay Pan talked us into coming. Honda in the limited Porsche 911 GT3 has a JCR exhaust, Dundon dive planes, and Dundon camber plates, and that is really about it, which is just crazy to show that, not that we wouldn't, think anything different, but, just these cars are so capable. He's got one set of, he's running the Nankang CRSs, and
let me tell you, when you say all he's got is some, and then you say the word Dundon, Dundon is, woo! They make some really good parts, and the price tag to go along with it exemplifies how good the part is. So I definitely, they are amazing products. They do amazing things, but they also have an amazing price.
That is very true. Very, very true. They have the Porsche tax on them. That is for sure. But we will see.
That's what I was kind of curious about. Is George Zhao? He's an aggressive driver, man. I've seen his driving a lot. Hyper aggressive. I was wondering if he was going to try to pass Max, which passing Max doesn't help Max and doesn't help George, because now they both had to, do some sort of compensation, which leads to them being slower. I would have liked to see Max just let George go by on like the outlap or in the pits, just so that could have been easier. But I understand it's also, if you're in the front of the grid, you probably want to stay in the front of the grid. It's the easiest place to be, to not have to think about, your wow, I can almost talk.
Strategery
that you're going to have to do. Strategically thing. But so I'll be interested to see what George puts down in this session. He obviously, this is how I like to think of what George did. He was driving this Lamborghini and he was like, I am not going fast enough. Screw this. I'm going to get my time attack car. That car is way more fun to drive because this Lamborghini sucks. And so I'm going to go get my Audi R8. That's what I like to think in my head, what George said. That's just, my hopes and dreams of what George said internally in his internal monologue. And then he just goes out there and belts down that fast lap time. I'll be super interested what he's able to do, and if he's able to repeat, if he's able to go sub 140 again in this session.
Yeah, it is. It is interesting that that Max was at the front of that. Even if GTA was putting him there, I mean, that is when you're in time attack. I mean, that is all part of the strategy, and that is something that you need to do, especially if you are really relying on that first lap to lay down your best lap. You know that George is going to be faster. I mean, he laid down a 139 last session. Max's
He
fastest
just did
time
again.
was a 144. So if you're Max, you know that George is going to be faster. So then the question is, okay, is George going to lay off enough? And if not, I mean, I am always of the position that no matter where you are, if the car in front of you gets to have their first lap, I'm not going to pass you, and I don't think that people should pass you on that first lap unless that you work it out earlier. You can work it out in the pits, which is really probably the best thing to do. But yeah, not really sure what happened there between George and Max, but that's probably something they should have worked out beforehand. But regardless, George got it done in the second lap with a 139.5, still a tenth off of his best lap, and Max still at a 145.6. But Brian Casasilla, a 143.9. He's knocking on the door, so we're definitely seeing some close times, or we're definitely seeing some drivers set close times to their personal best today. So I mean, I'm pretty surprised that they are still setting these fast times, all things considered, with the light or with the sun, the wind. It's boding well for tomorrow morning.
Well, and it's boding well for all day tomorrow. Like, that's one thing that just keeps jumping out at me is basically what we've been seeing this whole day is improvement, or at least at a bar none consistency from drivers. So it's one of those things. My high expectations is as conditions have degraded a little bit, drivers are getting better. So you're kind of hoping that's the case, but at the same time, I think the conditions are just in that sweet spot where you can kind of work around it and you can manipulate things just enough where you can continue to grow and get better and better lap times. So I'm really excited by the prospect of, if this is how it is all day tomorrow. Oh, what do we got? Got a yellow flag out on track.
Might be car 58.
You think we got something in turn 8?
Looks like it's back up now. I think they maybe were able to. Oh, it's George. Looks like he was off and now it's back on, pushing a little too hard.
I told you guys, George Zhao drives aggressive. That is George's style. He is a very aggressive driver, and well, he's got something to prove. Something to just happen now. Lan Trong, he just ran his fastest lap of the weekend with a 147.130, testing his previous from a 147.5. So almost taken off a half a second on his best lap time. So congratulations, Lan Trong.
Yep, and also jumping up in the 4th position on the timing and scoring for this group, Alex Tanaka. Their previous best time was a 148.4 in the street class Toyota Supra. They're now up to a 144.7. So you got Alex and Spencer that are sharing the car. So I'm not sure if one of them may be the wheel man, the other one may be the mechanic, and they're both splitting some time here. But whoever is driving that car, we're not sure who, just found about 3 or 4 seconds and putting them up to a 144.4. So a very, very solid time. And I mean, that is in the mix for this, for a podium position where we're talking about 141s, 42s, 43s for street class. So if they can find a little more time, they may be able to start really getting into the conversation. So, man, Supra on Supra action with Max and the BMW M4, the only one holding it down in there, but we'll basically call them all BMWs.
BMW time attack street class. That's what it's looking like, and I hate talking about rules in the middle of a time attack, but this is where you maybe we end up in a game where one day we have a situation where you kind of have new age street class, old age street class. And I say that from like this weird conundrum of I do miss seeing some of these cars that are, you know, the Subaru STIs, the Toyota Celica GTs of the world. Like, maybe there's a situation where you have a 4-cylinder street class and a 5 and above cylinder street class. I don't know. I don't want to, you know, get crazy or anything like that. But there's just something I do love about letting like the 4-cylinder guys have that capability, because they do have a disadvantage from a concept, but they also had to choose that life. You have a choice, and that's something we have to choose. The only thing that sucks is when you have to choose and you're trying to win, sometimes that leads you into a Corvette and a Supra time attack, and that makes a boring game for the rest of us. So I don't know, maybe in some long, you know, tell us in the comments, what do you guys think? Would it be kind of cool to have a situation where we had like a 4-cylinder, you know, and 5-cylinder and above, so you kind of separated that street class to make it, you know, a little more quote unquote parity in terms of things like that? Tell us how crazy we are in the comments, and then Kilgore can tell me how people hate me because I came up with terrible ideas.
His name is Mark Yeager, everyone. Brian Casasilla, man, no surprise here, but he has continued to just find a little more time. He has now bested his time down to a 143.9. So he was able to find about 6 or 7 tenths of a second. So again, just continuing to chop off time, a 143.9 for Brian Casasilla, setting his best lap of the weekend in this not so great weather. George Zhao coming across, he did not improve, so his best time was a 139.5. He was not able to reach his record, so he's going to stay there. It'll be interesting to see what he brings out tomorrow morning, as I think that he probably could reset it in the morning with the Audi R8, but we'll see what he chooses to do. We also had Connor Hoovler coming across there with a 147.2. He does not. He does. He bested his time by about another 2 tenths. So good on Connor Hoovler for moving up just a little bit further, or moving his time down just a little bit further, continuing to just chop away. So that wraps it up for Group 2. We are going to take a quick break and be back for Group 3.
In time attack, victory isn't measured in laps. It's measured in millimeters and milliseconds. When every fraction of a second counts, your rubber is the only thing connecting pure power to the pavement. You don't have time to hunt down the right setup. Simple Tire gets the high-performance tires you need shipped fast, right to your door or installer. Simple Tire, driven to deliver. Official sponsor of Global Time Attack.
They said we couldn't. They said racing belonged to someone else, that the world already had its champions, its circuits, its rules. They told us to go home. But while they talked, we built. We laid bricks in Indianapolis. We carved speedways into the sands of Daytona. We turned a California lake bed into a battleground for the boldest. We didn't need permission. We needed pavement. One by one, our names became legends. Foyt, Petty, Andretti, Earnhardt, Shelby. We weren't just about speed, but about defiance. We looked at their pace and said we can go faster. Through damage and disaster. We pushed past what was safe, past what was known, past what they said was possible, because we knew the moment we lifted, they'd be right. When the green flag dropped, it wasn't about what they gave us. It was about what we took. And what we took is our place in racing.
それは国境を越えて時代やメーカーを越えて趣味嗜好すらも越えて車を愛する人たちをつなぐもの、つなぐ感情、レイス。
You're back.
Sun is setting here in Shelton, Washington on the first day of competition for Global Time Attack. We are with Group 3, Session 4, as they head out on track. They've finished their out laps, and they are now starting their first hot laps. Got Ryan Shaw leading out the group. And we will see if anybody we've seen a number of people be able to continue to decrease their times, continue to change the order, change their position, maybe gather some data for tonight as they look through, try to make some changes and be ready and prepared for the cool sessions of tomorrow morning. We've got Brian Smith in a second place, or our second car on track, along with Nick Steniford as well. So we will see all these drivers out there as they start to set some times.
We do have Bailey Woods that will be coming and having a chat with us real quick. He's going to kind of give us a feel of track conditions, although he hasn't been on track in a while, but at least he can give us an idea of how the track feels and how it feels to be the fastest man on track this weekend so far. Until then, man, so we got a bunch of enthusiast class, street class, and a couple limited class guys going out in this session. This is, I swear, looking at that, I could swear it's about to rain right there. That looks like rain's about to hit. That wind is ripping and doing. So like we said before, probably not the best conditions. Ryan Shaw's Evo is looking amazing. Brian Smith out there in that Camaro.
That car is coming across the start finish line. Yep, with Juan Armas and Eric Johnson, also in a white Lancer Evo with a 151.6. Trying to see that is their fastest time of the weekend so far. So they were at a 151.9, so now at a 151.6. They are continuing to find some time. And then you got Christopher Rice at in the old 1990 240 SX. Love to see his car out there. Nothing better to see that old Nissan out there ripping around. Chris in the limited class with a 152.1, and his fastest time so far. Actually, he has not set a time. He's been having some issues. Yeah, I thought he had. So this is his first time out there. So great to see him get out there and start ripping it up with a 152.1. So that is a pretty solid start to the weekend. Hopefully he continues to find some time. I bet that he will, find another second or two at least throughout this session.
Yeah, it's always interesting when you see guys that you haven't seen really like do any real lap times, and all of a sudden they kind of put a really solid lap time out there. You always kind of get a little curious on what was the case, because you kind of wonder if the car had problems. You're heading out on track for the very first time maybe, and if the car had a bunch of problems and you're kind of going out there to just test it for that first session type of thing, you're going out there with a lot of doubt and a lot of thought in the back of your head. One of the hardest things to do as a driver is to basically take all of that and push it out the back of your head and just go, I just need to drive this car as fast as humanly possible. And it makes it so very difficult to do that. Especially, it makes it easier, in my opinion, if you're not the mechanic and the driver. If you're just the driver, exponentially easier, because you can kind of fade away as they're working on the car and not really worry about it or think about it. makes it so much more difficult when you're the guy who has to turn the wrenches and think about every little thing. I had an interesting conversation with Ferris Khartoumi a while ago where we were talking about he likes actually working on his car, and he likes knowing all the little idiosyncrasies of the car to understand, oh, I know that this wheel bearing has a little bit of play in it, because he said that he likes knowing that because it's a situation where when he feels a little bit of wobble, he goes, yeah, I know that wheel bearing has a little bit of play in it. For me as a driver, I don't want to have to think about that. I don't want to have to even remotely have that on my mind. I just want to be able to completely blank out and come to with the fastest lap that I could possibly drive ever in my life. Maybe that's just me. Maybe I'm just an idiot. I don't know.
I do want to give a shout out to, we need to let Ryan Shaw know that he's got some fans in the chat, and they're saying that it is either 145 for Ryan or nothing. And he's currently sitting at a 150.3. One of his best time of the weekend is a 150.0. So Ryan, you got some work to do, or your fans are going to be mad.
I love it. I love the friendly motivational push of go fast or suck. Like, just do it, get on it. Let's see that lap time, make it work.
Well, he just said a 148.9, so maybe that is exactly what he needed. He must have the live stream going in his car. He's got his phone set up. 148.9. He just picked up 2 seconds in the last session of the day. Are you kidding me, Ryan Shaw? He is getting after it.
Absolutely awesome. I love to see that. He did do previously a 148.8, so he's just a tenth off his previous lap best. But again, as we've already stated, this is not like the prime session. So that tells me he's got more in the tank, more ready to go, and ready for tomorrow.
You're right. I was looking at the wrong session data earlier.
That
he
is
was at a
Carly.
150.
Carly just threw down her fastest lap of the entire day, and she ran a 152.0. So that is her fastest lap of the weekend, per se, of the day. So that is her fastest lap. So it looks like she's probably got some of that cooling issues that you mentioned earlier figured out.
Absolutely. You know all too well about keeping those Subarus cool and happy. It is what is most important. And those guys at Renner Racing Development, I'm sure, are working hard. They have a plethora of cars here this weekend, a group of Subarus, at least 4 of them with Carly. You got Paul, you got Sergio, and then Damian running in the limited class. So they have their work cut out, but they are all out there. They've made every session. They are having a blast.
They absolutely are. I'm interested. So Bruno has had a kind of a rough go of it this weekend, but I will say this is very reminiscent of his Thunder Hill weekend, where the first day he was fighting the car, fighting this, fighting that. We saw it looked like his splitter came loose or something like that earlier on in the event. Last event, I think he had to remake a splitter. So maybe this is just how Bruno works. He's got to work through and play around with the car and find all these little things, tweak it up, get it right. And hopefully that leads to, I'm hoping, a little bit more contentious behavior in that enthusiast class, because right now Teddy is running away with that 146 with that Honda Civic Type R. Bruno I would like to say hot on his heels, but a bit further back with a 151, and then we have Stephen Ellis with that 155, which I don't see Stephen Ellis out there in this session, so maybe he took this session off to kind of recoup and kind of rebuild. Maybe they're trying to work something out and get that car situated in a way that he can be more effective with it. I'll be interested to see what he can do. And by the way, you guys might have seen Stephen Ellis and his car on, I wish I could remember, Nick Romano drove it as they did the Toyo tire test on Drive TV, I think it was, or something like that on YouTube. So if you haven't checked that out, get out there and check that thing out. A lot of good stuff out there on YouTube. And Nick Romano, I love him, and he's been putting out some amazing great quality content. Such a great driver too. Great person.
Morning.
Well, let's see if we have someone in the studio that can give us that intel straight up. Brian, do we have someone in there?
Yes, we do.
Let's talk to him.
Good afternoon.
How's it going, Mr. Woods?
You know, it's going pretty nice. It's been a nice, relaxing day for me.
I know, too relaxing. We don't like this. You're just sitting in the pits, hanging out, having a good time. So, Kilgore just asked the question, what's your preparation look like for tomorrow? Because obviously, you got to try to go faster. You have to believe you can. So what's your preparation look like from tonight to tomorrow? What's that look like for you?
You know, obviously, I think a lot of drivers like to look at their data, and that's just pretty black and white on where you can improve when you're comparing your best laps. And you know, but I think that can only go so far. And for me, I get a lot of feedback from watching my videos, and you know, it's good to have a reference for your data. But I'll be watching my lap over and over and over, and I'll just kind of think of where things look like they could be a little bit better, and you know, try and basically build a game plan so that when I come out tomorrow, I can just fire it off in that first lap and hopefully call it a day from there.
So how do you think, how well do you think that lap was for you? Like, where would you say that lap really ranked out?
You know, I think it was definitely a decent lap. Of course, there's always room to improve. Even if you put down a perfect lap, there's, you know, the whole point of time attack is there's a little bit more in the tank wherever you go. So, you know, there's definitely more there. I'll say it was a good lap, but it can always be better.
Last year, you ran a 138.8 and set the rear-wheel drive limited class record. Obviously, now you're sitting on a, what are we at, a 135.8, 135.7?
Yeah, it sounds about right.
So you may not have actually compared the data on those two laps yet, but do you sort of know where the 3 seconds came from today?
Well, you know, I haven't compared the laps, but I mean, the car's developed so much since, you know, that was my first event with, since the engine swap of the B48 went into the car, and totally different aero package. And that was, you know, the first event. There's a lot to learn from there. So we've had a lot of development and progress with the car, from understanding the tires better to understanding the suspension and the alignment, and just really getting the car set up in a manner that's good to, you know, take advantage of my driving style. And over the wintertime, we did add the power, and, you know, that helps a tremendous amount. So I think everything just kind of collectively went together, and then we have more knowledge and more time in the seat now, and it's all just kind of piecing together for a much, you know, more complete package.
One thing that we've definitely noticed, there's a ton of guys on the RZs, not that many people on the Track Attack Pros. What would be the thing that you would say to sway people? Hey, try out the Track Attack Pros. Obviously, I don't have any stock in Hoosier, but I'm just curious because there's so many people on the RZs. I'm just curious from your point of view, what brings you to the Track Attack Pros that really keeps you there and not trying to try out like the RZs?
Well, I actually did try a set of RZs, not on my car, but on another E36 that was much less prepped, and I mean, it's an amazing tire. And I think, I mean, I definitely see why a lot of people like them. They're very direct, and they're extremely fast, extremely sticky, and extremely confident and inspiring. And so if someone's on those, you know, it's hard for me to sway them elsewhere. For me, the Hoosiers work really well. I think they fit my driving style, and I think different tires request a different driving style, in addition to just working better on some cars than others. And I think the Hoosiers heat up pretty quickly, so a super heavy car is going to kind of get them out of their window pretty easily. And I think a driver that has more aggressive inputs is going to overheat them pretty quickly, and they're just not going to really come together for someone. Where I'd like to think that I'm a little bit more on the smooth side, and I treat the tires pretty well, and I think the Hoosiers react very well to that.
I definitely would agree with you. Watching your driving style, it is a very smooth driving style, and you are able to put those inputs in such a way that you can really take advantage of those Track Attack Pros.
Yeah, I love them.
I think I saw on your Instagram that you were making some possible changes to how you shift your transmission. Did you guys get that installed for this event or no?
We did not. There's only so much time. In the past 2 months, we've been really working hard with getting the cooling system addressed. Everything works pretty well, but my inlet temps are definitely an issue. And so we weren't able to put in the new cooling stack before this event, but we were able to swap out to a high-performance water pump for the auxiliary system, and it's flowing almost 4 times what the factory pump was. And we were thinking that if the water has more time to be pushed through the heat exchanger at the front of the car, then maybe it'd bring the temps down in the intake manifold. And it's not quite there working for us, so I was actually pretty fortunate that it was cold enough this morning and my car cooperated that I was able to get 2 laps straight, because it's kind of seems like it's kind of a one and done at the moment. But we still have some more adjustments to make there, and that's where our time was focused, because it was kind of the most important issue. But after this event, going into Laguna Seca, we should have a Hollinger sequential, in place to help us, find a little bit more time, a little bit more consistency.
Sequential will
pretty-
definitely build into the consistency factor for sure. So that will be a pretty epic. Now, I will say that puts a lot of pressure on you as a driver. You have to, like you said, you're kind of a one and done type situation. How do you handle that pressure of just being out there and saying, this is the lap I'm going to get, and if I mess this up, I will literally be taking a huge power hit on the next lap?
To be honest, it kind of just works for me. I lose sleep over it and it drives me crazy, but when I'm in that car and the helmet goes on and the harness is tighten around your lap and your chest, luckily I have ability to just kind of to have that flip that switch for me, and I'm able to perform for the most part. That doesn't mean it's going to happen every time, but I kind of like that pressure. I think it pulls the best out of me.
Dude, I absolutely love it. We love having you on, and I was just curious. Throw it out there for us. Who are some of your best and brightest people that help you out, make you coming to these events a possibility?
Well, you told me to run over here, and I did the best I could, but I was on the phone with Brett Strom because he was remoting in, as he always does every weekend, and just making minor adjustments. And we're not always looking for more power, but he's really just put in so much effort to refining every aspect of how that car's operating from an electronic standpoint, and the tune and the mapping. And he's incredible. He's a wealth of knowledge, and he knows these B48 engine packages so well. And it's mutual, because no one else is really pushing the B48 like I am, but he just has such a good program over there. I think it's working out for everybody. And Jarek over at JMP Auto Works, he always gets the chassis set up how I want it to. So we did make some setup changes outside of the dampers, but actually with the alignment, and I think it had a pretty good impact. When we were at Thunder Hill, the car was a little bit pushy, and we ended up, pulling a lot of toe out of the rear and basically running zero. And I figured not only would that help the car rotate a little bit more on entrance to some of these turns, but since there's such a long straight here at the Ridge, I figured maybe I won't be dragging the rear wheels down the whole front straight. And Riley from RS Motorsports, who does all my fabrication work, the car came straight from his shop because he's the one working on this new cooling stack and put the new water pump in. So those 3 guys are my main guys when it comes to getting the car ready. And then the last big one is for sure going to be Oliver at Warhammer Motorsports, just because he's not only my transport guy, but he's my track services guy, and he really allows me to come out here and focus on that one single lap and make sure it's the car ready, and I don't have to worry about anything other than putting together my plan of action and going and putting that into action on the track when the time comes.
So give us a little idea of this track. Obviously, you've been here before. You're here last year. You're a SoCal guy, but this is a pretty unique track. It demands a lot in terms of, it has a little bit of everything. What are some of the things you really enjoy about it? But also, what are some of the areas you find most challenging and that you see a lot of people struggle with?
Yeah, this is my
at this particular track.
Yeah, this is my 3rd year here at the Ridge, with Global Time Attack for Speed Summit, and I've been trying to convince a lot of the SoCal guys to come up to this track, because I do think it is a really special track. And not only is it scenic, but the elevation changes, the off camber, the on camber, the high compression zones. It's the average speed is pretty high too, and it's also got some turns that are brutally slow. So I think it is a very well-rounded track, and it offers a lot of things that many tracks don't. I am from Washington, so even though this isn't really my home track, it is nice to come up here and visit family. But I love it. This is just such a nice facility. I mean, the garages are nice. The cafe is good. The bathroom's good. Everything's good here. And yeah, it's just an incredible track. And until you come out here and drive it, you really don't know. I think it's definitely a hidden gem on the West Coast. And yeah, I love coming out here.
Dude, I love hearing it. Love talking to you. When are you going to find some time to go check out that go-kart track for us? Because we definitely need some responses back on that too. Just, if you get some time tomorrow, midday when you're not doing anything else, you can come back and talk to us again and give us some insights on that go-kart track.
Yeah, I missed out yesterday. All the SoCal Drivers Club guys went and hopped on and did a session. I know they had a blast, and hopefully some of those carts are still running because I don't think they were very polite over there. But I know they had a good time. So if you haven't checked it out, including myself, I say we get over there and hopefully treat them a little bit better than those guys did.
Dude, love having you on here. Love hearing it. What I have to ask the diabolical question. How much time do you think is left in the tank?
I think I can squeak out a few more tenths tomorrow morning, but I know there's a 34 there. But I did 3 push laps yesterday in practice, and I did 2 push laps this morning. So my knowledge to pull from as far as how to drive this particular iteration of the car on this track this weekend is pretty minimal. So I know it's there, but I think I'd rather put together a really clean lap and squeak out just a little bit more time. That's probably the best approach. I'm not going to try and send it. We do have a big event coming next month, and I think I just want to focus on continuing to be a clean driver and put together a nice classy lap tomorrow.
I like it, man. I absolutely love it. And we're excited for it. And we're going to actively broadcast your lap tomorrow on the live stream while you do it. So no pressure. I
like it.
But we're gonna watch it in car live tomorrow. We've been sharing your previous lap all day today, letting people watch you turn that lap in anger, and obviously everyone's been loving that. So you took over the overall class record from Cable Rosenberg and the overall event record essentially, and we're interested to see. I mean, Tony's been pushing it, so you got to go over to Tony. You got to kind of rib him a little bit, tell him to hurry it up, and turn up the boost so he can catch up to you.
I went over there actually and talked to him for a little bit, gave him a few pointers. So if he's slower tomorrow, that's on me.
You gave him the good pointers, right?
Not air quote good pointers. I gave him legit good pointers. So we'll see how it goes.
Nice. So you said you got Laguna coming up, and then you've also got Button Willow Finals. So you got those 2 big expectations there. How can people follow you and keep up with what's going on and see how you do?
Yeah, you can follow me on Instagram. It's Bucci Burr, and I'm trying to get back into vlogging for my YouTube, but it's just so tough to hold my phone out in front of me and record myself in front of people looking like a total jabroni. But we'll see. Maybe there'll be one from this weekend.
Love having you on here, Bailey. Appreciate your time. We can't wait to see you tomorrow morning, and we're excited to watch the lap as it unfolds.
Yeah, always good talking to you guys. I'll do my best for you.
Hell yeah.
All right, guys.
Hey, Bailey.
All right, guys, we're back with the SCCA Time Attack Challenge reached by Tire Rack. Wow, that just tongue twisted the crap out of me coming out of the Bailey Woods interview. Really excited to have the SCCA guys out here on track again. Kasem Farms ain't screwing around like always. He's running 142s in that 911 GT3 RS. Hyper consistent, just freaking going to town on this thing. Daniel McLeavely running a 145.128, pushing the limits on that car as well. Definitely a good run there. Who you got next there, Kilgore?
I will quickly note Daniel McKelvey, that 145.1 yet again, resetting the Max 2 record from a 145.5 to the 145.1. So that guy just keeps banging out record times in that G82 BMW M4 I've seen it go by a couple times now. It kind of has the like sort of stone gray color, and he's got some big aero on that car. And of course, we know the S58 can pump out some crazy power. So that is just really impressive to see that 145.1. So congratulations to him. Kyle Deaton, 148.1. He has not matched his previous time. Wait. Let me double check that.
You're a second
check
off.
that. Yeah, you're right. 48.1 is a 1 second improvement by Kyle. So he is resetting the Unlimited 2 record. So, again, let's check James Avellina at a 149.4. He is a little ways off his time. Still looking good out here. Got to tell you, I'm impressed. Really impressed. These guys are really throwing it down.
Yeah, they are. Amazing again how many people are setting records in and around all these events. It's just working it. I get amazed when guys are able to take, their record they just set and then drop it another second. That is always so astounding to me to be able to do that. Again, like you said, James Avellina, he's very close. Looks like Goebel, he's a little bit farther away. He looks like he's kind of not quite at the same speed as he was earlier when he ran a 147. Now he's at a 149. But, again, it goes back to what we were talking about earlier. The track is still in a good place. That you can still go out. Kasem is sitting there running a 142. He's basically been running a 142 all day. So it's really awesome to see him basically run a very, very, very consistent lap. And keep in mind, guys, now we're into the segment 2 within this. So this matters. This isn't just something that, you can go out and just go, whatever with the lap time. This is part of segment 2. So these lap times very much matter. And like people like Kasem Farm who are going out, he ran a 142.184 in segment 1. Now he ran a 142.522 in segment 2. That's boding very, very well. Same thing with our guy Daniel. He ran a 145.517 in segment 1, and now he's run a 145.128 in segment 2. That's making his overall event look very, very promising.
Yeah, absolutely. And it makes, again, as you just said, makes everybody get out and continue to run. And it also means that you got to have some real consistency and some reliability in your car, right? You can't just go out and set one lap for a weekend and have it break and be done, but you got to be out there multiple times throughout the weekend. So got to have some reliability, got to have some consistency if you want to win. And that is very important. Love to see that C6 Corvette out there. Man, these cars coming by the start finish so quick. But again, we were just talking with Bailey Woods. That's something that I think is really important with this track is you have the long front straight, as you talked about in the opening, long front straight with a very fast left-hander, then up over through turns 2 and 3, and it provides a lot of variety. And is just a super, super fun track. If you ever get a chance to go drive it, you absolutely should. So everybody coming through the checkered flags, that will wrap it up for this group for the day. And I have to imagine that they're all going to be doing the same thing. They're going to be looking at data. They're going to be figuring out what they can do tomorrow. I will say that, it's sort of interesting. We had, looking for Ron Pratt and any of these other competitors that were not able to get out in this session. That basically means that they do not have a sector 2 time or a limit 2 time. And so that's going to be something that they have to sort of figure out. That puts a little more pressure on them tomorrow in the afternoon sessions that they're going to need to get out. They're going to need to get that segment 2 time, or else they're basically only, they're missing half of their times that they need to actually place. So, we will see what happens tomorrow. But that's going to wrap it up for Group 1. In the Time Attack SCCA, or in the SCCA Time Attack Challenge. On Group 2 to come out here now. So kind of looking through some of these times, not really seeing many improvements, seeing some pretty close times, which again just goes back to showing that the track is staying in pretty good shape. It's not degrading a whole lot. But at the same time, a lot of these drivers are kind of they're starting to max out. They're starting to plateau. They're really getting everything they can out of the car right now, and they will try to find some improvements tomorrow. We always seem to go faster whenever we sort of sleep on it and we wake up the next morning, and we've had some time. That's just always seems to be the case, but we're not really seeing a ton of improvement. So a lot of these drivers plateauing here today.
Yeah, one person it's very interesting. I was looking at Clay Larson. So in segment 1, he ran a 152.837. In segment 2, now he's run a 150.153. But this is also why it's super important. You got to go out there in that first segment and be able to hit that strong, because he missed that first segment. It's really putting a hampering on him in his placing. He's gonna be trapped in third place probably, because his segment 2 is so much better, but his segment 1 is gonna be hurting him for the overall, considering now he's roughly like 2 seconds off. But that's because people like Waylon Goebel and Austin Clark did such a great job of their consistency. I will say Goebel's a little bit further off. He was like 2 seconds off, whereas like Austin Clark in his Cayman was within a second of his previous lap time. So again, being able to be consistent in your lap time also makes a huge relevance factor in this situation, because guess what? You got to be able to hit it and hit it hard. Goebel also set a record, so that's also a thing that also occurred. So that's kind of expected. That was such an unbelievable drive in that first time that I'm gonna say that it's probably gonna take till tomorrow morning for him to be able to come back and get closer to that lap time that he existingly had.
Yeah, I think you kind of bring up an interesting point there in terms of how this SCCA weekend runs, because if you are a driver who takes some time to get up to speed, obviously the first session of the day was practice, so it doesn't count. So okay, that's good, because you're able to get out, you're able to kind of get a feel for the car, get a feel for the track, and you're able to get some laps under your belt. And then you're going to come in and you've basically got 2 sessions that you are going to have to lay down a time. Well, if you really kind of wait too long, if you take too much time to get up to speed, you really put a lot of pressure on that second morning run, because it has to be laid down then. If you continue to improve throughout the day on day 1, you've got to continue that improvement into the morning on day 2, or else you've really kind of given up a lot of time as compared to someone who may come in and who may hit that flyer right off the bat. So definitely some strategies and definitely kind of some different ways that you can go about it. But either way, they've got their advantages and disadvantages. The point is that at some point you have to be able to lay down that perfect lap, whether it's at the beginning or later on in the weekend, but you have to be able to do it at the right time when the conditions are right. And that is what makes Time Attack so unique.
One thing I want to touch on really quickly is, so we quickly talked about Clay Larson and Austin Clark. Interestingly enough, they're both from Boise, Idaho. They're here together as friends. I'm making a little bit of a presumption there, being the fact that they both are from Boise, Idaho, and Clay Larson basically said, my goal in life is to just not lose too badly to Austin Clark. But both of them, this is their first time at the Ridge, and more importantly, like, I believe this is both of their first time running a Time Attack event. So again, a situation where 2 guys hopped in cars, drove all the way from Idaho to check out the Ridge, and they're learning how awesome this track is, and they're getting to have a good time with each other at this freaking event. I love it. I love when guys do this and have a good time, and just, I mean, it's the whole thing with, we talk about SoCal Drivers Club. It's a bunch of guys getting together, guys or girls. I don't say that, but everybody's guys to me. Bunch of guys getting together, hanging out, enjoying life, going to track days together. I think that's just such an epic good time. And so guys like that, Austin, Clay, love having you guys out at this event. SCCA loves having guys like you come out. And of course, the interesting thing, I'm going to tell Clay he could probably beat Austin Clark if he would have got on the RZs, but he's on old Falcon 660s, whereas Austin Clark is on the new RZs. So, Clay, just go get you some new tires. You got some time. It's only Saturday evening. You got time. Go get some new tires. Go pick them up. You'll be set for tomorrow.
Sure can spend other people's money there, Jaeger.
I'm good at it.
I do want to take just a couple seconds. We had talked earlier on in the broadcast. So out here is Henry Gage. He's currently number 12 in a S197 Mustang, currently sitting at a 205.136. His fastest time of the weekend is a 204.5. But we talked about the spec Mustang class, so I wanted to kind of circle back around to that. And give a little more detail.
Quick jump in. Nazar just broke the record again, 204.626.
Why doesn't he just do that? Why doesn't he just do this out? You know, it's like every lap he just kind of finds more and more time. Like, I don't know, he's got something going on with that car where he just can turn up the power more and more. But that is impressive. Another Tuner 5 record for a Honda Fit. I mean, come on. You think your car's faster than a Honda Fit? Nazar's got something to say about it. He's currently holding the Tuner 5 record. So the S197 Mustang, the spec Mustang class, basically allows you to run any S197 Mustang. You can use basically anything from 2005 to 2009. That can be the Mustang GT. You can also run the Shelby GT or the Bullet Mustang or even the California Special. So any of those will work. And from there, they have a performance kit that you pretty much have to run, which involves suspension, wheels, and tires and alignment. The suspension includes a set of single adjustable off-the-shelf Coney yellow shocks. And then you also add to that a Eibach Pro kit, which includes front and rear sway bars. And then you also run camber and camber plates that you can get from Maximum Motorsports or BBK Performance. And so from there, that pretty much sets you up with a suspension kit. For wheels and tires, you have to run 18 by 9.5 with a minimum offset of plus 35. The minimum weight is 17 pounds. So basically you can run any tire or any wheel that fits within that specification. And of course you can actually reach out to Tire Rack if you want to order yours from there. And then the club spec Mustang runs the Goodyear F1 Supercar 3, which is the 220 treadwear tire in a 275/40/18. We see a lot of those Goodyear F1 Supercar 3s running in enthusiast class, so they are quite good tires for them not quite being 200 treadwear. And then they've got some alignment specs as well that you have to run in. They also have some optional modifications. You can run an intake and exhaust. They've got some suggestions on what you have to do there. You are able to remove some items from the car, but not really very much. It's mostly just like, kind of typical interior components that aren't tied down. You can remove things like floor mats. You can also do spare tires, some jacks and tools, an emergency repair kits and some of that stuff. So that's really it. You can do an engine tune, shifter, and then they also have a durability kit that can be so that you can change out some items that are common wear items. You can change the brake system with the Ford Racing Upgrade Kit that goes to a 14-inch rotor and 4 piston calipers. So you can also run different brake pads. They recommend the Hawk Performance, but you can run some different ones. So there is some availability for figuring out what works best for you, but also while staying within a very restrictive rule set. In terms of safety upgrades, there's no real requirement to run any safety upgrades. You can run a stock seat with your typical 3-point harness or typical 3-point seatbelt, although You can upgrade to sort of a roll bar and fixed back racing seats with harnesses, which are very much worthwhile upgrades. And then there also is a steering wheel allowance. And so you can people may not want, especially if you put in the harnesses and the racing seats, not want the airbag to still be in place. So there are some allowances there. So again, that sort of gives you a rundown of one of these spec classes. And whether you're doing Miata, whether you're doing Mustang, whether you're doing Cayman, they all sort of follow that same recipe with some slight differences. So again, something that is very interesting to a lot of people. It allows you a very low barrier of entry to be able to get in here, and you can do a lot of things with that car within the SCCA. You can do autocross, you can run time attack, you can run time trials, you can run track days with Track Night in America. I believe you can also do club racing with those cars. So you can do basically most everything that the SCCA has to offer in one car. And that is something that is quite unique, but is also very useful in this day and age.
Yeah, you definitely need a car that can be very versatile. There's one of the biggest problems that we currently have in, I will say, in time attack and autosports. Like, you need a capability that you can have a lot of events to go to. People want to go to events. Oh no, our camera, the wind took it out. Someone went really fast down the front straightaway. That's what I get out of that.
Sad.
So at the end of the day, it's a situation where, we need to be able to run more events with more people. And so first off, right, it's just a situation where we end up working towards trying to make rule sets that are more inclusive, that can allow people to be participating in different things. That's just what we try to do to include more people, to have it work better. And that's what you have to do, right? That's where you have to be cautious, in my opinion. Too many rules, too many things create barriers to entry that make people not so excited to join. But you need to make it fluid enough so people want to join, but at the same time can join, but at the same, and I have to mention it because Nazar just keeps freaking going ham. Set another record, 204.308. He just keeps going faster, just a little bit faster here and there. Keeps doing it.
Also, we will point out Kyle Ragutero, he bettered his time from a 156.5 to a 156.3. I was going to note, I'll quickly let you get back to what you were saying, Jaeger, but Michael Twadwell, Byron Carper, is that, Carpuz, Eric Stoltz, Kyle Ragutero, all of these guys up here at the top of the timing charts have all set faster laps, or all have set their fastest lap today in this last session. So they are continuing to find time out there. The track is in a good spot, so that is great to see.
Yeah, again, it makes it so much more enjoyable when the track can be hot the entire day. And that's something that you just don't see. Like, I'll say this. From a Southern California standpoint, and from what we've seen from guys on the East Coast as well through like Grid Life and stuff like that, is usually you have this like hot morning session. And when I say hot, I mean like the track is epic. You see super crap middle of the day, and like maybe a late afternoon session is okay-ish. But you tend to see this situation where it's like, nope, it's all crap. You get like 1 or 2 sessions at max, and the rest is crap. What we're seeing at this track is just a consistency of good ability to run a fast lap time throughout the entirety of the day. And so that's really a big positive. I really love seeing that. I think that makes it so much more enjoyable for people because they can continue to go out on track on a consistent basis and say, I can go faster. You don't end up, and I'll call it a driver excuse, but it's not the driver excuse factory where it's like, well, there's no point in going out. It's always going to be slower. It's 1,000 degrees. It's this, it's that. There's always an opportunity to go out and go faster. So I think that's a really cool stance where you can just go out, have an opportunity, and it's literally, again, what is time attack all about? You your car versus the clock. And having the capability to always run a faster lap time makes it that much more enjoyable. So that's my opinion. I think that makes it really cool. And it looks like we got Group 3 going out.
Yep. Also, just call out real quick, again, James Moss in the 2024 Lotus Emira, who's also someone who bettered his time down to a 2-minute flat, 2:00.287. So he was able to find about a second, little over a second. So, you know what? With that in mind, I expect good things out of this last group. I want to see more improvement. We've even got Alex Paraskevas in the Mazda RX-8 here in this one. So, Alex, it is up to you to further better your track record in Max 4. He's currently at a 151.9. Let's see if he can improve that even more.
You know, got high hopes for it. A lot of people have been putting down good lap times. So, and at the end of the day, you kind of need to. He's fighting for that segment 2 right now, so he's got to put down a consistent and good lap time either which way. So let's see. Let's hope that leads to an even better lap time. I think Lori McLeavy is, I believe that's her 2025 Toyota GR86 that we've been kind of oogling with the livery there, I presume.
Okay. I have to. I think you're right. I'm not seeing any other Toyota BRZ GR86s. So, congrats to you, Lori McKelvey. We think you have a fantastic looking car. Keep it up.
There you go.
So, let's see. Well, never mind. That wasn't working. Technical issues. We're all right. We're moving on. But we got Brian, our main man. He either ran down and set back up the start-finish camera, or he had someone do it for him. So we are back up and running. But all right, Brian did it. Brian, thank you, sir. So Alex coming across start-finish, followed by Dan Bullis in that C8 Corvette, and Carl Tanner in a Nissan 350Z, followed by Tom Larson, another C8 Corvette. And we should see Laurie come by. There it is. Best looking car in this group. I shouldn't say that because this is the group with James Merriman, actually with my favorite Dodge driver. So the two best looking cars out here in the SCCA groups. Love to see them. They look so good. Announcers like a good livery, don't we?
Yeah, we do, man. It just like you said before, I instantly can look out and I can immediately see that GR86. It immediately draws my eye to it. It makes you want to look at it. Makes you. I always say that people, when you're talking about building a livery, the end goal is for people to go immediately, I want to take a picture of it. That's what you always want it to be. It's just an immediate, I want to take a picture of it. That's what I want it to be. So that's my opinion. That's how it should be. Let's work it from there.
Absolutely.
So, one thing I want to kick off. So I was trying to look up some information here. I found myself looking at Bob, which is Robert Thomas. He's got a 2007. You were talking about the Mustang group earlier. So Bob here, he was saying, who's his biggest rival, right? And of course, he throws out Adam into this thing. Adam Lazenby, and it's another club spec Mustang. I love seeing rivalries, right? Whether or not these guys are buddies and they just race against each other, or they're actual like hardcore rivals. But at the end of the day, all that matters is these guys are going out, they're fighting against each other and trying to beat each other. And I love when people actually admit that they actually have a rival and they want to beat someone, because it actually proves that they're human and are real. Because that's what we all want to do. You have to pick someone, you have to use them as your target, use them as your goal, and say, I want to continue to, build this, do this, and run. He's got 10 years of autocross experience and 12 and one HBDE that he only did 12 years ago. So his whole building this Mustang to run in this challenge essentially is something completely new. He calls it a Rustang, so I have to assume it's something that he kind of picked up. And it might not be, the cleanest, but again, for him, he had to prepare it. and all he did to prepare it was putting the whole car back together and blowing out the rear main seal. So, those are stories. Those are fun things. But it's just him having a good time. Again, Daniel Bullis gets mentioned because he's always coming out and making the events fun for people. So again, I'm going to shout out Daniel Bullis. I just think that's freaking awesome that he has such an effect on so many people. And again, like, these cars aren't anything super crazy. They're making like 300 wheel horsepower or something like that. And he does mention, just so we can be clear, he does mention one of his top 3 sponsors is his wife. So that's always a huge factor in making sure your time attack program works well. Is get a wife that supports you, and then it will be exponentially better for you.
Absolutely. You got to have people that support you and that let you go out and do a lot of these things that we love to do. So we've also got Evan Harris out here, which I don't think we've touched on him yet today. He is in the 2001 Honda S2000. Yeah, the S2000s are sort of getting to be an interesting time attack car, and I think just an interesting track car in general, because they're starting to creep up in value. They're starting to be a little bit harder to come by. And they do still seem to be a bit more popular out here on the West Coast versus maybe in the Midwest or the East Coast. Maybe it's just because it's a convertible and you guys have nicer weather out here on the East Coast or on the West Coast. But Evan, he doesn't really have a whole lot done. He's running the car in Tuner 3. Got a set of good tires and a sway bar, mostly stock. He's got a set of coilovers. Still getting used to the stiffer springs. Mostly does a lot of autocross, as well as he's been doing a lot of track night in America. This is sort of he's entering into time attack now, doing that more. And he is, can you guess it, running the RE71. Oh, he's running the RE71 RSs. And so
Squares
255 squared
on Tire Rack.
Yeah, I think you're right. And so, yeah, just out here ripping the thing around. But, I mean, Honda S2000, definitely a very capable car, well balanced, very good suspension. Got the K20, K24. I'm not really sure which one it came in. I think it was the K20. But a lot of people do the K20 or K24 swaps. I don't think you can do that in Tuner. I mean, yeah, very, very capable cars. But they are sort of interesting. I don't know, where do you fit? What do you know about the S2000s, and what do you expect? What are you sort of seeing out there on the West Coast in terms of people still tracking them?
I mean, we still see people tracking them all the time, but the values have skyrocketed. Like, for not a crappy one, I mean, you're talking $30,000 for an S2000 that doesn't suck, right? So it's one of those things, like, when you're talking about a car that's that old, that I don't want to say it's not special, because it is special, but at the same time, it's a Honda and it's not an NSX. So I kind of get torn, but an epic car, right? They're so awesome. They are super fun to drive. They can be very tricky to drive too. My first experience in an S2000, I literally hopped out of my STI. I hopped into an S2000, and the funniest thing in the world is I pushed the brakes in the S2000 like I had to push the brakes in my STI. And immediately when I did that, the S2000 that I was driving ended up coming into a corner at Chuckwalla, jamming on the brakes really hard, and then trying to like trail brake or something like I was doing in my STI, just completely being oblivious, and immediately spun it. Was definitely an eye-opening situation, especially because how well it braked in comparison to my STI, how terrible my brakes on my STI were. Again, a little bit of an eye-opening experience of like, get your stuff together, you need a better braking system on this car. So it was kind of an interesting factor in that sense. But one of the next person I want to quickly touch on is Josiah, and he's got a crazy last name, Haymanowski. I hope I said that right. He's coming from Oregon. He's got his Mazda ND2 Miata. So we haven't really talked a lot of ND2s, but again, it's very simple in the sense of the build of a Coney coilover, flying Miata sway bars. Flying Miata makes a lot of amazing parts. A lot of Miatas go to Willwood brakes, which is I've never really. I mean, it's like you need a little bit better brake. So I guess Willwood makes a lot of sense in that sense. But he kind of came out here with the concept of like, I have no idea what I'm going to do for lap time. I'm not really trying to beat anybody, but I'm just trying to like have a good time and do the event. But he's got a little bit of experience with a couple track nights in America, but he drives a Assetto Corsa on the simulator and obviously just prepared himself for the event. Super cool. I love seeing guys like this come out and just have a good time with it. He's only making like 180 horsepower, but it's a Miata. That's the whole point. So who got him to Time Attack? Of course, the people from the SCCA solo regionals out in Oregon. They said, let's go do Time Attack. Let's go have some fun. He doesn't own a quote unquote Time Attack car, but it doesn't matter. He can come out here, have a good time, enjoy life, and just love having a good time with all his Time Attack buddies. And we got a checkered flag on our Group 3, the final session for the SCCA for today. And it's been a wild day, man. We've had so many records get broken on this day. It has been absolutely insane. What do you think, Kilgore?
I will say Alex Paraskevas, he has reset his record in this session. So I think some of these guys have gone out in every session and reset their record, especially these guys like Nazar and Alex. So he now has a 151.752. So he took off another couple tenths. And then I was also going to note, you were talking about Josiah. Josiah also improved his time in this session. He went from a 203.7 down to a 202.5. So he picked up a little more than a second. So, again, a lot of great driving, but I think you can tell that a lot of people came to this track without a ton of experience. And as they continued to get more and more laps, they found more and more time, more and more commitment, more and more speed. And that ultimately got them lower and lower lap time. So I think there's going to be a lot of people who are pretty happy with how day one went. They've got for the SCCA Time Attack Challenge, they've got a solid segment 1 time on the board. I think a lot of them have a solid segment 2 time on the board. And so now you're going into day 2, you're thinking, okay, I need just some small improvements. Probably looking at some of the people around you to kind of see who's in front of me, who's behind me, what improvements do I think that I can make, what changes to the car do I think I can do. But at the same time, you're also kind of thinking, okay, how much do I really want to push tomorrow? Plenty of people drove their cars to and from the track, so you always have to be careful about that. But I think you're going to see some people who come back out tomorrow. They're going to be reset. They're going to be absolutely swinging to really find some more chunks of time after they sort of had a time, sit down, look at some data, watch some video. So I really expect tomorrow we'll see what the weather holds. It is looking at the forecast. It is looking pretty good. We should have similar weather, cloudy, good temperatures in the 60s. I think it is going to be prime in the morning sessions. I am excited, Jaeger. We're going to see some more records. I mean, day one, you already see this many records. We're going to see them fall tomorrow even further. I am pumped.
I am super excited as well. And guess what, guys? Tomorrow, we're going to start bright and early again. We're going to have the GTA, we have Global Time Attack coming at you. We're going to have SCCA Time Attack Challenge from Tire Rack coming at you. It's going to be stellar. And you're going to have to put up with me and Kilgore again all day long as we just do Time Attack action here at the Ridge. Super excited. Appreciate all you guys for coming on, checking out the live stream, and loving every second of it. I know we are so amazing to talk to on a daily basis. Make sure to contact us on the chat. We love having you guys comment, and we can interact with you guys in that way. Obviously, you know, we love answering questions or you proving us absolutely wrong as we make up stuff to tell you all these cool things. So make sure to comment, prove us wrong, get in the game. Kilgore, you got any final words?
I do. We obviously have a number of people who have joined us on the live stream. We want to thank you. We want to thank the sponsors for making this live stream possible. Raise Wheels, MMR Modular Motorsports Racing, Garrett, Simple Tire, LVRY, Warhammer Motorsports, and Standing Start. They make this possible. Go check them out. Go show them some love so that we can do this more. And Jaeger, I will see you tomorrow. Big thanks to Brian, our producer behind the camera, making sure everything's running. Thank you, sir. Thank you to all the guys. Thank you to all the flaggers out there. For all the drivers out there, you guys better bring it again tomorrow. That is our expectation.
Keep pushing. Go fast. We'll see you in the next.